Prefatory Note and Preface of the Discoveries among the Ancient Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Discoveries among the Ancient Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Prefatory Note. The present abridgment of Mr. Layard's discoveries among the ruins of Nineveh and Babylon has been prepared with much care and attention, and a studious effort has been made to retain, in the author's own language, the more interesting and important portions of the larger work. This has been done by omitting the greater part of the minute details of the descriptions in sculpture and monumental remains, by dispensing with several tables of cuneiform characters, elaborate examinations of various matters by scientific men, and etc. At the same time, there has been retained everything relating to the Bible, and illustrating and enforcing its truth and the fulfillment of prophecy, as well as the genial and lifelike portraitures of Arab habits and customs, and the pleasant adventures of the author in regions that to most men seem like fairyland. For general use, it is confidently hoped and believed that the present volume will be more widely serviceable than the larger work, from its expensiveness and size, could possibly be. S. New York, May 2nd, 1853. Preface. Since the publication of my work on the discoveries at Nineveh, much progress has been made in deciphering the cuneiform character, and the contents of many highly interesting and important inscriptions have been given to the public. For these additions to our knowledge we are mainly indebted to the sagacity and learning of two English scholars, Colonel Rawlinson and the Reverend Dr. Hinks, in making use of the results of their researches. I have not omitted to own the sources from which my information has been derived. I trust also that I have in no instance availed myself of the labours of other writers, or of the help of friends, without due acknowledgments. I have endeavoured to assign to every one his proper share in the discoveries recorded in these pages. I am aware that several distinguished French scholars, amongst whom I may mention my friends, M. Botta and M. D. Sulkley, have contributed to the successful deciphering of the Assyrian inscriptions. Unfortunately, I have been unable to consult the published results of their investigations. If, therefore, I should have overlooked in any instance their claims to prior discovery, I have to express my regret for an error arising from ignorance, and not from any unworthy national prejudice. Doubts appear to be still entertained by many eminent critics as to the progress actually made in deciphering the cuneiform writing. These doubts may have been confirmed by two hasty theories and conclusions, which on subsequent investigation their authors have been the first to withdraw. But the unbiased inquirer can scarcely now reject the evidence which can be brought forward to confirm the general accuracy of the interpretations of the inscriptions. Had they rested upon a single word or an isolated paragraph, their soundness might reasonably have been questioned. When, however, several independent investigators have arrived at the same result, and have not only detected numerous names of persons, nations, and cities in historical and geographical series, but have found them mentioned in proper connection with events recorded by sacred and profane writers, scarcely any stronger evidence could be desired. The reader, I would fain hope, will come to this conclusion when I treat of the contents of the various records discovered in the Assyrian palaces. To Mr. Thomas Ellis, who has added so much to the value of my work by his translations and inscriptions on Babylonian bells, now, for the first time, through his sagacity, deciphered, to those who have assisted me in my labours, and especially to my friend and companion, Mr. Hormuzd-Rasan, to the Reverend Dr. Hinks, to the Reverend S.C. Malan, who has kindly allowed me to use of his masterly sketches, to Mr. Ferguson, Mr. Scarf, and to Mr. Hawkins, Mr. Birch, Mr. Vaux, and the other officers of the British Museum, I beg to express my grateful thanks and acknowledgments. London, January 1853. End of Prefaces. Read by Elijah Fisher.
Chapter 1 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Evan F. Discoveries Amongst the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 1. The trustees of the British Museum resume excavations at Nineveh. Departure from Constantinople. Description of our party. Roads from Trebizond to Erzurum. Description of the country. Armenian churches. Erzurum. Rashid Pasha. The Dudjuk tribes. Shahan Bey. Turkish reform. Journey through Armenia. An Armenian bishop. The lakes of Shilu and Nazik. After a few months' residence in England during the year 1848, to recruit a constitution worn by long exposure to the extremes of an eastern climate, I received orders to proceed to my post at Her Majesty's Embassy in Turkey. The trustees of the British Museum did not, at that time, contemplate further excavations on the site of ancient Nineveh. Ill health and limited time had prevented me from placing before the public, previous to my return from the East, the results of my first researches, with the illustrations of the mountains and copies of the inscriptions recovered from the ruins of Assyria. They were not published until some time after my departure, and did not consequently receive that careful superintendence and revision necessary to works of this nature. And let me here, at the very outset, gratefully acknowledge that generous spirit of English criticism which overlooks the incapacity and shortcomings of the laborer when his object is worthy of praise. And that object is sought with sincerity and singleness of purpose. The gratitude, which I deeply felt for encouragement rarely equaled, could be best shown by cheerfully consenting, without hesitation, to the requests made to me by the trustees of the British Museum, urged by public opinion, to undertake the superintendence of a second expedition into Assyria. Being asked to furnish a plan of operations, I stated what appeared to me to be the course best calculated to produce interesting and important results, and to enable us to obtain the most accurate information on the ancient history, language, and arts, not only of Assyria, but of its sister kingdom, Babylonia. Perhaps my plan was too vast and general to admit of performance or warrant adoption. I was merely directed to return to the site of Nineveh, and to continue the researches commenced amongst its ruins. Arrangements were hastily, and of course inadequately, made in England. The assistance of a competent artist was most desirable, to portray with fidelity those monuments which injury and decay had rendered unfit for removal. Mr. F. Cooper was selected by the trustees of the British Museum to accompany the expedition in this capacity. Mr. Hormuzd Rassam, already well known to many of my readers for the share he had taken in my first discoveries, quitted England with him. They both joined me at Constantinople. Dr. Sandwith, an English physician on a visit to the East, was induced to form one of our party. One Abd el-Messiah, a Catholic Syrian of Mardin, an active and trustworthy servant during my former residence in Assyria, was fortunately at this time in the capital, and again entered my service. My other attendants were Mohammed Aga, a Kawas, and an Armenian named Circus. The faithful Bayraktar, who had so well served me during my previous journey, had accompanied the English commission for the settlement of the boundaries between Turkey and Persia, with the understanding, however, that he was to meet me at Mosul, in case I should return. Kowal Yusuf, the head of the preachers of the Yazidis, with 4 chiefs of the districts in the neighborhood of Dirakbir, who had been for some months in Constantinople, completed my party. In consequence of the severe and unjust treatment of the Yazidis, in compelling them to serve in the Turkish army, Hussein Bey and Sheikh Nasser, the chiefs of the whole community, hearing that I was at Constantinople, sent a deputation to the Sultan. Through Sir Stratford Canning's friendly interference, a firman was obtained, and they were freed from all illegal impositions for the future. Our arrangements were complete by the 28th of August, 1849, and on that day we left the Bosphorus by an English steamer bound for Trebizond. The size of my party, and its consequent encumbrances rendering a caravan journey absolutely necessary, I determined to avoid the usual tracks, and to cross eastern Armenia and Kurdistan, both on account of the novelty of part of the country in a geographical point of view, and its political interest as having only recently been brought under the immediate control of the Turkish government. We disembarked at Trebizond on the 31st, and on the following day commenced our land journey. The country between this port and Erzurum has been frequently traversed and described. Through it passed the caravan routes connecting Persia with the Black Sea, the great lines of intercourse and commerce between Europe and Central Asia. The roads usually frequented are 3 in number. The summer, or upper road, is the shortest, but it is the most precipitous, and, crossing very lofty mountains, is closed after the snows commence. It is called Çakılar, from its fine upland pastures, on which the horses are usually fed when caravans take this route. The middle route has few advantages over the upper, and is rarely followed by merchants, who prefer the lower, although making a considerable detour by Gümüşhane, or the silver mines. The 3 unite at the town of Bayburt, halfway between the sea and Erzurum. Although an active and daily increasing trade is carried on by these roads, no means whatever have until recently been taken to improve them. They consist of mere mountain tracks, deep in mud or dust, according to the season of the year. The bridges have been long permitted to fall into decay, and commerce is frequently stopped for days by the swollen torrent or for this stream. This has been one of the many evil results of the system of centralization so vigorously commenced by Sultan Mahmud, and so steadily carried out during the present reign. Since my visit to Trebizond, a road for carts has been commenced, which is to lead from that port to the Persian frontiers, but it will, probably, like other undertakings of the kind, be abandoned long before completed, or if ever completed, will be permitted at once to fall into ruin from the want of common repair. And yet the Persian trade is one of the chief resources of revenue of the Turkish Empire, and unless conveniences are afforded for its prosecution, will speedily pass into other hands. The southern shores of the Black Sea, 12 years ago rarely visited by a foreign vessel, are now coated by steamers belonging to 3 companies, which touch nearly weekly at the principal ports, and there is commerce and traffic enough for more. The want of proper harbors is a considerable drawback in the navigation of a sea so unstable and dangerous as the Euxine. Trebizond has a mere roadstead, and from its position is otherwise little calculated for a great commercial port, which, like many other places, it has become rather from its hereditary claims as a representative of a city once famous than from any local advantages. The only harbor on the southern coast is that of Batun, nor is there any retreat for vessels on the Circassian shores. This place is therefore probably destined to become the emporium of trade, both from its safe and spacious port, and from the facility it affords of internal communication with Persia, Georgia, and Armenia. At the back of Trebizond, as indeed along the whole of this singularly bold and beautiful coast, the mountains rise in lofty peaks, and are wooded with trees of enormous growth and admirable quality, furnishing an unlimited supply of timber for commerce or war. Innumerable streams force their way to the sea through deep and rocky ravines. The more sheltered spots are occupied by villages and hamlets, chiefly inhabited by a hardy and industrious race of Greeks. In spring the choicest flowers perfume the air, and luxuriant creepers clothe the limbs of gigantic trees. In summer the richest pastures enamel the uplands, and the inhabitants of the coast drive their flocks and herds to the higher regions of the hills. Our journey to Erzurum was performed without incident. A heavy and uninterrupted rain for 2 days tried the patience and temper of those who for the first time encountered the difficulties and incidents of eastern travel. The only place of any interest, passed during our ride, was a small Armenian village, the remains of a larger, with the ruins of 3 early Christian churches, or baptisteries. These remarkable buildings, of which many examples exist, belong to an order of architecture peculiar to the most eastern districts of Asia Minor and to the ruins of ancient Armenian cities, on the borders of Turkey and Persia. There are many interesting questions connected with this Armenian architecture which will deserve elucidation. From it was probably derived much that passed into the Gothic, whilst the Tartar conquerors of Asia Minor adopted it, as will be hereafter seen, for their mausoleums and places of worship. It is peculiarly elegant, both in its decorations, its proportions, and the general arrangement of the masses, and might with advantage be studied by the modern architect. Indeed, Asia Minor contains a mine of similar materials unexplored and almost unknown. We reached Erzurum on the 8th, and were most hospitably received by the British consul, Mr. Brandt, a gentleman who has long, well, and honorably sustained our influence in this part of Turkey, and who was the first to open an important field for our commerce in Asia Minor. With him I visited the commander-in-chief of the Turkish forces in Anatolia, who had recently returned from a successful expedition against the wild mountain tribes of central Armenia. Rashid Pasha, known as the Guzlu, or the wearer of spectacles, enjoyed the advantages of an European education, and had already distinguished himself in the military career. With a knowledge of the French language, he united a taste for European literature, which, during his numerous expeditions into districts unknown to Western travelers, had led him to examine their geographical features, and to make inquiries into the manners and religion of their inhabitants. His last exploit had been the subjugation of the tribes inhabiting the Dudjuk Mountains, to the southwest of Erzurum, long in open rebellion against the Sultan. The account he gave me of the country and its occupants, though curious and interesting, is not perhaps to be strictly relied on, but a district hitherto inaccessible may possibly contain the remains of ancient races, monuments of antiquity, and natural productions of sufficient importance to merit the attention of the traveler in Asia Minor. The city of Erzurum is rapidly declining in importance, and is almost solely supported by the Persian transit trade. It would be nearly deserted if that traffic were to be thrown into a new channel by the construction of the direct road from Batun to the Persian frontiers. It contains no buildings of any interest, with the exception of a few ruins of monuments of early Mussulman domination, and the modern Turkish edifices, dignified with the names of palaces and barracks, are meeting the fate of neglected mud. The districts of Armenia and Kurdistan, through which lay our road from Erzurum to Mosul, are sufficiently unknown and interesting to merit more than a casual mention. Our route by the lake of Van, Bitlis, and Jazira was nearly a direct one. It had been but recently opened to caravans. The haunts of the last of the Kurdish rebels were on the shores of this lake. After the fall of the most powerful of their chiefs, Bedr Khan Bey, they had one by one been subdued and carried away into captivity. Only a few months had, however, elapsed since the Beys of Bitlis, who had longest resisted the Turkish arms, been captured. With them rebellion was extinguished for the time in Kurdistan. Our caravan consisted of my own party, with the addition of a muleteer and his 2 assistants, natives of Bitlis, who furnished me with 17 horses and mules from Erzurum to Mosul. The first day's ride, as is customary in the East, where friends accompany the traveler far beyond the city gates, and where the preparations for a journey are so numerous that everything cannot well be remembered, scarcely exceeded 9 miles. We rested for the night in the village of Guli, whose owner, one Shahan Bey, had been apprised of my intended visit. He had rendered his newly built house as comfortable as his means would permit for our accommodation, and, after providing us with an excellent supper, passed the evening with me. Descended from an ancient family of Derabeys, he had inherited the hospitality and polished manners of a class now almost extinct, in consequence of the policy pursued by the Turkish sultans, Mahmud and Abdul Majid, to break down the great families and men of middle rank, who were more or less independent, and to consolidate and centralize the vast Ottoman Empire. It is customary to regard these old Turkish lords as inexorable tyrants, robber chiefs, who lived on the plunder of travelers and of their subjects. That there were many who answered to this description cannot be denied. But they were, I believe, exceptions. Amongst them were some rich in virtues and high and noble feeling. It has been frequently my lot to find a representative of this nearly extinct class in some remote and almost unknown spot in Asia Minor or Albania. I have been received with affectionate warmth at the end of a day's journey by a venerable bey or aga in his spacious mansion, now fast crumbling to ruin, but still bright with the remains of rich, yet tasteful, oriental decoration. His long beard, white as snow, falling low on his breast, his many-folded turban shadowing his benevolent yet manly countenance, and his limbs enveloped in the noble garments rejected by the new generation. His hall open to all comers. The guest neither asked from whence he came or whither he was going, dipping his hands with him in the same dish, his servants standing with reverence before him, rather his children than his servants. His revenues spent by raising fountains on the wayside for the weary traveler, or in building caravansaries on the dreary plain, not only professing, but practicing all the duties and virtues enjoined by the Koran, which are Christian duties and virtues too. In his manners, his appearance, his hospitality, and his faithfulness, a perfect model for a Christian gentleman. The race is fast passing away, and I feel grateful in being able to testify, with a few others, to its existence once, against prejudice, intolerance, and so-called reform. Our host at Guli, Shahan Bey, although not an old man, was a very favorable specimen of the class I have described. He was truly, in the noble and expressive phraseology of the East, an Ojagzadeh, a child of the hearth, a gentleman born. His family had originally migrated from Dagestan, and his father, a pasha, had distinguished himself in the wars with Russia. He entertained me with animated accounts of feuds between his ancestors and the neighboring chiefs, and steadily refused to allow any recompense to himself or his servants for his hospitality. From Guli we crossed a high range of mountains, running nearly east and west, by a pass called Ali Baba, or Alababa, enjoying from the summit an extensive view of the plain of Pasvin, one of the most thickly peopled and best cultivated districts in Armenia. The Christian inhabitants were partly induced by promises of land and protection, and partly compelled by force, to accompany the Russian army into Georgia after the end of the last war with Turkey. By similar means, that part of the Fasalik of Erzurum adjoining the Russian territories was almost stripped of its most industrious Armenian population. To the south of us rose the snow-capped mountains of the Bin Guil, or the Thousand Lakes, in which the Araxes and several confluences of the Euphrates have their source. We descended from the pass into undulating and barren downs. The villages, thinly scattered over the low hills, were deserted by their inhabitants, who, at this season of the year, pitch their tents and seek pasture for their flocks in the uplands. Next day we continued our journey amongst undulating hills, abounding in flocks of the great and lesser bustard. Innumerable sheep walks branched from the beaten path, a sign that villages were near, but, like those we had passed the day before, they had all been deserted for the Ilyaks, or summer pastures. These villages are still such as when they were when Xenophon traversed Armenia. Their houses, says he, were underground, the mouth resembling that of a well, but spacious below. There was an entrance dug for the cattle, but the inhabitants descended by ladders. In these houses were goats, sheep, cows, and foals, with their young. The low hovels, mere holes in the hillside, and the common refuge of man, poultry, and cattle, cannot be seen from any distance, and they are purposely built away from the road to escape the unwelcome visits of traveling government officers and marching troops. It is not uncommon for a traveler to receive the first intimation of his approach to a village by finding his horse's 4 feet down a chimney, and himself taking his place unexpectedly in the family circle through the roof. Numerous small streams wind among the valleys, marking by meandering lines of perpetual green their course to the Aras, or Araxes. We crossed that river about midday by a ford not more than 3 feet deep, but the bed of the stream is wide, and after rains, and during the spring, is completely filled by an impassable torrent. During the afternoon we crossed the western spur of the Tikab Mountains, a high and bold range with 3 well-defined peaks, which had been visible from the summit of the Alababa Pass. From the crest we had the first view of Subhan, or Sipan, Dach, a magnificent conical peak covered with eternal snow, and rising abruptly from the plain to the north of Lake Wan. It is a conspicuous and beautiful object from every part of the surrounding country. We descended into the wide and fertile plain of Hinnis. The town was just visible in the distance, but we left it to the right and halted for the night in the large Armenian village of Kosli, after a ride of more than 9 hours. I was received at the guest house, a house reserved for travelers, and supported by joint contributions, with great hospitality by one Misrab Aga, a Turk, to whom the village formerly belonged as a sphalic or military tenure, and who, deprived of his hereditary rights, had now farmed its revenues. He hurried with a long stick among the low houses, and heaps of dry dung, piled up in every open space for winter fuel, collecting fowls, curds, bread, and barley, abusing at the same time the tazimat, which compelled such exalted travelers as ourselves, he said, to pay for the provisions we condescended to accept. The inhabitants were not, however, backward in furnishing us with all we wanted, and the flourish of Misrab Aga's stick was only the remains of an old habit. I invited him to supper with me, an invitation he gladly accepted, having himself contributed a tender lamb roasted whole towards our entertainment. The inhabitants of Kosli could scarcely be distinguished either by their dress or by their general appearance from the Kurds. They seemed prosperous and were on the best terms with the Mussulman farmer of their tithes. The village stands at the foot of the hills forming the southern boundary of the plains of Hinis, through which flows a branch of the Murad Su, or lower Euphrates. We forded this river near the ruins of a bridge at Kara Kupri. The plain is generally well cultivated, the principal produce being corn and hemp. The villages, which are thickly scattered over it, have the appearance of extreme wretchedness, and, with their low houses and heaps of dry manure piled upon the roofs and in the open spaces around, look more like gigantic dung-hills than human habitations. The Kurds and Armenian Christians, both hardy and industrious races, are pretty equally divided in numbers, and live sociably in the same filth and misery. We left the plains of Hinis by a path through the mountain range of Zernak. On reaching the top of the pass, we had an interrupted view of the Suban Dakh. From the village of Karagol, where we halted for the night, it rose abruptly before us. This magnificent peak, with the rugged mountains of Kurdistan, the river Euphrates winding through the plain, the peasants driving the oxen over the corn on the threshing floor, and the groups of Kurdish horsemen with their long spears and flowing garments, formed one of those scenes of Eastern travel which can leave an indelible impression on the imagination, and bring back in after years indescribable feelings of pleasure and repose. We crossed the principal branch of the Euphrates soon after leaving Karagol. Although the river is fordable at this time of year, during the spring it is nearly a mile in breadth, overflowing its banks, and converting the entire plain into one great marsh. We now had to pick our way through a swamp, scaring, as we advanced, myriads of wild fowl. I have rarely seen game in such abundance and such variety in one spot. The water swarmed with geese, duck, and teal, the marshy ground with herons and snipe, and the stubble with bustards and cranes. After the rains, the lower road is impassable, and caravans are obliged to make a considerable circuit along the foot of the hills. We were not sorry to escape the fever-breeding swamp in the mud of the plain, and to enter a line of low hills, separating us from the lake of Gula Sailu. I stopped for a few minutes at an Armenian monastery, situated on a small platform overlooking the plain. The bishop was at his breakfast, his fare frugal and episcopal enough, consisting of nothing more than boiled beans and sour milk. He insisted that I should partake of his repast, and I did so, in a small room scarcely large enough to admit the round tray containing the dishes, into which I dipped my hand with him and his chaplain. I found him profoundly ignorant, like the rest of his class, grumbling about taxes and abusing the Turkish government. After a pleasant drive of 5 hours, we reached a deep, clear lake, embedded in the mountains. 2 or 3 pelicans, swan and shadow double, and myriads of waterfowl, lazily floating on its blue waters. Piron, the village where we halted for the night, stands at the further end of the Gula Shailu, and is inhabited by Kurds of the tribe of the Hasanalu, and by Armenians, all living in good fellowship amidst the dirt and wretchedness of their eternal dung heaps. Ophthalmia had made sad havoc amongst them, and the doctor was soon surrounded by a crowd of the blind and diseased clamoring for relief. The villagers had said that a Persian, professing to be a hakim, had passed through the place some time before, and had offered to cure all bad eyes on payment of a certain sum in advance. These terms being agreed to, he gave his patients a powder which left the sore eyes as they were and destroyed the good ones. He then went his way, and with the money in his pocket too, added a ferocious-looking Kurd, whose appearance certainly threw considerable doubt on the assertion. But what can one do in these days of the accursed Tanzimat, reform? The lake of Shailu is separated from the larger lake of Nazik by a range of low hills about 6 miles in breadth. We reached the small village of Kers, built on its western extremity, in about 2 hours and a half, and found the chief, surrounded by the principal inhabitants, seated on a raised platform near a well-built stone house. He assured me, stroking a beard of spotless white to confirm his words, that he was above 90 years of age, and had never seen a European before the day of my visit. Half blind, he peered at me through his blear eyes until he had fully satisfied his curiosity, then spoke contemptuously of the Franks, and abused the Tanzimat. The old gentleman, notwithstanding his rough exterior, was hospitable after a fashion. It would not suffer us to depart until we had eaten of every delicacy the village could afford. Leaving the Nazik Gul, we entered an undulating country traversed by very deep ravines, mere channels cut into the sandstone by mountain torrents. The villages are built at the bottom of these gullies, amidst fruit trees and gardens, sheltered by perpendicular rocks and watered by running streams. They are undiscovered until the traveler reaches the very edge of the precipice, when a pleasant and cheerful scene opens suddenly beneath his feet. He would have believed the upper country a mere desert had he not spied here and there in the distance a peasant slowly driving his plough through the rich soil. The inhabitants of this district are more industrious and ingenious than their neighbors. They carry the produce of their interests not on the backs of animals, as in most parts of Asia Minor, but in carts made entirely of wood, no iron used even in the wheels, which are ingeniously built of walnut, oak, and kara agash, literally black tree thorn, the stronger woods being used for rough spokes let into the nave. The plough also differs from that in general use in Asia. To the share are attached 2 parallel boards, about 4 feet long and a foot broad, which separate the soil and leave a deep and well-defined furrow. We rode for 2 or 3 hours on these uplands, until, suddenly reaching the edge of a ravine, a beautiful prospect of a lake, woodland, and mountain opened before us. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Evan F.
Chapter 2 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tyrel Sorensen. Chapter 2. The Lake of Wan, Aklat, Tartar Tombs, Ancient Remains, a Dervish, a Friend, the Mudir, Armenian Remains, an Armenian Convent and Bishop, Journey to Bitlis, Nimrod Daug, Bitlis, Journey to Kurzan, Yazidi Village. The first view the traveler obtains of the Lake of Wan on descending towards it from the hills above Aklat is singularly beautiful. This great inland sea of the deepest blue is bounded to the east by ranges of serrated snow-capped mountains peering one above the other and springing here and there into the highest peaks of Tiari and Kurdistan. Beneath them lies the sacred island of Akhtamar, just visible in the distance, like a dark shadow on the water. At the further end rises the one sublime cone of the Subhan, and along the lower part of the eastern shores stretches the Nimrod Daug, varied in shape and rich in local traditions. At our feet, as we drew nigh to the lake, were the gardens of the ancient city of Aklat, leaning minarets and pointed mausoleums peeping above the trees. We rode through the vast burying grounds, a perfect forest of upright stones 7 or 8 feet high of the richest red color, most delicately and tastefully carved with arabesque ornaments and inscriptions in the massive character of the early Mussulman age. In the midst of them rose here and there a conical turba of beautiful shape, covered with exquisite tracery. The monuments of the dead still stand and have become the monuments of a city, itself long crumbled into dust. Amidst orchards and gardens are scattered here and there low houses rudely built out of the remains of the earlier habitations, and fragments of cornice and sculpture are piled up into the walls around the cultivated plots. Beyond the turba, said to be that of Sultan Bandur, through a deep ravine such as I have already described, runs a bawling stream, crossed by an old bridge. Orchards and gardens make the bottom of the narrow valley, and the cultivated ledges, as seen from above, a bed of foliage. The lofty perpendicular rocks rising on both sides are literally honeycombed with entrances to artificial caves, ancient tombs, or dwelling places. On a high, isolated mass of sandstone stand the walls and towers of a castle, the remains of the ancient city of Kelath, celebrated in Armenian history, and one of the seats of Armenian power. I descended to the crumbling ruins and examined the excavations in the rocks. The latter are now used as habitations and as stables for herds and flocks. Many of the tombs are approached by flights of steps, also cut in the rock. An entrance, generally square, unless subsequently widened and either perfectly plain or decorated with a simple cornice, opens into a spacious chamber, which frequently leads into others on the same level or by narrow flights of steps into upper rooms. There are no traces of the means by which these entrances were closed. They probably were so by stones, turning on rude hinges or rolling on rollers. Leaving the valley and winding through a forest of fruit trees, here and there interspersed with a few primitive dwellings, I came to the old Turkish castle, standing on the very edge of the lake. It is a pure Ottoman edifice, less ancient than the turbas, or the old walls towering above the ravine. Inscriptions over the gateways state that it was partly built by Sultan Salim and partly by Sultan Suleiman, and over the northern entrance occurs the date of 975 of the Hijra. In the fort there dwelt, until very recently, a notorious Kurdish freebooter of the name of Muhammad Bey, who, secure in his stronghold, ravaged the surrounding country and sorely vexed its Christian inhabitants. He fled on the approach of the Turkish troops after their successful expedition against Nur-ula Bey and is supposed to be wandering in the mountains of southern Kurdistan. The ancient city of Kelath was the capital of the Armenian province of Pesnauni. It came under the Mohammedan power as early as the 9th century, but was conquered by the Greeks of the Lower Empire at the end of the 10th. The Seljuks took it from them, and it then again became a Mussulman principality. It was long a place of contention for the early Arab and Tartar conquerors. Shah Arman reduced it towards the end of the 12th century. It was besieged without result by the celebrated Salah ad-Din, and was finally captured by his nephew, the son of Malik Adil, in AD 1207. The sun was setting as I returned to the tents. The whole scene was lighted up with its golden tints, and Claude never composed a subject more beautiful than was here furnished by nature herself. I was seated outside my tent, gazing listlessly on the scene, when I was roused by a well-remembered cry, but one which I had not heard for years. I turned about and saw standing before me a Persian dervish, clothed in a fawn-colored gazelle skin, and wearing the conical red cap, edged with fur, and embroidered in black braid with verses from the Quran and invocations to Ali, the patron of his sect. He was no less surprised than I had been at his greeting when I gave him the answer peculiar to men of his order. He was my devoted friend and servant from that moment, and sent his boy to fetch a dish of pears, for which he actually refused a present 10 times their value. Whilst we were seated chatting in the soft moonlight, Hormuzd was suddenly embraced by a young man resplendent with silk and gold embroidery and armed to the teeth. He was a chief from the district of Mosul, and well known to us. Hearing of our arrival, he had hastened from his village at some distance to welcome us, and to endeavor to persuade me to move the encampment and partake of his hospitality. Failing, of course, in prevailing upon me to change my quarters for the night, he sent his servant to his wife, who was a lady of Mosul, and formerly a friend of my companions, for a sheep. We found ourselves thus unexpectedly amongst friends. Our circle was further increased by Christians and Mussulmans of Aklat, and the night was far spent before we retired to rest. In the morning, soon after sunrise, I renewed my wanderings amongst the ruins, first calling upon the mudir, or governor, who received me seated under his own fig tree. He was an old greybeard, a native of the place, and of a straightforward, honest bearing. I had to listen to the usual complaints of poverty and overtaxation, although, after all, the village with its extensive gardens only contributed yearly 10 purses, or less than £45, to the public revenue. This sum seemed small enough, but without trade, and distant from any high road, there is not a parah of ready money, according to the mudir, in the place. From the mudir's house, I rode to the more ancient part of the city, and to the rock tombs. I entered many of these, and found all of them to be of the same character, though varying in size. Amongst them there are galleries and passages in the cliffs without apparent use, and flights of steps, cut out of the rock, which seem to lead nowhere. I searched and inquired in vain for inscriptions and remains of sculpture, and yet the place is of undoubted antiquity, and in the immediate vicinity of contemporary sites where cuneiform inscriptions do exist. During my wanderings, I entered an Armenian church and convent standing on the ledge of rock overhanging the stream, about 4 miles up the southern ravine. The convent was tenanted by a bishop and 2 priests. They dwelt in a small low room, scarcely lighted by a hole carefully blocked up with a sheet of oiled paper to shut out the cold. Dark, musty, and damp, a very parish clerk in England would have shuddered at the sight of such a residence. Their bed, a carpet worn to threads, spread on the rotten boards. Their diet, the coarsest sandy bread and a little sour curds with beans and mangy meat for a jubilee. A miserable old woman sat in a kind of vault under the staircase preparing their food, and passing her days in pushing to and fro with her skinny hands the goat skin containing the milk to be shaken into butter. She was the housekeeper and handmaiden of the episcopal establishment. The church was somewhat higher, though even darker than the dwelling room, and was partly used to store a heap of mouldy corn and some primitive agricultural implements. The whole was well and strongly built, and had the evident marks of antiquity. The bishop showed me a rude cross carved on a rock outside the convent, which, he declared, had been cut by one of the disciples of the Saviour himself. It is, at any rate, considered a relic of very great sanctity, and is an object of pilgrimage for the surrounding Christian population. On my return to our encampment, the tents were struck, and the caravan had already begun its march. Time would not permit me to delay, and with a deep longing to linger on this favored spot, I slowly followed the road leading along the margin of the lake to Bytlis. I've seldom seen a fairer scene, one richer in natural beauties. The artist and the lover of nature may equally find at Aklat objects of study and delight. The architect, or the traveler, interested in the history of that graceful and highly original branch of art, which attained its full perfection under the Arab rulers of Egypt and Spain, should extend his journey to the remains of ancient Armenian cities, far from high roads and mostly unexplored. He would then trace how that architecture, deriving its name from Byzantium, had taken the same development in the East as it did in the West, and how its subsequent combination with the elaborate decoration, the varied outline, and tasteful coloring of Persia had produced the style termed Saracenic, Arabic, and Moresque. He would discover, almost daily, details, ornaments, and forms, recalling to his mind the various orders of architecture, which, at an early period, succeeded to each other in Western Europe and in England, modifications of style for which we are mainly indebted to the East during its close union with the West by bond of Christianity. The Crusaders, too, brought back into Christendom, on their return from Asia, a taste for that rich and harmonious union of color and architecture which had already been so successfully introduced by the Arabs into the countries they had conquered. Our road skirted the foot of the Nimrod Dog, which stretches from Aklat to the southern extremity of the lake. We crossed several dikes of lava and scoria, with wide mud torrents now dry, the outpourings of a volcano long since extinct. Our road gradually led away from the lake. With Kawal Yusuf and my companions, I left the caravan far behind. The night came on, and we were shrouded in darkness. We sought in vain for the village which was to afford us a resting place, and soon lost our uncertain track. The Kawal took the opportunity of relating tales collected during former journeys on this spot, of robber Kurds and murdered travelers, which did not tend to remove the anxiety felt by some of my party. At length, after wandering to and fro for about an hour, we heard the distant jingle of the caravan bells. We rode in the direction of the welcome sound, and soon found ourselves at the Armenian village of Keswak, standing in a small bay and sheltered by a rocky promontory jutting boldly into the lake. Next morning, we rode along the margin of the lake, still crossing the spurs of the Nimrod Dog, furrowed by numerous streams of lava and mud. In one of the deep gullies, opening from the mountain to the water's edge, are a number of isolated masses of sandstone, worn into fantastic shapes by the winter torrents which sweep down from the hills. The people of the country call them the Camels of Nimrod. Tradition says that the rebellious patriarch, endeavoring to build an inaccessible castle, strong enough to defy both God and man, the Almighty, to punish his arrogance, turned the workmen, as they were working, into stone. The rocks on the border of the lake are the camels who, with their burdens, were petrified into a perpetual memorial of the divine vengeance. The unfinished walls of the castle are still to be seen on the top of the mountain, and the surrounding country, the seat of a primeval race, abounds in similar traditions. We left the southern end of the lake, near the Armenian village of Tadwan, once a place of some importance, and soon entered a rugged ravine, worn by the mountain rills collected into a large stream. This was one of the many headwaters of the Tigris. It was flowing tumultuously to our own bourne, and, as we gazed upon the troubled waters, they seemed to carry us nearer to our journey's end. The ravine was at first wild and rocky. Cultivated spots next appeared, scattered in the dry bed of the torrent. Then a few gigantic trees, gardens, and orchards followed, and at length the narrow valley opened on the long, straggling town of Bytlis. The governor here had provided quarters for us in a large house belonging to an Armenian who had been tailor to Badar Khan Bey. My party was now, for the first time during the journey, visited with that curse of Eastern travel, fever and ague. The doctor was prostrate, and having then no experience of the malady, at once had dreams of typhus and malignant fever. A day's rest was necessary, and our jaded horses needed it as well as we, for there were bad mountain roads and long marches before us. I had a further object in remaining. This was, to obtain indemnity for the robbery committed on some relations of Kawal Yusuf 2 years before. The official order of Rashid Pasha, the governor's intervention, speedily effected the desired arrangement. The governor ordered Kawasses to accompany me through the town. I had been told that ancient inscriptions existed in the castle or on the rock, but I searched in vain for them. Those pointed out to me were early Mohammedan. Bitlis contains many picturesque remains of mosques, baths, and bridges, and was once a place of considerable size and importance. It is built in the very bottom of a deep valley and on the sides of ravines worn by small tributaries of the Tigris. The export trade is chiefly supplied by the produce of the mountains: galls, honey, wax, wool, and carpets and stuffs, woven and dyed in the tents. The dyes of Kurdistan, and particularly those from the districts around Bitlis, Sirte, and Jazira, are celebrated for their brilliancy. They are made from herbs gathered in the mountains, and from indigo, yellow berries, and other materials imported into the country. The carpets are of a rich, soft texture, the patterns displaying considerable elegance and taste. They are much esteemed in Turkey. There was a fair show of Manchester goods and coarse English cutlery in the shops. The sale of arms, once extensively carried on, had been prohibited. Having examined the town, I visited the Armenian bishop, who dwells in a large convent in one of the ravines branching off from the main valley. On my way, I passed several hot springs, some gurgling up in the very bed of the torrent. The bishop was maudlin, old, and decrepit. He cried over his own personal woes and over those of his community, abused the Turks and the American missionaries, whispering confidentially in my ear as if the Kurds were at his door. He insisted in the most endearing terms, and occasionally throwing his arms round my neck, that I should drink a couple glasses of fiery Rocky, although it was still early morning, pledging me himself in each glass. He showed me his church, an ancient building, well hung with miserable daubs of saints and miracles. There are 3 roads from Bitlis to Jazira, 2 over the mountains through Sirte, generally frequented by caravans, but very difficult and precipitous. A third, more circuitous, and winding through the valleys of the eastern branch of the Tigris. I chose the last, as it enabled me to visit the Yazidi villages of the district of Kurzan. We left Bitlis on the 20th. About 5 miles from Bitlis, the road is carried by a tunnel, about 20 feet in length, through a mass of calcareous rock projecting like a huge rib from the mountain's side. The mineral stream, which in the lapse of ages has formed this deposit, is still at work, projecting great stalactites from its sides and threatening to close ere long the tunnel itself. There is no inscription to record by whom and at what period this passage was cut. We continued during the following day in the same ravine, crossing by ancient bridges the stream, which was gradually gathering strength as it advanced towards the low country. About noon, we passed a large Kurdish village called Goina, belonging to Sheikh Qasim, one of those religious fanatics who are the curse of Kurdistan. He was notorious for his hatred of the Yazidis. On those districts he had committed numerous depredations, murdering those who came within his reach. His last expedition had not proved successful. He was repulsed with the loss of many of his followers. We encamped in the afternoon on the bank of the torrent, near a cluster of Kurdish tents, concealed from view by brushwood and high reeds. The owners were poor but hospitable, bringing us a lamb, yogurt, and milk. Late in the evening, a party of horsemen rode to our encampment. They were a young Kurdish chief, with his retainers, carrying off a girl with whom he had fallen in love, not an uncommon occurrence in Kurdistan. They dismounted, ate bread, and then hastened on their journey to escape pursuit. Starting next morning soon after dawn, we rode for 2 hours along the banks of the stream, and then, turning from the valley, entered a country of low, undulating hills. We halted for a few minutes in the village of Omais el-Koran, belonging to one of the innumerable saints of the Kurdish mountains. The sheikh himself was on the terrace superintending the repair of his house, gratuitously undertaken by the neighboring villagers, who came eagerly to engage in a good and pious work. Leaving a small plain, we ascended a low range of hills by a precipitous pathway, and halted on the summit at a Kurdish village named Koki. It was filled with Bashi Bozuks, or irregular troops, collecting the revenue, and there was such a general confusion, quarreling of men and screaming of women, that we could scarcely get bread to eat. Yet the officer assured me that the whole sum to be raised amounted to no more than 70 piastres, about 13 shillings. The poverty of the village must indeed have been extreme, or the bad will of the inhabitants outrageous. It was evening before we descended into the plain country of the district of Kurzan. The Yazidi village of Hamki had been visible for some time from the heights, and we turned towards it. As the sun was fast sinking, the peasants were leaving the threshing floor and gathering together their implements of husbandry. They saw the large company of horsemen drawing nigh, and took us for irregular troops, the terror of an eastern village. Kowal Yusuf, concealing all but his eyes with the Arab keffiyeh which he then wore, rode into the midst of them and demanded in a peremptory voice provisions and quarters for the night. The poor creatures huddled together, unwilling to grant, yet fearing to refuse. The Kowal, having enjoyed their alarm for a moment, threw his kerchief from his face, exclaiming, "O evil ones, will you refuse bread to your priest, and turn him hungry from your door?" There was surely then no unwillingness to receive us. Casting aside their shovels and forks, the men threw themselves upon the Kowal, each struggling to kiss his hand. The news spread rapidly, and the rejoicing was so great that the village was alive with merriment and feasting. Yusuf was soon seated in the midst of a circle of the elders. He told his whole history with such details and illustrations as an Eastern alone can introduce, to bring every fact vividly before his listeners. Nothing was omitted. His arrival at Constantinople, his reception by me, his introduction to the ambassador, his interview with the great ministers of state, the firman of future protection for the Yazidis, prospect of peace and happiness for the tribe, our departure from the capital, the nature of steamboats, the tossing of the waves, the pains of seasickness, and our journey to Curzan. Not the smallest particular was forgotten, and, when he had finished, it was my turn to be the object of unbounded welcomes and salutations. As the Kowal sat on the ground, with his noble features and flowing robes, surrounded by the elders of the village, eager listeners to every word which dropped from their priest, and looking towards him with looks of profound veneration, the picture brought vividly to my mind many scenes described in the sacred volumes. Let the painter who would throw off the conventionalities of the age, who would feel as well as portray the incidents of Holy Writ, wander in the East, and mix, not as the ordinary traveler, but as a student of men and of nature, with its people. He will daily meet with customs which he will otherwise be at a loss to understand, and be brought face to face with those who have retained with little change the manners, language, and dress of a patriarchal race. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tyrel Sorensen. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 3. Reception by the Yazidis. Village of Gezelder. Triumphal March to Redwan. Armenian Church. The Meliktaus, or Brazen Bird. Tile. Valley of the Tigris. Bas-reliefs. Journey to Daraboin. To Samil. Abde Aga. Journey to Mosul. The Yazidi Chiefs. Arrival at Mosul. Xenophon's march from Zab to the Black Sea. I was awoke on the following morning by the tread of horses and the noise of many voices. The good people of Hamki, having sent messengers in the night to the surrounding villages to spread the news of our arrival, a large body of Yazidis on horse and on foot had already assembled, although it was not yet dawn, to greet us and escort us on our journey. They were dressed in the gayest garments, and had adorned their turbans with flowers and green leaves. Their chief was Akko, a warrior well known to the Yazidi wars, still active and daring, although his beard had long turned gray. The head of the village of Gezeldir, with the principal inhabitants, had come to invite me to eat bread in his house, and we followed him. As we rode along, we were joined by parties of horsemen and footmen, each man kissing my hand as he arrived, and the horsemen alighting for that purpose. Before we reached Gezeldir, the procession had swollen to many hundreds. The men had assembled at some distance from the village, the women and children, dressed in their holiday attire and carrying boughs of trees, congregated on the housetops. Soon after our arrival, several fakirs, in their dark coarse dresses and red and black turbans, came to us from the neighboring villages. Other chiefs and horsemen also flocked in, and were invited to join in the feast, which was not, however, served up until Kowal Yusuf had related his whole history once more, without omitting a single detail. After we had eaten of stuffed lambs, pilaus, and savory dishes and most luscious grapes, the produce of the district, our entertainer placed a present of home-made carpets at my feet, and we rose to depart. The horsemen, the fakirs, and the principal inhabitants of Gezelder on foot accompanied me. At a short distance from the village, we were met by another large body of Yazidis, and by many Jacobites. A bishop and several priests were with him. 2 hours' ride with this great company, the horsemen galloping to and fro, the footmen discharging their firearms, brought us to the village of Koshana. The whole of the population, mostly dressed in pure white, and wearing leaves and flowers in their turbans, had turned out to meet us. Women stood on the roadside with jars of fresh water and bowls of sour milk, whilst others with the children were assembled on the housetops, making the talel. Resisting an invitation to alight and eat bread, and having merely stopped to exchange salutations with those who assembled, I continued on the road to Redwan, our party swollen by a fresh accession of followers from the village. As we passed through the defile leading into the plain of Redwan, We had the appearance of a triumphal procession, but as we approached the small town, a still more enthusiastic reception awaited us. First came a large body of horsemen collected from the place itself and the neighboring villages. They were followed by Yazidis on foot, carrying flowers and branches of trees, and preceded by musicians playing on the tabul and zernai. Next were the Armenian community, headed by their clergy, and then the Jacobite and other Christian sects, also with their respective priests. The women and children lined the entrance to the place and thronged the housetops. I alighted amidst the din of music and the Tyrel at the house of Nazi, the chief of the whole Yazidi district, 2 sheep being slain before me as I took my feet from the stirrups. I took up my quarters in the Armenian church, dining in the evening with the chiefs to witness the festivities. The change was indeed grateful to me, and I found at length a little repose and leisure to reflect upon the gratifying scene to which I had that day been witness. I have, perhaps, been too minute in the account of my reception at Redwan, but I record with pleasure this instance of a sincere and spontaneous display of gratitude on the part of a much maligned and oppressed race. To those, unfortunately too many, who believe that Easterns can only be managed by violence and swayed by fear, let this record be a proof that there are high and generous feelings which may not only be relied and acted upon without interfering with their authority or compromising their dignity, but with every hope of laying the foundation of real attachment and mutual esteem. The church stands on the slope of a mound, on the summit of which are the ruins of a castle belonging to the former chiefs of Redwan. It was built expressly for the Christians of the Armenian sect by Mirza Aga, the last semi-independent Yazidi chief, a pleasing example of toleration and liberality well worthy of imitation by more civilized men. Service was performed in the open Iwan, or large vaulted chamber, during the afternoon, the congregation kneeling uncovered in the yard. The priests of the different communities called upon me as soon as I was ready to receive their visits. The most intelligent amongst them was a Roman Catholic Chaldean, a good-humored, tolerant fellow, who, with a very small congregation of his own, did not bear any ill will to his neighbors. With the principal Yazidi chiefs, too, I had a long and interesting conversation on the state of their people and on their projects. Redwan is called a town because it has a bazaar and is the chief place of a considerable district. It may contain about 800 rudely built huts and stands on a large stream, which joins the Deir Bekere branch of the Tigris, about 5 or 6 miles below. The inhabitants are Yazidis, with the exception of about 100 Armenian and 40 or 50 Jacobite and Chaldean families. A Turkish mudir, or petty governor, generally resides in the place, but was absent at the time of my visit. We slept in a long room opening on the courtyard, and were awoke long before daybreak by the jingling of small bells and the mumbling of priests. It was Sunday, and the Armenians commenced their church services betimes. I gazed half dozing, and without rising from my bed, upon the ceremonies, the bowing, raising of crosses, and shaking of bells, which continued for above 3 hours, until priests and congregation must have been well nigh exhausted. The people, as during the previous afternoon service, stood and knelt uncovered in the courtyard. The Qawwals, who are sent yearly by Hussein Bey and Sheikh Nasir to instruct the Yazidis in their faith, and to collect the contributions forming the revenues of the great chief, and of the tomb of Sheikh Adi, were now in Redwan. The same Qawwals do not take the same rounds every year. The Yazidis are parceled out into 4 divisions for the purpose of these annual visitations. Those of the Sinjir, of Kurzan, of the Pashilik of Aleppo, and of the villages in northern Armenia, and within the Russian frontiers. The Yazidis of the Mosul districts have the Qawwals always amongst them. I was aware that on the occasion of these journeys, the priests carry with them the celebrated Malik Taus, or brazen peacock, as a warrant for their mission. As this was a favorable opportunity, I asked and obtained a sight of this mysterious figure. A stand of bright copper or brass, in the shape like the candlesticks generally used in Mosul and Baghdad, was surmounted by the rude image of a bird in the same metal, and more like an Indian or Mexican idol than a cock or peacock. Its peculiar workmanship indicated some antiquity, but I could see no traces of inscription upon it. Before it stood a copper bowl to receive contributions, and a bag to contain the bird and stand, which takes to pieces when carried from place to place. There are 4 such images, one for each district visited by the Qawwals. The Yazidis declare that, notwithstanding the frequent wars and massacres to which the sect has been exposed, and the plunder and murder of the priests during their journeys, no Malek Taus has ever fallen into the hands of the Mussulmans. Mr. Hormuz Rassam was alone permitted to visit the image with me. As I have elsewhere observed, it is not looked upon as an idol, but as a symbol or banner, as Sheikh Nasir termed it, of the house of Hussein Bey. Having breakfasted at Naziz's house, we left Redwan, followed by a large company of Yazidis, whom I had great difficulty in persuading to turn back about 3 or 4 miles from the town. My party was increased by a very handsome black and tan greyhound with long silky hair, a present from old Akko, the Yazidi chief. Tawar, for such was the dog's name, soon forgot his old masters and formed an equal attachment for his new. Kuwal Yusuf and the Yazidi chiefs had sent messengers even to Hussein Bey to apprise him of our coming. As they traveled along, they scattered the news through the country, and I was received outside every village by its inhabitants. At Tilla, the united waters of Bitlis, Sirte, and the upper districts of Botan join the western branch of the Tigris. The two streams are about equal in size, and at this time of year both fordable in certain places. We crossed the lower, or eastern, which we found wide and exceedingly rapid, the water, however, not reaching above the saddle girths. The spot at which we crossed was one of peculiar interest. It was here that the 10,000 in their memorable retreat forded this river, called, by Xenophon, the Centritus. The Greeks, having fought their way over the lofty mountains of the Carduchians, found their further progress towards Armenia arrested by a rapid stream. The ford was deep, and its passage disputed by a formidable force of Armenians, Mygdonians, and Chaldeans, drawn up on an eminence 300 or 400 feet from the river. In this strait Xenophon dreamt that he was in chains, and that suddenly his fetters burst asunder of their own accord. His dream was fulfilled when two youths casually found a more practicable ford, by which the army, after a skillful stratagem on the part of their commander, safely reached the opposite bank. The sun had set before our baggage had been crossed, and we sought by the light of the moon the difficult track along the Tigris, where the river forces its way to the low country of Assyria through a long, narrow, and deep gorge. Huge rocks rose perpendicularly on either side, broken into many fantastic shapes, and throwing their dark shadows over the water. In some places they scarcely left room for the river to pursue its course, and then a footpath, hardly wide enough to admit the loaded mules, was carried along a mere ledge overhanging the gurgling stream. The gradual deepening of this outlet during countless centuries is strikingly shown by the ledges which jut out like a succession of cornices from the sides of the cliffs. The last ledge left by the retiring waters formed our pathway. We found no village until we reached Chelek. The place had been deserted by its inhabitants for the Yilaks, or mountain pastures. For 3 hours during the following morning, we followed the bold and majestic ravine of the Tigris, scenes rivaling each other in grandeur and beauty opening at every turn. Leaving the river, where it makes a sudden bend to the northward, we commenced a steep ascent, and in an hour and a half reached the Christian village of Kuwara. We rested during the heat of the day under the grateful shade of a grove of trees, and in the afternoon we stood on the brink of the great platform of Central Asia. Beneath us were the vast plains of Mesopotamia, lost in the hazy distance, the undulating land between them and the Taurus confounded, from so great a height, with the plains themselves. The hills of Sinjar and Zako, like ridges on an embossed map, the Tigris and the Kabur, winding through the low country to their place of junction at Darabun. To the right, facing the setting sun and catching its last rays, the high cone of Mardin. Behind, a confused mass of peaks, some snow-capped, all rugged and broken, of the lofty mountains of Botan and Malateya, between them and the northern range of Taurus, the deep ravine of the river and the valley of Redwan. I watched the shadows as they lengthened over the plain, melting one by one into the general gloom, and then descended to the large Kurdish village of Funduk, whose inhabitants, during the rule of Beder Khan Bey, were notorious amongst even the savage tribes of Botan for their hatred and insolence to Christians. Although we had now nothing to fear, I preferred seeking another spot for our night's halt, but this was not permitted by Rasul Kiya, who sent after us, and was so urgent in his hospitality that we were compelled to pass the night in the village. The Kurds of Funduk wear the Botan dress in its full perfection, a turban nearly 3 feet in diameter, shalwars or trousers of enormous width, loose embroidered jackets, and shirt sleeves sweeping the ground, all being striped deep dull red and black, except the underlinen and one kerchief tied diagonally across the turban, which is generally of bright yellow. They are armed, too, to the teeth, and as they crouched round the fires on the housetops, their savage countenances peering through the gloom, my London companion, unused to such scenes, might well have fancied himself in a den of thieves. The Kiya, notwithstanding his bad reputation, was exact in all the duties of hospitality. The supper was abundant, the coffee flowed perpetually, and he satisfied my curiosity upon many points of revenue, internal administration, tribe history, and local curiosities. We passed the night on the roof without any adventure, and resumed our journey before dawn on the following morning, to the great relief of Mr. C., who rejoiced to feel himself well out of the hands of such dangerous hosts. Crossing a mountain wooded with dwarf oaks by a very difficult pathway, carried along and over rocks containing many excavated tombs, we descended to Phoenique, a village on the Tigris, supposed to occupy the site of an ancient town, Phoenicia. After we had breakfasted, some Kurds who had gathered round us offered to take me to a rock sculptured, they said, with unknown Frank figures. We rode up the narrow and shady ravine, through which leapt a brawling torrent, watering fruit trees and melon beds. The rocks on both sides were honeycombed with tombs. The bas-relief is somewhat above the line of cultivation and is surrounded by excavated chambers. It consists of 2 figures, dressed in loose vests and trousers, one apparently resting his hand on the shoulder of the other. There are the remains of an inscription, but too much weather-worn to be copied with any accuracy. The costume of the figures and the forms of the characters, as far as they can be distinguished, prove that the tablet belongs to the Parthian period. We quitted Finnick in the afternoon. Accompanied by Kuwal Yusuf and Mr. C, I left the caravan to examine some rock sculptures in a valley leading from Jazira to Dergile, the former stronghold of Badr Khan Bey. The sculptures are about 2 miles from the high road, near a small fort built by Mir Saif ed-Din and now occupied by a garrison of Arnauts. There are 2 tablets, one above the other. The upper contains a warrior on horseback, the lower a single figure. Although no traces of inscription remain, the bas-reliefs may confidently be assigned to the same period as that at Finnick. We found the caravan at Mansuria, where they had established themselves for the night. This is one of the very few Nestorian Chaldean villages of the plains which has not gone over to the Roman Catholic faith. It contains a church and supports a priest. The inhabitants complained much of oppression, and unfortunately, chiefly from brother Christians, formerly of their own creed. I was much struck with the intelligence and beauty of the children. One boy, scarcely 12 years of age, was already a shamasha, or deacon, and could read with ease the scriptures and the commentaries. We left Mansuraya at 4 in the morning, passing Jazira about dawn, its towers and walls just visible through the haze on the opposite bank of the Tigris. Shortly after, we were unexpectedly met by a number of Yazidi horsemen, from whom we learnt that the country was in a very disturbed state on account of the incursions of the desert Arabs. But as a strong party was waiting to accompany us to Samil, I determined upon taking the shorter, though more dangerous and less frequented, road by Dirabaun. This road, impracticable to caravans, except when the river Kabur is fordable, winds round the spur of the Zakho hills, and thus avoids a difficult and precipitous pass. Deraboun is a large Yazidi village standing on the western spur of the Zakho range. Numerous springs burst from the surrounding rocks and irrigate extensive rice grounds. Below is the large Christian village of Feshapur, where there is a ferry across the Tigris. We were most hospitably entertained by the Yazidi chief, one of the horsemen who had met us near Jazira. We mounted our horses as the moon rose, and resumed our journey accompanied by a strong escort, which left us when we were within 5 or 6 miles of Samil. It was late in the forenoon before we reached our halting place, after a dreary and fatiguing ride. We were now fairly in the Assyrian plains. The heat was intense, that heavy heat which seems to paralyze all nature, causing the very air itself to vibrate. The high artificial mound of the Yazidi village, crowned by a modern mud-built castle, had been visible in the distance long before we reached it, miraged into double its real size, and into an imposing group of towers and fortifications. Almost overcome with weariness, we toiled up to it, and found its owner, Abdi Aga, the Yazidi chieftain, seated in the gate, a vaulted entrance with deep recesses on both sides, used as places of assembly for business during the day, and as places of rest for guests during the night. He was of tall, commanding figure, with the deepest and most powerful voice I had ever heard. We arrived earlier than he had expected, our forced march from Deraboun having saved us some hours, and he apologized for not having ridden out to meet us. His reception was most hospitable. The lamb was slain and the feast prepared. But a sudden attack by the Bedouin on a neighboring village obliged him to reluctantly leave us and be absent during our stay. Being urged to depart, through apprehension of the Bedouin, we pushed forward when suddenly a large body of horsemen appeared on a rising ground to the east of us. We could scarcely expect Arabs from that quarter. However, all our party was made ready for an attack. Kuwal Yusuf and myself, being the best mounted, rode towards them to reconnoiter. Then 1 or 2 horsemen advanced warily from the opposite party. We neared each other. Yusuf spied the well-known black turban, dashed forward with a shout of joy, and in a moment we were surrounded and in the embrace of friends. Hussein Bey and Sheikh Nasir, with the Kuwals and Yazidi elders, had ridden nearly 40 miles through the night to meet and escort me, if needful, to Mosul. Their delight at seeing us knew no bounds, nor was I less touched at the display of gratitude and good feeling, equally unexpected and sincere. They rode with us as far as Tel Eskaf, where the danger from the Arabs ceased, and I was now once more with old friends. In the afternoon, as we rode towards Tel Kef, I left the high road with Hormuzd to drink water at some Arab tents. As we approached, we were greeted with exclamations of joy, and were soon in the midst of a crowd of men and women, kissing our knees and exhibiting other tokens of welcome. They were Jebors, who had been employed in the excavations. Hearing that we were again going to dig after old stones, they once set about striking their tents to join us at Mosul or Nimrod. As we neared Tel Kef, we found groups of my old superintendents and workmen by the roadside. There were Fat Toma, Mansour, Benin, and Hana, joyful at meeting me once more, and at the prospect of fresh service. In the village we found Mr. Rassam, the vice-consul, and Koja Toma, his dragoman, who had made ready the feast for us at the house of the Chaldean bishop. Next morning, as we rode the last 3 hours of our journey, we met fresh groups of familiar faces. Then as we ascend an eminence midway, walls, towers, minarets, and domes rise boldly from the margin of the broad river, cheating us into belief, too soon to be dispelled, that Mosul is still a not unworthy representative of the great Nineveh. As we draw near, the long line of lofty mounds, the only remains of mighty bulwarks and spacious gates, detach themselves from the low undulating hills. Now the vast mound of Koyunjik overtops the surrounding heaps. Then above it peers the white cone of the tomb of the prophet Jonah. Many other well-remembered spots follow in rapid succession, but we cannot linger. Hastening over the creaking bridge of boats, we force our way through the crowded bazaars and alight at the house I had left 2 years ago. Old servants take their places as a matter of course, and, uninvited, pursue their regular occupations as if they had never been interrupted. Indeed, it seemed as if we had but returned from a summer's ride. 2 years had passed away like a dream. I may in this place add a few words on the part of the route pursued by Xenophon and the 10,000 during their memorable retreat, the identification of which had been one of my principal objects during our journey. I have, in the course of my narrative, already pointed out 1 or 2 spots signaled by remarkable events on their march. I must first state my conviction that the Parsong, like its representative, the modern Farsong or Farsakh of Persia, was not a measure of distance very accurately determined, but rather indicated a certain amount of time employed in traveling a given space. That Xenophon reckoned by the common mode of computation of the country is evident, by his employing, almost always, the Persian parasong instead of the Greek stadium, and that the parasong was the same as the modern hour, we find by the distance between Larissa, Nimrod, and Mespila, Koyunjuk, being given as 6 parasongs, corresponding exactly with the number of hours assigned by the present inhabitants of the country and by the authorities of the Turkish post to the same road. The 6 hours in this instance are equal to about 18 English miles. The ford, by which the Greeks crossed the Great Zabates, may, I think, be accurately determined. It is still the principal ford in this part of the river and must, from the nature of the bed of the stream, have been so from the earliest periods. It is about 25 miles from the confluence of the Zab and the Tigris. The Greeks could not have crossed the Zab above the spot I have indicated, as the bed above the river is deep and confined within high rocky banks. They might have done so below the junction of the Gazir, and a ravine worn by winter rains may correspond with the valley mentioned by Xenophon, but I think the Gazir is far more likely to have been the torrent bed viewed with so much alarm by the Greek commander, and the passage of which Mithridates might have disputed with some prospect of success. That Larissa and Mespila are represented by the ruins of Nimrod and Koyunjuk no one can reasonably doubt. Xenophon's description corresponds most accurately with the ruins and with the distance between them. From Mespila the Greeks marched 4 parasongs, and probably halted near the modern village of Batnai, between Tel Kef and Tel Eskaf, an ancient site exactly 4 hours, by the usual caravan road, from Koyunjuk. Instead of fording the Kabur near its junction with the Tigris and thus avoiding the hills, they crossed them by a precipitous pass to the site of modern Zakko. They reached this range in 4 days, traversing it on the 5th, probably by the modern caravan road. They were probably much retarded during this last day by having to fight their way over 3 distinct mountain ridges. It is remarkable that Xenophon does not mention the Kahur, although he must have crossed that river either by a ford or by a bridge before reaching the plain. Yet the stream is broad and rapid, and the fords at all times deep. Nor does he allude to the Hazel, a confluent of the Kabur, to which he came during his first day's march, after leaving Zakko. These omissions prove that he does not give an accurate itinerary of his route. 4 days' march, the first of only 60 stadia, or about 7 miles, brought the Greeks to the high mountains of Kurdistan, which, meeting the Tigris, shut out all further advance except by difficult and precipitous passes, already occupied by the Persians. Xenophon, having dislodged the enemy from the first ridge, returned to the main body of the army, which had remained on the plain. This must have been near Finik, where the very foot of the Kurdish mountains is first washed by the river. The spot agrees accurately with Xenophon's description, as it does with the distance. "The Greeks," he says, "come to a place where the river Tigris is, both from its depth and breadth, absolutely impassable. No road appeared, no craggy mountain of the Carduchians hanging over the river." Xenophon preferred the route across the mountains of Kurdistan, as it led into Armenia, a country from which they might choose their own road to the sea, and which abounded in villages and the necessaries of life. Beyond the Carduchian mountains there were, according to the prisoners, 2 roads into Armenia, one crossing the headwaters of the principal branch of the Tigris, the other going round them, that is, leaving them to the left. These are the roads to this day followed by caravans, one crossing the plains of Kurzan to Bekere, and thence, by well-known mountain passes to Karput, the other passing through Bitlis. Xenophon chose the latter. The villages in the valleys and recesses of the mountains are still found around Funduk, and, on their first day's march over the Carduchian hills, the Greeks probably reached the neighborhood of this village. There now remained about 10 parsangs to the plain through which flows the eastern branch of the Tigris, but the country was difficult, and at this time of the year, nearly midwinter, the lower road along the river was impassable. The Greeks had, therefore, to force their way over a series of difficult passes, all stoutly defended by warlike tribes. They were consequently 4 days in reaching the Centritis, or eastern Tigris, the united waters of the rivers of Bitlis, Surt, and Botan. It was impossible to cross that river at this spot in the face of the enemy. At length, a ford was discovered higher up, and Xenophon, by skillful strategy, effected the passage. This must have been a short distance from Tilla, as the river, narrowed between rocky banks, is no longer fordable higher up. Owing to the frequent incursions of the Carduchi, the villages along the banks of the Bitlis had been abandoned, and the Greeks were compelled to turn to the westward to find provisions and habitations. Still, there was no road into Armenia, particularly at this time of year, for an army encumbered with baggage, except that through the Bitlis valley. The remains of an ancient causeway are even now to be traced, and this has probably always been the great thoroughfare between western Armenia and the Assyrian plains. Xenophon consequently made nearly the same detour as I had made on my way from Constantinople. 6 marches, of 5 parasangs each, brought them to the small river Teleboas, which I believe to have been the river of Bitlis. After crossing the low country of Kurzan, well described by Xenophon as a plain varied by hills of an easy ascent, the Greeks must necessarily have turned slightly to the eastward to reach the Bitlis valley, as inaccessible mountains stopped all further progress. My caravan was 33 hours in journeying from Bitlis to Tella, corresponding exactly with the 6 days' march of the Greeks. They probably came to the river somewhat below the site of the modern town, where it well deserves the epithet of beautiful. It may have then had, as at this day, many villages near its banks. It will be observed that Xenophon says that they came to, not that they crossed, the Teleboas. From this river they reached the Euphrates in 6 marches, making, as usual, 5 parasangs each day. In all, 30 parasangs, or hours. I believe, therefore, that, after issuing from the valley of Bitlis, Xenophon turned to the westward, leaving the lake of Wan a little to the right, though completely concealed from him by a range of low hills. Skirting the western foot of the Nimrod Dog range, he passed through a plain thickly inhabited, abounding in well-provisioned villages, and crossed here and there by ranges of hills. This country still tallies precisely with Xenophon's description. We have not, I conceive, sufficient data in Xenophon's narrative to identify with any degree of certainty his route after crossing the Euphrates. We know that about 20 parasangs from that river the Greeks encamped near a hot spring, and this spring might be recognized in one of many which abound in the country. It is most probable that the Greeks still took the road still used by caravans through the plains of Hinnis and Hassan Kala as offering the fewest difficulties. But what rivers are we to identify with the Phasis and Harpasus? The distance between the Euphrates and Phasis being 70 parasangs, and between the Phasis and Harpasus 95, and the Harpasus being the larger of the 2 rivers. I am on the whole inclined to believe that either the Greeks took a very tortuous course after leaving the Euphrates, making daily but little actual progress towards the great end of their arduous journey, the seacoast, or that there is a considerable error in the amount of parasangs given by Xenophon, that the Harpasus must be the Cheruk, and the Phasis either the Araxes or the Kur, and that Mount Thecus, the holy mountain from which the Greeks beheld the sea, was between Batun and Trebizond, the army having followed the valley of the Cheruk, but leaving it before reaching the site of the modern port on the Black Sea. End of Chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sim. Discoveries among the ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 4. State of the excavations on my return to Mosul. Discoveries at Kuyunyik. Tunnels in the mound. Bas-reliefs representing Assyrian conquests. A well. Siege of a city. Nature of sculptures at Kuyunyik. Arrangements for renewal of excavations. Description of mound. Giamil Pasha. Visit to Sheikh Adi. Yazidi ceremonies. Sheikh Jindi. Yazidi meeting. Dress of the women. Bavian. Doctrines of the Yazidi. Jereya. Return to Mosul. On the morning after our arrival in Mosul, I rode at sunrise to Kuyunyik. The reader may remember that, on my return to Europe in 1847, Mr. Ross had continued the researches in that mound, and had uncovered several interesting bas-reliefs, which I have already described from his own account of his discoveries. That gentleman had, to my great regret, left Mosul. Since his departure, the excavations had been placed under the charge of Mr. Rassam, the English Vice-Consul, who was directed by the trustees of the British Museum to employ a small number of men, rather to retain possession of the spot and to prevent interference on the part of others, than to carry on extensive operations. Thomas Shishman, or the Fat, was still the overseer of the workmen, and accompanied me on my first visit to the ruins. But little change had taken place in the great mound since I had last seen it. It was yellow and bare, as it always is at this time of the year. Heaps of earth marked the site of former excavations, the chambers first discovered having been again completely buried with rubbish. Of the sculptured walls laid bare 2 years before, no traces now remained. The trenches dug under Mr. Ross's directions in the southern corner, opposite the town of Mosul, were still open. It was evident at a glance that the chambers he had entered did not, as he had been led to suppose, belong to a second palace. They formed part of the same great edifice once standing on this angle of the mound, and already partly explored. The style of the bas-reliefs and of the inscriptions marked them at once as of the same epoch as those previously discovered. The walls of 2 chambers had been laid bare. In one, the lower part of a long series of sculptures was still partly preserved, but the upper had been completely destroyed, the very alabaster itself having disappeared. The bas-reliefs recorded the subjection by the Assyrian king of a nation inhabiting the banks of a river. The captive women are distinguished by long embroidered robes fringed with tassels, and the castles have a peculiar wedge-shaped ornament on the walls. The towns probably stood in the midst of marshes, as they appear to be surrounded by canes or reeds, as well as by groves of palm trees. The Assyrians, having captured the strong places by escalade, carried the inhabitants into captivity, and drove away cattle, camels, and carts drawn by oxen. Some of the men bear large baskets of osier work, and the women vases or cauldrons. The king, standing in his chariot, attended by his warriors, and preceded by a eunuch, registering the number of prisoners and the amount of the spoil, receives the conquered chiefs. Not a vestige of inscription remains to record the name of the vanquished people, but we may conjecture, from the river and the palm trees, that they inhabited some district in southern Mesopotamia. In the southern wall of this chamber was a doorway formed by plain upright slabs of a close-grained Magnesian limestone, almost as hard as flint. Between them were 2 small crouching lions, in the usual alabaster. This entrance led into a further room, of which only a small part had been explored. The walls were panelled with unsculptured slabs of the same compact limestone. The sculptured remains hitherto discovered in the mound of Kuyunyik had been reached by digging down to them from the surface, and then removing the rubbish. After the departure of Mr. Ross, the accumulation of earth above the ruins had become so considerable, frequently exceeding 30 feet, that the workmen, to avoid the labour of clearing it away, began to tunnel along the walls, sinking shafts at intervals to admit light and air. These long galleries, dimly lighted, lined with the remains of ancient art, broken urns projecting from the crumbling sides, and the wild Arab and hardy Nestorian wandering through their intricacies, or working in their dark recesses, were singularly picturesque. Thomas Shishman had removed the workmen from the southern corner of the mound, where the sculptures were much injured, and had opened tunnels in a part of the building previously explored, commencing where I had left off on my departure from Mosul. I descended into the vaulted passages by an inclined way, through which the workmen issued from beneath to throw away the rubbish dug out from the ruins. At the bottom, I found myself before a wall forming the southern side of the great hall, discovered, though only partly explored, during my former researches. The sculptures, faintly seen through the gloom, were still well enough preserved to give a complete history of the subject represented, although with the rest of the bas-reliefs of Kuyunyik, the fire had nearly turned them to lime, and had cracked them into 1,000 pieces. The faces of the slabs had been entirely covered with figures, varying from 3 inches to 1 foot in height, carefully finished and designed with great spirit. In this series of bas-reliefs, the history of an Assyrian conquest was more fully portrayed than in any other yet discovered, from the going out of the monarch to battle, to his triumphal return after a complete victory. The first part of the subject has already been described in my former work. The king, accompanied by his chariots and horsemen, and leaving his capital in the Assyrian plains, passed through a mountainous and wooded district. He does not appear to have been delayed by the siege of many towns or castles, but to have carried the war at once into the high country. His troops, cavalry and infantry, are represented in close combat with their enemies, pursuing them over hills and through valleys, beside streams and in the midst of vineyards. The Assyrian horsemen are armed with the spear and the bow, using both weapons whilst at full speed. Their opponents seem to be all archers. The vanquished turn to ask for quarter, or wounded fall under the feet of the advancing horses, raising their hands imploringly to ward off the impending death blow. The triumph follows, the king standing in his chariot beneath the royal parasol, followed by long lines of dismounted warriors leading richly caparisoned horses, and by foot soldiers variously armed and accoutred, is receiving the captives and spoil taken from the conquered people. First approach the victorious warriors, throwing the heads of the slain into heaps before the registering officers. They are followed by others leading, and urging onwards with staves, the prisoners, men chained together or bound singly in fetters, and women, some on foot, carrying their children on their shoulders, and leading them by the hand, others riding on mules. The procession is finished by asses, mules, and flocks of sheep. As on the bas-reliefs uncovered by Mr. Ross, there is unfortunately no inscription by which the name of the conquered people can be determined. The mountains, valleys, and streams, the vines and dwarf oaks, probably indicate a region north of Assyria, in Armenia, Media, or Kurdistan. Countries we know to have been invaded by the royal builder of the palace. The dress of the men consists of a short tunic, that of the women of a shirt falling to the ankles and cut low in front of the neck. In the side of the hall sculptured with these bas-reliefs was a wide portal, formed by a pair of gigantic human-headed bulls. They had suffered, like all those previously discovered, from the fire, and the upper part, the wings and human head, had been completely destroyed. The lower half had, however, escaped, and the inscriptions were consequently nearly entire. Joined to the forepart of the bulls were 4 small figures, 2 on each side, and one above the other. They had long hair, falling in large and massive curls on their shoulders, wore short tunics descending to the knee, and held a pole topped by a kind of cone in one hand, raising the other as in act of adoration. At right angles with the slabs bearing these sculptures were colossal figures carrying the oft-repeated cone and basket. In this entrance a well, cut through the large pavement slab between the bulls, was afterwards discovered. It contained broken pottery, not one vase having been taken out whole, apparently human remains, and some fragments of calcined sculptured alabaster, evidently detached from the bas-reliefs on the walls. It is doubtful whether this well was sunk after the Assyrian ruins had been buried, or whether it had been from the earliest times a place of deposit for the dead. A small doorway to the right of the portal, formed by the winged bulls, led into a further chamber, in which an entrance had been found into a third room, whose walls had been completely uncovered. Its dimensions were 26 feet by 23, and it had but this one outlet, flanked on either side by 2 colossal figures, whose lower extremities alone remained, the upper part of the slabs having been destroyed. One appeared to have been eagle-headed, with the body of a man, and the other a monster, with human head and the feet of a lion. The bas-reliefs round the chamber represented the siege of a castle standing on an artificial mound, surrounded at its base by houses. The besieged defended themselves on the walls and turrets with bows, spears, and stones. The Assyrian army was composed of spearmen, slingers, and bowmen, some of whom had already gained the housetops. Male and female captives had been taken and heads cut off. The victorious warriors, according to custom, and probably to claim a reward, bringing them to the registrars. In the background were wooded mountains. Vines and other trees formed a distinct band in the middle of the slabs, and a river ran at the foot of the mound. The dress of the male prisoners consisted either of a long robe falling to the ankles, or of a tunic reaching to the knees, over which was thrown an outer garment, apparently made of the skins of animals, and they wore greaves laced up in front. The women were clothed in a robe, descending to the feet, with an outer fringe garment thrown over the shoulders. A kind of hood or veil covered the back of the head, and fell over the neck. Above the castle was the fragment of an inscription in 2 lines, containing the name of the city, of which unfortunately the first character is wanting. It reads, "The city of Alamo, I attacked and captured. I carried away its spoil." No name, however, corresponding with it has yet been found in the royal annals, and we can only infer from the nature of the country represented that the place was in a mountainous district to the north of Assyria. This doorway to a third outlet opening to the west led into a narrow passage, one side of which had alone been excavated. On it was represented the siege of a walled city, divided into 2 parts by a river. One half of the place had been captured by the Assyrians, who had gained possession of the towers and battlements, but that on the opposite bank of the stream was still defended by slingers and bowmen. Against its walls had been thrown banks or mounds, built of stones, bricks, and branches of trees. The battering rams, covered with skins or hides looped together, had been rolled up these inclined ways, and had already made a breach in the fortifications. Archers and spearmen were hurrying to the assault, whilst others were driving off the captives and carrying away the idols of the enemy. The dress of the male prisoners consisted of a plain undershirt, an upper garment falling below the knees, divided in the front and buttoned at the neck, and laced greaves. Their hair and beards were shorter and less elaborately curled than those of the Assyrians. The women were distinguished by high rounded turbans, ornamented with plaits or folds. A veil fell from the back of this headdress over the shoulders. No inscription remained to record the name of the vanquished nation. Such were the discoveries that had been made during my absence. There could be no doubt whatever that all the chambers hitherto excavated belonged to one great edifice, built by one and the same king. I have already shown how the bas-reliefs of Kuyunyik differed from those of the older places of Nimrud, but closely remembered those of Khorsabad in the general treatment, in the costumes of the Assyrian warriors, as well as of the nations with whom they warred, and in the character of the ornaments, inscriptions and details. Those newly uncovered were in all these respects like the bas-reliefs found before my departure, and upon which I had ventured to form an opinion as to the respective antiquity and origin of the various ruins hitherto explored in Assyria. At Kuyunyik there were probably few bas-reliefs, particularly those containing representations of castles and cities, that were not accompanied by a short epigraph or label, giving the name of the conquered king and country, and even the names of the principal prisoners, especially if royal personages. Unfortunately, these inscriptions, having been usually placed on the upper part of the slabs, which has very rarely escaped destruction, but few of them remain. These remarks should be borne in mind to enable the reader to understand the descriptions of the excavated chambers at Kuyunyik, which will be given in the following pages in the order that they were discovered. I lost no time in making arrangements for continuing the excavations with as much activity as the funds granted to the trustees of the British Museum would permit. Thomas Shishman was placed over Kuyunyik. Mansur Benan, the marble cutter, and Hana, the carpenter, again entered my service. Ali Rahal, a sheikh of the Jaburs, was appointed sheikh of the mound, and duly invested with the customary robe of honour on the occasion. The accumulation of soil above the ruins was so great that I determined to continue the tunnelling, removing only as much earth as was necessary to show the sculptured walls. But to facilitate the labour of the workmen, and to avoid the necessity of their leaving the tunnels to empty their baskets, I made a number of rude triangles and wooden pulleys by which the excavated rubbish could be raised by ropes through the shafts, sunk at intervals for this purpose, as well as to admit light and air. One or two passages then sufficed for the workmen to descend into the subterranean galleries. Many of the Nestorians formerly in my service as diggers, having also heard of my intended return, had left their mountains and had joined me a day or two after my arrival. There were Jaburs enough in the immediate neighbourhood of the town to make up 4 or 5 gangs of excavators, and I placed parties at once in the galleries already opened, in different parts of Kuyunyik not previously explored, and at a high mound in the northwest walls, forming one side of the great enclosure opposite Mosul, a ruin which I had only partially examined during my previous visit. The shape of this great ruin is very irregular. Nearly square at the southwest corner, it narrows almost to a point at the northeast. The palace occupies the southern angle. At the opposite or northern extremity are the remains of the village of Kuyunyik, from which the mound takes its name. From this spot, a steep road leads to the plain, forming the only access to the summit of the mound for loaded animals or carts. There are ravines on all sides of Kuyunyik, except that facing the Tigris. If not entirely worn by the winter rains, they have undoubtedly been deepened and increased by them. They are strewed with fragments of pottery, bricks, and sometimes stone and burnt alabaster, while the falling earth frequently discloses in their sides vast masses of solid brick masonry, which fall in when undermined by the rains. Through these ravines are carried the steep and narrow pathways leading to the top of the mound. The Horsa winds round the eastern base of Kuyunyik, and leaving it near the angle occupied by the ruins of the palace, runs in a direct line to the Tigris. Although a small and sluggish stream, it has worn for itself a deep bed, and is only fordable near the mound immediately below the southern corner, where the direct road from Mosul crosses it, and at the northern extremity where a flour mill is turned by its waters. After rain it becomes an impetuous torrent, overflowing its banks and carrying all before it. It then rises very suddenly and as suddenly subsides. The Tigris now flows about half a mile from the mound, but once undoubtedly washed its base. Between them is a rich alluvium deposited by the river during its gradual retreat. It is always under cultivation and is divided into cornfields and melon and cucumber beds. In this plain stands the small modern village of Kyunyik, removed for convenience from its ancient site on the summit of the mound. In Mosul I had to call upon the governor and renew my acquaintance with the principal inhabitants, whose goodwill was in some way necessary to the pleasant, if not successful, prosecution of my labours. Kamil Pasha had been lately named to the Bashalik. He was the 6th or 7th Pasha who had been appointed since I left, for it is one of the banes of Turkish administration that, as soon as an officer becomes acquainted with the country he is sent to govern, and obtains any influence over its inhabitants, he is recalled to make room for a new ruler. Kamil had been ambassador at Berlin, and had visited several European courts. His manners were eminently courteous and polished. His intelligence, and what is of far more importance in a Turkish governor, his integrity, were acknowledged. His principal defects were great inactivity and indolence, and an unfortunate irritability of temper, leading him to do foolish and mischievous things, of which he generally soon found cause to repent. Soon after my arrival, my old friends Sheikh Abdurrahman of the Abu Salman and Abdurrabu, chief of the Jaburs, rode into the town to see me, where I had scarcely settled myself when Kawal Yusuf came in from Badri with a party of Yazidi Kawals to invite me, on the part of Hussein Bey and Sheikh Nasser, to the annual festival at Sheikh Adi. The invitation was too earnest to be refused. I was accompanied in this visit by my own party, with the addition of Mr. Rassam, the vice-consul, and his dragoman. We rode the first day to Badri, and were met on the road by Hussein Bey and a large company of Yazidi horsemen. Sheikh Nasser had already gone to the tomb to make ready for the ceremonies. The young chief entertained us for the night, and on the following morning, an hour after sunrise, we left the village for Sheikh Adi. At some distance from the sacred valley, we were met by Sheikh Nasser, Bir Sino, the Kawals, the priests, and the chiefs. They conducted us to the same building in the sacred grove that I had occupied on my former visit. The Kawals assembled around us and welcomed our coming on their tambourines and flutes, and soon about us was formed one of those singularly beautiful and picturesque groups which I have attempted to describe in my previous account of the Yazidi festival. The Yazidis had assembled in less numbers this year than when I had last met them in the valley. Only a few of the best armed of the people of Sinjar had ventured to face the dangers of the road now occupied by the Bedouins. Abd Aga and his adherents were fully occupied in defending their villages against the Arab marauders, who, although repulsed after we quitted Samil, were still hanging about the district bent upon revenge. The Gujars and the tribes of Deribun were kept away by the same fears. The inhabitants of Khazan and Ridwan were harassed by the conscription. Even the people of Bashekar and Barzani had been so vexed by a recent visit from the Pasha that they had no heart for festivities. His Excellency, not fostering feelings of the most friendly nature towards Namik Pasha, the new commander-in-chief of Arabia, who was passing through Mosul on his way to the headquarters of the army at Baghdad, and unwilling to entertain him, was suddenly taken ill and retired for the benefit of his health to Bashekar. On the morning after his arrival, he complained that the asses by their braying during the night had allowed him no rest, and the asses were accordingly peremptorily banished from the village. The dawn of the next day was announced. to the great discomfort of His Excellency, who had no interest in the matter, by the cocks, and the irregular troops who formed his bodyguard were immediately incited to a general slaughter of the race. The third night, his sleep was disturbed by the crying of the children, who, with their mothers, were at once locked up for the rest of his sojourn in the cellars. On the fourth, he was awoke at daybreak by the chirping of sparrows, and every gun in the village was ordered to be brought out to wage a war of extermination against them. But on the fifth morning, his rest was sorely broken by the flies, and the enraged Bashaw insisted upon their instant destruction. The Kiaya, who, as chief of the village, had the task of carrying out the governor's orders, now threw himself at His Excellency's feet, exclaiming, "Your Highness has seen that all the animals here, praise be to God, obey our Lord, the Sultan. The infidel flies alone are rebellious to his authority. I am a man of low degree and small power, and can do nothing against them. It now behooves a great vizier like your Highness to enforce the commands of our Lord and Master." The Pasha, who relished a joke, forgave the flies, but left the village. I have already so fully described the general nature of the annual festival at Sheikh Adi, and the appearance of the valley on that occasion, that I shall confine myself to an account of such ceremonies as I was now permitted to witness for the first time. About an hour after sunset, Gawal Yusuf summoned Hormuzd and myself, who were alone allowed to be present, to the inner yard or sanctuary of the temple. We were placed in a room from the windows of which we could see all that took place in the court. The Gawals, sheikhs, fakirs, and principal chiefs were already assembled. In the centre of the court was an iron lamp with 4 burners, a simple dish with 4 lips for the wicks, supported on a sharp iron rod driven into the ground. Near it stood a fakir, holding in one hand a lighted torch, and in the other a large vessel of oil, from which he from time to time replenished the lamp, loudly invoking Sheikh Adi. The Kawal stood against the wall on one side of the court, and commenced a slow chant, some playing on the flute, others on the tambourine, and accompanying the measure with their voices. The sheikhs and chiefs now formed a procession, walking 2 by 2. At their head was Sheikh Jindi. He wore a tall, shaggy black cap, the hair of which hung far over the upper part of his face. A long robe, striped with horizontal stripes of black and dark red, fell to his feet. A countenance more severe, and yet more imposing than that of Sheikh Jindi, could not well be pictured by the most fanciful imagination. A beard, black as jet, waved low on his breast. His dark piercing eyes glittered through ragged eyebrows, like burning coals through the bars of a grate. The colour of his face was of the deepest brown, his teeth white as snow, and his features, though stern beyond measure, singularly noble and well formed. It was a byword with us that Sheikh Jindi had never been seen to smile. To look at him was to feel that a laugh could not be born in him. As he moved with a slow and solemn step, the flickering lamp deepening the shadows of his solemn and rugged countenance, it would have been impossible to conceive a being more eminently fitted to take the lead in ceremonies consecrated to the Evil One. He is the Beish Namaz, the leader of prayer to the Yazidi sect. Behind him were 2 venerable sheikhs. They were followed by Hussein Bey and Sheikh Nasser, and the other chiefs and sheikhs came after. Their long robes were all of the purest white, as they walked slowly round, sometimes stopping, then resuming their measured step. They chanted prayers in glory and honour of the deity. The Kawals accompanied the chant with their flutes, beating at intervals the tambourines. Round the burning lamp, and within the circle formed by the procession, danced the fakirs in their black dresses, with solemn pace timed to the music, raising and swinging to and fro their arms after the fashion of Eastern dancers, and placing themselves in attitudes not less decorous than elegant. To hymns in praise of the deity succeeded others in honour of Malik Isa and Sheikh Adi. The chants passed into quicker strains, the tambourines were beaten more frequently. The fakirs became more active in their motions, and the women made the loud Tyrel, the ceremonies ending with that extraordinary scene of noise and excitement that I have attempted to describe in relating my first visit. When the prayers were ended, those who marched in procession kissed, as they passed by, the right side of the doorway leading into the temple, where a serpent is figured on the wall, but not, as I was assured, the image itself, which has no typical or other meaning, according to Sheikh Nasser and Kawal Yusuf. Hussein Bey, then placing himself on the step at this entrance, received the homage of the sheikhs and elders, each touching the hand of the young chief with his own, and raising it to his lips. All present afterwards gave one another the kiss of peace. The ceremonies having thus been brought to a close, Hussein Bey and Sheikh Nasser came to me, and led me into the inner court. Carpets had been spread at the doorway of the temple for myself and the two chiefs. The sheikhs, gawals, and principal people of the sect seated themselves, or rather crouched against the walls. By the light of a lamp, dimly breaking the gloom within the temple, I could see Sheikh Jindi unrobing. During the prayers, priests were stationed at the doorway, and none were allowed to enter except a few women and girls. The wives and daughters of sheikhs and gawals had free access to the building, and appeared to join in the ceremonies. The vice-consul and Khojdad Doma were now admitted, and took their places with us at the upper end of the court. Kawal Yusuf was then called upon to give a full account of the result of his mission to Constantinople, which he did with the same detail and almost in the same words that he had used so frequently during our journey. After he had concluded, I endeavoured to urge upon them to avail themselves of the new privileges and opportunities for advancement and cultivation thus afforded them. It was finally agreed that letters of thanks, sealed by all the chiefs of the Yazidis, should be sent to the Grand Vizier, Rashid Basha, for the reception given to the Yazidi deputation, and to Sir Stratford Canning for his generous intercession in their behalf. Soon after sunrise on the following morning, the sheikhs and gawals offered up a short prayer in the court of the temple, but without any of the ceremonies of the previous evening. Some prayed in the sanctuary, frequently kissing the threshold and holy places within the building. When they had ended, they took the green cloth covering from the tomb of Sheikh Adi, and followed by the gawals, playing on their tambourines and flutes, walked with it round the outer court. The people flocked about them, and reverently carried the corner of the drapery to their lips, making afterwards a small offering of money. After the cover had again been thrown over the tomb, the chiefs and priests seated themselves round the inner court. The fakirs and sheikhs, especially devoted to the service of the sanctuary, who are called gotchjeks, now issued from the kitchens of the temple bearing large platters of smoking harissa, which they placed on the ground. The company collected in hungry groups round the messes, and whilst they were eating, the gotchjeks standing by called upon them continually in a loud voice to partake of the hospitality of Sheikh Adi. After the empty plates had been removed, a collection was made towards the support of the temple and tomb of the saint. These ceremonies occupied us until nearly midday. We then sat by the fountain in the valley, and the men and women danced before us, the boys climbing into the trees and hanging on the boughs to see the dancers. Sugar dates and raisins were afterwards scrambled amongst the children. The men soon took part in the amusement. A party of Kurds, bringing grapes from the mountains to sell at the festival, were maliciously pointed out as good objects for a joke. The hint was no sooner given than they, their donkeys, and their grapes were all rolled into one heap under a mountain of human beings. The Kurds, who were armed, resisted manfully, and ignorant of our intentions, might have revenged themselves on their assailants, but were soon restored to good humour when they found that they were to receive ample compensation for their losses and personal injuries. There was general laughing in the valley, and the Yazidis will long remember these days of simple merriment and happiness. In the afternoon the wives and daughters of the chiefs and Kowals called upon me. The families of the Kowals, evidently descended from the same stock, are remarkable for the beauty both of the men and women, all of whom are strikingly like one another. Their complexion is, perhaps, too dark, but their features are regular and admirably formed. The dresses of the girls were elegant, and as rich as the material they could obtain would allow. Some wove flowers into their hair, others encircled their black turbans with a single wreath of myrtle, a simple and elegant ornament. They all wore many strings of coins, amber, coral, agate, and glass beads round their necks, and some had the black skull cap completely covered with gold and silver money, a kind of apron of grey or yellowish check, like a Scotch plaid, tied over one shoulder, and falling in front over the silk dress, is a peculiar feature in the costume of the Yazidi girls, and of some Christians from the same district. Unmarried women have the neck bare. The married conceal it with a white kerchief, which passes under the chin and is tied on the top of the head. The brightest colours are worn by the girls, but the matrons are usually clothed in plain white. The females of the Kowal families always wear black turbans and skull caps. Kowal Yusuf, to show how the Frank ladies he had seen at Constantinople were honoured by their husbands, made his young wife walk arm in arm with him before us, to the great amusement of the bystanders. At night the same religious ceremonies were repeated in the temple, and I was allowed to sleep in the room overlooking the inner court, from whence I had witnessed them on the previous evening. After all had retired to rest, the Yazidi mullah recited, in a low chanting tone, a religious history, or discourse, consisting of the adventures and teachings of a certain Mirza Muhammad. He stood before the burning lamp, and around him were at full length on the stone pavement, and covered by their white cloaks, the sleeping sheikhs and gawals. The scene was singularly picturesque and impressive. Next morning I visited with Mr. Assam and Mr. Cooper the rock sculptures of Bavian, which are not more than 6 miles from the valley of Sheikh Adi in the same range of hills. But I will defer a description of these remarkable monuments until I come to relate my second journey to the spot. Kowal Yusuf had promised, on the occasion of the festival, to show me the sacred book of the Yazidis. He accordingly brought a volume to me one morning, accompanied by the secretary of Sheikh Nasser, the only Yazidi, as far as I am aware, who could read it. It consisted of a few tattered leaves, of no ancient date, containing a poetical rhapsody on the merits and attributes of Sheikh Adi, who is identified with the deity himself as the origin and creator of all things, though evidently distinguished from the eternal essence by being represented as seeking the truth, and as reaching through it the highest place, which he declares to be attainable by all those who, like him, shall find the truth. This was the only written work that I was able to obtain from the Yazidis. Their Kowals repeated several prayers and hymns to me, which were purely laudatory of the deity, and unobjectionable in substance. Numerous occupations during the remainder of my residence in Assyria prevented me from prosecuting my inquiries much further on this subject. Kowal Yusuf informed me that before the great massacre of the sect by the Bey of Rawanduz, they possessed many books which were lost during the general panic or destroyed by the Kurds. He admitted that this was only a fragmentary composition, and by no means the book, which contained the theology and religious laws of the Yazidi. He even hinted that the great work did still exist, and I am by no means certain that there is not a copy at Bekere or Barzani. The account given by the Goal seems to be confirmed by the allusion made in the poem to the Book of Glad Tidings and the Book that Comforteth the Oppressed, which could scarcely have been inserted for any particular purpose, such as to deceive their Mohammedan neighbours. I will here add a few notes concerning the Yazidis and their faith to those contained in my former work. They were chiefly obtained from Gawal Yusuf. They believe that Christ will come to govern the world, but that after him Sheikh Mehdi will appear, to whom will be given special jurisdiction over those speaking the Kurdish language, including the Yazidis. This is evidently a modern interpolation, derived from Mussulman sources, perhaps invented to conciliate the Mohammedans. All who go to heaven must first pass an expiatory period in hell, but no one will be punished eternally. Mohammedans they exclude from all future life, but not Christians. This may have been said to avoid giving offence. The Yazidis will not receive converts to their faith. Circumcision is optional. When a child is born near enough to the tomb of Sheikh Adi to be taken there without great inconvenience or danger, it should be baptized as early as possible after birth. The Qawwals in their periodical visitations carry a bottle or skin filled with the holy water to baptize those children who cannot be brought to the shrine. There are 40 days fast in the spring of the year, but they are observed by few. One person in a family may fast for the rest. They should abstain during that period as completely as the Chaldeans from animal food. Sheikh Nasser fasts rigidly for 1 month in the year, eating only once in 24 hours and immediately after sunset. Only one wife is strictly lawful, although the chief takes more, but concubines are not forbidden. The wife may be turned away for great misconduct, and the husband, with the consent of the sheikhs, may marry again, but the discarded wife never can. Even such divorces ought only to be given in cases of adultery, for formerly, when the Yazidis administered their own temporal laws, the wife was punished with death, and the husband of course was then released. The religious as well as the political head of all Yazidis, wherever they may reside, is Hussein Bey, who is called the Khalifa, and he holds his position by inheritance. As he is young and inexperienced, he deputes his religious duties to Sheikh Nasser. Sheikh Nasser is only the chief of the sheikhs of the district of Sheikhan. The Qawwals are all of one family and are under the orders of Hussein Bey, who sends them periodically to collect the voluntary contributions of the various tribes. The amount received by them is divided into 2 equal parts, one of which goes to the support of the tomb of Sheikh Adi, and half of the other to Hussein Bey, the remainder being equally shared by the Qawwals. Neither the priest nor Hussein Bey ever shave their beards. They ought not to marry out of their own order, and though the men do not observe this rule very strictly, the women are never given in marriage to one out of the rank of the priesthood. Hussein Bey ought to take his wife from the family of Jul Beg. After death, the body of a Yazidi, like that of a Mohammedan, is washed in running water, and then buried with the face turned towards the North Star. I have stated that it is unlawful amongst the Yazidis to know how to read or write. This, I am assured, is not the case, and their ignorance arises from want of means and proper teachers. Formerly, a Chaldean deacon used to instruct the children. Qawwal Yusuf mentioned accidentally that, amongst the Yazidis, the ancient name for God was Azed, and from it he derived the name of his sect. Their Qibla, he declared, was the polar star and not the east. On my way to Mosul from Sheikh Adi, I visited the ruins of Jereya, where excavations had been again carried on by one of my agents. No ancient buildings were discovered. The principal mound is lofty and conical in shape, and the base is surrounded by smaller mounds, and irregularities in the soil which denote the remains of houses. I had not leisure during my residence in Assyria to examine the spot as fully as it may deserve. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5, Part 1 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Bennett. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 5, Part 1. We were again in Mosul by the 12th of October. The Jabours, my old workmen, had now brought their families to the town. I directed them to cross the river and to pitch their tents over the excavations at Kuyanchik, as they had formerly done around the trenches at Nimrod. The Bedouins, unchecked in their forays by the Turkish authorities, had become so bold that they ventured to the very walls of Mosul, and I felt it necessary to have a strong party on the ruins for self-defence. The Jabours were, however, on good terms with the Bedouins, and had lately encamped amongst them. About 100 workmen, divided into 12 or 14 parties, were employed at Kuyanchik. The Arabs, as before, removed the earth and rubbish, while the more difficult labour with the pick was left entirely to the Nestorian mountaineers. My old friend Yakub, the Rais of Asthita, was named superintendent of the Tiyari workmen, for whom I built mud huts near the foot of the mound. The work having thus begun at Kuyanchik, I rode with Hormuzda to Nimrod for the first time on the 18th of October. It seemed but yesterday that we had followed the same track. We stopped at each village and found, in each, old acquaintances ready to welcome us. From the crest of the hill halfway, the first view of Nimrod opened upon us. The old mound on which I had gazed so often from this spot, and with which so many happy recollections were bound up, rising boldly above the Jif, the river winding through the plain, the distant wreaths of smoke marking the villages of Nineveh and Nimrod. I dismounted at my old house, which was still standing, though somewhat in ruins, for it had been the habitation of the Kirya during my absence, and to avoid the vermin swarming in the rooms, my tent was pitched in the courtyard, and I dwelt entirely in it. The village had still, comparatively speaking, a flourishing appearance, and had not diminished in size since my last visit. The Tanzimat, or reformed system of local administration, had been introduced into the Pashalik of Mosul, and although many of its regulations were evaded, and arbitrary acts were still occasionally committed, yet on the whole a marked improvement had taken place in the dealings of the authorities with the subjects of the Sultan. The great cause of complaint was the want of security. The troops under the command of the Pasha were not sufficient in number to keep the Bedouins in check, and there was scarcely a village in the low country which had not suffered more or less from their depredations. Nimrod was particularly exposed to their incursions, and the inhabitants lived in continual agitation and alarm. By sunrise I was amongst the ruins. The mound had undergone no change. There it rose from the plain, the same sunburnt yellow heap that it had stood for 20 centuries. The earth and rubbish, which had been heaped over the excavated chambers and sculptured slabs, had settled and had left uncovered in sinking the upper part of several bas-reliefs. A few colossal heads of winged figures rose calmly above the level of the soil, and with 2 pairs of winged bulls, which had not been reburied on account of their mutilated condition, was all that remained above ground of the northwest palace, that great storehouse of Assyrian history and art. Collecting together my old excavators from the Shemuti and Jahesh, the Arab tribes who inhabit Nimrod and Nineveh, and from the tents of a few Jaburs who still lingered round the village to glean a scanty subsistence after the harvest, I placed workmen in different parts of the mound. The northwest palace had not been fully explored. Most of the chambers, which didn't contain sculptured slabs, but were simply built of sun-dried bricks, had been left unopened. I consequently directed a party of workmen to resume the excavations where they had been formerly abandoned. New trenches were also opened in the ruins of the centre palace, where as yet no sculptures had been discovered in their original position against the walls. The high conical mound forming the northwest corner of Nimrod, the pyramid as it has usually been called, had always been an object of peculiar interest, which want of means had hitherto prevented me fully examining. With the exception of a shaft about 40 feet deep, sunk nearly in the centre and passing through a solid mass of sun-dried bricks, no other opening had been made into this singular ruin. I now ordered a tunnel to be carried into its base on the western face, and on a level with the conglomerate rock upon which it rested. As I ascended the mound next morning, I perceived a group of travellers on its summit, their horses picketed in the stubble. Ere I could learn what strangers had thus wandered to this remote region, my hand was seized by the faithful Bayraktar. Beneath, in an excavated chamber, wrapped in his travelling cloak, was Rawlinson deep in sleep, wearied by a long and harassing night's ride. For the first time we met in the Assyrian ruins, and besides the greetings of old friendship, there was much to be seen together and much to be talked over. The fatigues of the journey had, however, brought on fever, and we were soon compelled, after visiting the principal excavations, to take refuge from the heat of the sun in the mud huts of the village. The attack increasing in the evening, it was deemed prudent to ride into Mosul at once, and we mounted our horses in the middle of the night. During 2 days, Colonel Rawlinson was too ill to visit the excavations at Kuyanjik. On the 3rd, we rode together to the mound. After a hasty survey of the ruins, we parted, and he continued his journey to Constantinople and to England, to reap the laurels of a well-earned fame. My readers would be wearied were I to relate, day by day, the progress of the excavations, and to record, as they were gradually made, the discoveries in the various ruins. It will give a more complete idea of the results of the researchers to describe the sculptured walls of a whole chamber when entirely explored, instead of noting, one by one, as dug out, bas-reliefs which form but part of the same subject. I will therefore merely mention that during the months of October and November my time was spent between Kuyanjik and Nimrod, and that the excavations were carried on at both places without interruption. Mr. Cooper was occupied in drawing the bas-reliefs discovered at Kuyanjik, living in Mosul, and riding over daily to the ruins. To Mr. Hormuz Rassam, who usually accompanied me in my journeys, were confided, as before, the general superintendence of the operations, the payment of the workmen, the settlement of disputes, etc. His services were invaluable and of the greatest consequence to the success of my labours. The Arab workmen were divided into several classes, and their wages varied according to their respective occupations, as well as according to the time of year. They were generally paid weekly by Hormuzd. The diggers, who were exposed to very severe labour, and even to considerable risk, received from 2 piastres and a half to 3 piastres, from 5p to 6p a day. Those who filled the baskets from 2 piastres to 2.5, and the general workman from 1.5 to 2 piastres. The earth, when removed, was sifted by boys, who earned about 1 piastre for their day's labour. These wages may appear low, but they are amply sufficient for the support of a family in a country where the camel load of wheat, nearly 480 pounds, is sold for about 4 shillings, and where no other protection from the inclemencies of the weather is needed than a linen shirt and the black folds of an Arab tent. The Kuyanjik workmen were usually paid in the subterraneous galleries, some convenient space where several passages met being chosen for the purpose, those of Nimrod generally in the village. A scene of wild confusion ensued on these occasions, from which an inexperienced observer might argue a sad want of order and method. This was, however, but the way of doing business usual in the country. When there was a difference of opinion, he who cried the loudest gained the day, and after a desperate struggle of voices, matters relapsed into their usual state, everyone being perfectly satisfied. Screaming and gesticulation with Easterns by no means signify ill will, or even serious disagreement. Without them, except of course amongst the Turks, who are staid and dignified to a proverb, the most ordinary transactions cannot be carried on, and they are frequently rather symptoms of friendship than of hostility. By the end of November, several entire chambers had been excavated at Kuyanjik, and many bas-reliefs of great interest had been discovered. The 4 sides of the hall, part of which has already been described, had now been explored. In the centre of each side was a grand entrance, guarded by colossal human-headed bulls. This magnificent hall was no less than 124 feet in length by 90 feet in breadth, the longest sides being those to the north and south. It appears to have formed a centre, around which the principal chambers in this part of the palace were grouped. Its walls had been completely covered with the most elaborate and highly finished sculptures. Unfortunately, all the bas-reliefs, as well as the gigantic monsters at the entrance, had suffered more or less from the fire which had destroyed the edifice, but enough of them still remained to show the subject, and even to enable me in many places to restore it entirely. The narrow passage leading from the great hall at the southwest corner had been completely explored. Its sculptures have already been described. It opened into a chamber 24 feet by 19, from which branched 2 other passages. The one to the west was entered by a wide doorway, in which stood 2 plain spherical stones about 3 feet high, having the appearance of the bases of columns, although no traces of any such architectural ornament could be found. This was the entrance into a broad and spacious gallery, about 218 feet long and 25 wide. A tunnel at its western end cut through the solid wall, as there was no doorway on this side of the gallery, led into the chambers excavated by Mr. Ross, thus connecting them with the rest of the building. I have already described the bas-reliefs, representing the conquest of a mountainous country on the southern side of the Great Hall. The same subject was continued on the western wall, without much variety in the details. But on the northern, the sculptures differed from any others yet discovered, and from their interest and novelty merit a particular notice. But before giving a description of them, I must return to the long gallery to the west of the Great Hall, as the sculptures still preserved in it form part of and complete this important series. The slabs on one side of this gallery had been entirely destroyed, except at the eastern end, and from the few which still remained, every trace of sculpture had been carefully removed by some sharp instrument. Along the opposite wall, that to the right on leaving the Great Hall, only 8 bas-reliefs still stood in their original position, and even of these only the lower part was preserved. Detached fragments of others were found in the rubbish, and from them I ascertained that the whole gallery had been occupied by one continuous series, representing the different processes adopted by the Assyrians in moving and placing various objects used in their buildings, and especially the human-headed bulls, from the first transport of the huge stone in the rough from the quarry to the raising of these gigantic sculptures in the gateways of the palace temples. On these fragments were seen the king in his chariot, superintending the operations, and workmen carrying cables or dragging carts loaded with coils of rope, and various implements for moving the colossi. I will commence then by a description of the sculptures still standing in their original position in the gallery. A huge block of stone, probably of the alabaster used in the Assyrian edifices, somewhat elongated in form so as to resemble an obelisk in the rough, is lying on a low, flat-bottomed boat floating on a river. It has probably been towed down the Tigris from some quarry, and is to be landed near the site of the intended palace, to be carved by the sculptor into the form of a colossal bull. It exceeds the boat considerably in length, projecting beyond both the head and stern, and is held by upright beams fastened to the sides of the vessel and kept firm in their places by wooden wedges. 2 cables are passed through holes cut in the stone itself, and a third is tied to a strong pin projecting from the head of the boat. Each cable is held by a large body of men, who pull by means of small ropes fastened to it and passed around their shoulders. Some of these trackers walk in the water, others on dry land. The number altogether represented must have been nearly 300, about 100 to each cable, and they appear to be divided into distinct bands, each distinguished by a peculiar costume. Some wear a kind of embroidered turban, through which their long hair is gathered behind. The heads of others are encircled by a fringed shawl whose ends hang over the ears and neck, leaving the hair to fall in long curls upon the shoulders. Many are represented naked, but the greater number are dressed in short checkered tunics with a long fringe attached to the girdle. They are urged on by taskmasters armed with swords and staves. The boat is also pushed by men wading through the stream. An overseer, who regulates the whole proceedings, is seated astride on the forepart of the stone. His hands are stretched out in the act of giving commands. The huge stone having been landed and carved by the Assyrian sculptor into the form of a colossal human-headed bull, is to be moved from the bank of the river to the site it is meant to occupy permanently in the palace temple. This process is represented on the walls of the Great Hall. From these bas-reliefs, as well as from discoveries to be hereafter mentioned, it is therefore evident that the Assyrians sculptured their gigantic figures before, and not after, the slabs had been raised in the edifice, although all the details and the finishing touches weren't put in, as it will be seen, until they had been finally placed. I am still, however, of opinion that the smaller bas-reliefs were entirely executed after the slabs had been attached to the walls. In the first bas-relief I shall describe, the colossal bull rests horizontally on a sledge, similar in form to the boat containing the rough block from the quarry. But either in the carving, the stone has been greatly reduced in size, or the sledge is much larger than the boat as it considerably exceeds the sculpture in length. The bull faces the spectator, and the human head rests on the forepart of the sledge, which is curved upward and strengthened by a thick beam, apparently running completely through from side to side. The upper part, or deck, is otherwise nearly horizontal, the under, or keel, being slightly curved throughout. Props, probably of wood, are placed under different parts of the sculpture to secure an equal pressure. The sledge was dragged by cables and impelled by levers. The cables are 4 in number, 2 fastened to strong projecting pins in front and 2 to similar pins behind. They are pulled by small ropes passing over the shoulders of the men, as in the bas-reliefs already described. On the bull itself are 4 persons, probably the superintending officers. The first is kneeling and appears to be clapping his hands, probably beating time to regulate the motions of the workmen, who, unless they applied their strength at one and the same movement, would be unable to move so large a weight. Behind him stands a second officer with outstretched arm, evidently giving the word of command. The next holds to his mouth either a speaking trumpet or an instrument of music. If the former, it proves that the Assyrians were acquainted with a means of conveying sound presumed to be of modern invention. In form it undoubtedly resembles the modern speaking trumpet, and in no bas-relief hitherto discovered does a similar object occur as an instrument of music. The fourth officer, also standing, carries a mace, and is probably stationed behind to give directions to those who work the levers. The sledge bearing the sculpture is followed by men with coils of rope and various implements, and drawing carts laden with cables and beams. A subject similar to that just described is represented in another series of bas-reliefs, with even fuller details. The bull is placed in the same manner on the sledge, which is also moved by cables and levers. It's accompanied by workmen with saws, hatchets, pickaxes, shovels, ropes and props, and by carts carrying cables and beams. Upon it are 3 officers directing the operations, one holding the trumpet in his hands, and in front walk 4 other overseers. Above the sledge and the workmen are rows of trees and a river on which are circular boats, resembling in shape the kufas now used on the lower part of the Tigris, and probably like them, built of reeds and osier twigs, covered with square pieces of hide. They are heavily laden with beams and implements required for moving the bulls. On a fallen slab, forming part of the same general series, is the king standing in a richly decorated chariot, the pole of which, curved upwards at the end, and ornamented with the head of a horse, is raised by eunuchs. From the peculiar form of this chariot and the absence of a yoke, it would seem to have been intended purposely for such occasions as that represented in the bas-relief, and to have been a kind of movable throne drawn by men and not by horses. Behind the monarch, who holds a kind of flower or ornament in the shape of the fruit of the pine, in one hand stand 2 eunuchs, one raising a parasol to shade him from the sun, the other cooling him with a fan. He appears to have been superintending the transport of one of the colossal sculptures, and his chariot is preceded and followed by his bodyguard, armed with maces. The next series of bas-reliefs represent the building of the artificial platforms on which the palaces were erected, and the Assyrians moving to their summit the colossal bulls. The king is again seen in his chariot drawn by eunuchs, whilst an attendant raises the royal parasol above his head. He overlooks the operations from that part of the mound to which the sledge is being dragged, and before him stands his bodyguard, a long line of alternate spearmen and archers, resting their arms and shields upon the ground. At the bottom of the slab is represented a river, on the banks of which are seen men raising water by a simple machine, still generally used for irrigation in the East as well as in southern Europe, and called in Egypt a shadoof. It consists of a long pole balanced on a shaft of masonry and turning on a pivot. To one end is attached a stone and to the other a bucket, which after being lowered into the water and filled, is easily raised by the help of the opposite weight. Its contents are then emptied into a conduit communicating with the various watercourses running through the fields. In the neighbourhood of Mosul, this mode of irrigation is now rarely used, the larger skins raised by oxen affording a better supply and giving, it is considered, less trouble to the cultivator. It would appear that the men employed in building the artificial mound were captives and malefactors, for many of them are in chains, some singly, others bound together by an iron rod attached to rings in their girdles. The fetters, like those of modern criminals, confine the legs, and are supported by a bar fastened to the waist, or consist of simple shackles round the ankles. They wear a short tunic and a conical cap, somewhat resembling the Phrygian bonnet, with the curved crest turned backwards, a costume very similar to that of the tribute bearers on the Nimrod obelisk. Each band of workmen is followed and urged on by taskmasters, armed with staves. The mound or artificial platform, having been thus built, not always, as it has been seen, with regular layers of sun-dried bricks, but frequently in parts with mere heaped-up earth and rubbish. The next step was to drag to its summit the colossal figures prepared for the palace. As some of the largest of these sculptures were full 20 feet square, and must have weighed between 40 and 50 tons, this was no easy task with such means as the Assyrians possessed. The only aid to mere manual strength was derived from the rollers and levers. Behind the monarch, on an adjoining slab, are carts bearing the cables, wedges, and implements required in moving the sculpture. A long beam or lever is slung by ropes from the shoulders of 3 men, and one of the great wedges is carried in the same way. In the upper compartment of this slab is a stream issuing from the foot of hills wooded with vines, fig trees, and pomegranates. Beneath stands a town or village, the houses of which have domes and high conical roofs, probably built of mud as in parts of northern Syria. The domes have the appearance of dish covers with a handle, the upper part being topped by a small circular projection, perhaps intended as an aperture to admit light and air. This interesting series is completed by a bas-relief, showing, it would seem, the final placing of the colossal bull. The figure no longer lies horizontally on the sledge, but is raised by men with ropes and forked wooden props. It's kept in its erect position by beams, held together by crossbars and wedges, and is further supported by blocks of stone or wood piled up under the body. Cables, ropes, rollers, and levers are also employed on this occasion to move the gigantic sculpture. The captives are distinguished by the peculiar turbans before described. We have thus represented, with remarkable fidelity and spirit, the several processes employed to place these colossi where they still stand, from the transport down the river of the rough block to the final removal of the sculptured figure to the palace. From these bas-reliefs we find that the Assyrians were well acquainted with the lever and the roller, and that they ingeniously made use of the former by carrying with them wedges of different dimensions and probably of wood to vary the height of the fulcrum. When moving the winged bulls and lions, now in the British Museum, from the ruins to the banks of the Tigris, I used almost the same means. The Assyrians, like the Egyptians, had made considerable progress in rope twisting, an art now only known in its rudest state in the same part of the East. The cables appear to be of great length and thickness, and ropes of various dimensions are represented in the sculptures. On comparing representations of similar works among the Egyptians, it will be found that they succeeded in removing masses of stone far exceeding in weight any sculpture which has yet been discovered in Assyria. Yet it is a singular fact that whilst the quarries of Egypt bear witness of themselves to the stupendous nature of the works of the ancient inhabitants of the country, and still show on their sides engraved records of those who made them, no traces whatever, notwithstanding the most careful research, have yet been found to indicate from whence the builders of the Assyrian palaces obtained their large slabs of alabaster. That they were in the immediate neighbourhood of Nineveh, there's scarcely any reason to doubt, as strata of this material, easily accessible, abound, not only in the hills but in the plains. This very abundance may have rendered any particular quarry unnecessary, and blocks were probably taken as required from convenient spots, which have since been covered by the soil. There can be no doubt, as will hereafter be shown, that the king represented as superintending the building of the mounds and the placing of the colossal bulls is Sennacherib himself, and that the sculptures celebrate the building at Nineveh of the great palace and its adjacent temples, described in the inscriptions as the work of this monarch. Unfortunately, only fragments of the epigraphs have been preserved. From them it would appear that the transport of more than one object was represented on the walls. Besides bulls and sphinxes in stone, are mentioned figures in some kind of wood, perhaps of olive, like the 2 cherubims of olive tree, each 10 cubits high, in the Temple of Solomon. Over the king superintending the removal of one of these colossi is the following short inscription, thus translated by Dr. Hinks: Sennacherib, king of Assyria, the great figures of bulls, which in the land of Bilad were made for his royal palace at Nineveh, he transported thither. The land of Bilad, mentioned in these inscriptions, appears to have been a district in the immediate vicinity of Nineveh, and probably on the Tigris, as these great masses of stone would have been quarried near the river for the greater convenience of moving them to the palace. The district of Bilad may indeed have been that in which the city itself stood. Over the representation of the building of the mound there were 2 epigraphs, both precisely similar, but both unfortunately much mutilated. As far as they can be restored, they have thus been interpreted by Dr. Hinks. Sennacherib, king of Assyria. Hewn stones, which, as the gods willed, were found in the land of Bilad, for the walls, or foundations, the word reads shibri, of my palace, I caused the inhabitants of foreign countries, and the people of the forests, Kershani, the great bulls for the gates of my palace to drag or bring. If this inscription be rightly rendered, we have direct evidence that captives from foreign countries were employed in the great public works undertaken by the Assyrian kings, as we were led to infer from the variety of costume represented in the bas-reliefs, and from the fetters on the legs of some of the workmen. The Jews themselves, after their captivity, may have been thus condemned to labour, as their forefathers had been in Egypt, in erecting the monuments of their conquerors, and we may perhaps recognise them amongst the builders portrayed in the sculptures. From the long gallery we have unfortunately only 3 fragments of inscriptions, without the sculptured representations of the events recorded. The most perfect is interesting on more than one account. According to Dr. Hinks, it's to be translated, Sennacherib, king of Assyria, some object, the nature not ascertained, of wood, which from the Tigris I caused to be brought up, or through, the Kari, or Kasri, on sledges, or boats, I caused to be carried, or to mount. The name of the river in this inscription very nearly resembles that of the small stream which sweeps round the foot of the great mound of Kuyangjik. In the fragment of another epigraph we have mention of some objects also of wood, brought from Mount Lebanon and taken up to the top of the mound from the Tigris. These may have been beams of cedar, which it will be hereafter seen were extensively used in the Assyrian palaces. It is highly interesting thus to find the inhabitants of Nineveh fetching their rare and precious woods from the same spots that King Solomon had brought the choicest woodwork of the temple of the Lord and of his own palaces. On a third fragment, similar objects are described as coming from or up the same carry or Khazri. I have mentioned that the long gallery containing the bas-relief representing the moving of the great stone led out of a chamber whose walls had been completely uncovered. The sculptures upon them were partly preserved and recorded the conquest of a city standing on a broad river in the midst of mountains and forests. The last bas-relief of the series represented the king seated within a fortified camp on a throne of elaborate workmanship, and having beneath his feet a footstool of equally elegant form. He was receiving the captives who wore long robes falling to their ankles. Unfortunately, no inscription remained by which we might identify the conquered nation. It will be remembered that excavations had been resumed in a lofty mound in the northwest line of walls forming the enclosure round Kuyangjik. It was apparently the remains of a gate leading into this quarter of the city and part of a building, with fragments of 2 colossal winged figures had already been discovered in it. By the end of November the whole had been explored and the results were of considerable interest. As the mound rises nearly 50 feet over the plain, we were obliged to tunnel along the walls of the building within it, through a compact mass of rubbish consisting almost entirely of loose bricks. Following the rows of low limestone slabs from the south side of the mound, and passing through 2 halls or chambers, we came at length to the opposite entrance. This gateway, facing the open country, was formed by a pair of majestic human-headed bulls, 14 feet in length, still entire, though cracked and injured by fire. They were similar in form to those of Khorsabad and Kuyangjik, wearing the lofty headdress, richly ornamented with rosettes and edged with a fringe of feathers peculiar to that period. Their faces were in full, and the relief was high and bold. More knowledge of art was shown in the outline of the limbs and in the delineation of the muscles than in any sculpture I have seen of this period. The naked leg and foot were designed with a spirit and truthfulness worthy of a Greek artist. It is, however, remarkable that the 4 figures were unfinished, none of the details having been put in, and parts being but roughly outlined. The sculptures to the left, on entering from the open country, were in a far more unfinished state than those on the opposite side. The hair and beard were but roughly marked out, square bosses being left for carving the elaborate curls. The horned cap of the human-headed bull was as yet unornamented, and the wings merely outlined. The limbs and features were hard and angular, still requiring to be rounded off, and to have expression given to them by the finishing touch of the artist. The other 2 figures were more perfect. No inscription had yet been carved on either sculpture. The entrance formed by these colossal bulls was 14 feet and a quarter wide. It was paved with large slabs of limestone, still bearing the marks of chariot wheels. The sculptures were buried in a mass of brick and earth, mingled with charcoal and charred wood. For the gates of the land had been set wide open unto the enemy, and the fire had devoured the bars. They were lighted from above by a deep shaft sunk from the top of the mound. It would be difficult to describe the effect produced, or the reflections suggested by these solemn and majestic figures, dimly visible amidst the gloom, when after winding through the dark underground passages, you suddenly came into their presence. Between them Sennacherib and his hosts had gone forth in all their might and glory to the conquest of distant lands, and had returned rich with spoil and captives, amongst whom may have been the handmaidens and wealth of Israel. Through them too the Assyrian monarch had entered his capital in shame, after his last and fatal defeat. Then the lofty walls, now but long lines of low wave-like mounds, had stretched far to the right and to the left, a basement of stone supporting a curtain of solid brick masonry, crowned with battlements and studded with frowning towers. Behind the colossal figures and between the outer and inner face of the gateway were two chambers nearly 70 feet in length by 23 in breadth. Of that part of the entrance which was within the walls, only the fragments of winged figures discovered during my previous researches now remained. The whole entrance thus consisted of 2 distinct chambers and 3 gateways, 2 formed by human-headed bulls, and a third between them simply panelled with low limestone slabs like the chambers. Its original height, including the tower, must have been full 100 feet. Most of the baked bricks found amongst the rubbish bore the name of Sennacherib, the builder of the palace of Kuyanjik. A similar gateway, but without any remains of sculptured figures, and panelled with plain alabaster slabs, was subsequently discovered in the inner line of walls forming the eastern side of the quadrangle, where the road to Barshika and Barzani leaves the ruins. At Nimrod, discoveries of very considerable importance were made in the high conical mound at the northwest corner. Desirous of fully exploring that remarkable ruin, I had employed nearly all the workmen in opening a tunnel into its western base. After penetrating for no less than 84 feet through a compact mass of rubbish, composed of loose gravel, earth, burnt bricks, and fragments of stone, the excavators came to a wall of solid stone masonry. I have already observed that the edifice covered by this high mound was originally built upon the natural rock, a bank of hard conglomerate rising about 15 feet above the plain, and washed in days of yore by the waters of the Tigris. Our tunnel was carried for 34 feet on a level with this rock, which appears to have been covered by a kind of flooring of sun-dried bricks, probably once forming a platform in front of the building. It was buried to the distance of 30 feet from the wall by baked bricks, broken and entire, and by fragments of stone, remains of the superstructure once resting upon the basement of still existing stone masonry. This mass of rubbish was about 30 feet high, and in it were found bones, apparently human, and a yellow earthen jar, rudely coloured with simple black designs. The rest of this part of the mound consisted of earth, through which ran 2 thin lines of extraneous deposit, one of pebbles, the other of fragments of brick and pottery. I am totally at a loss to account for their formation. I ordered tunnels to be carried along the basement wall in both directions, hoping to reach some doorway or entrance, but it was found to consist of solid masonry, extending nearly the whole length of the mound. Its height was exactly 20 feet, which, singularly enough, coincides with that assigned by Xenophon to the stone basement of the wall of the city, Larissa. The stones in this structure were carefully fitted together, though not united with mortar, unless the earth which filled the crevices was the remains of mud, used as it still is in the country as a cement. They were bevelled with a slanting bevel, and in the face of the wall were 8 recesses or false windows, 4 on each side of a square projecting block between gradines. The basement, of which this wall proved to be only one face, was not excavated on the northern and eastern side until a later period, but I'll describe all the discoveries connected with this singular building at once. The northern side was of the same height as, and resembled in its masonry, the western. It had a semicircular hollow projection in the centre, 16 feet in diameter, on the east side of which were 2 recesses, and on the west 4, so that the 2 ends of the wall were not uniform. That part of the basement against which the great artificial mound or platform abutted, and which was consequently concealed by it, that is, the eastern and southern side, was of simple stone masonry without recesses or ornament. The upper part of the edifice, resting on the stone substructure, consisted of compact masonry of burnt bricks, which were mostly inscribed with the name of the founder of the centre palace, the obelisk king, the inscription being in many instances turned outward. It was thus evident that the high conical mound forming the northwest corner of the ruins of Nimrod was the remains of a square tower, and not of a pyramid, as had previously been conjectured. The lower part, built of solid stone masonry, had withstood the wreck of ages, but the upper walls of burnt brick, and the inner mass of sun-dried brick which they encased, falling outwards, and having been subsequently covered with earth and vegetation, the ruin had taken the pyramidal form that loose materials falling in this manner would naturally assume. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Chapter 5, Part 2 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Bennett. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 5, Part 2. We have thus represented, with remarkable fidelity and spirit, the several processes employed to place these colossi where they still stand, from the transport down the river of the rough block to the final removal of the sculptured figure to the palace. From these bas-reliefs we find that the Assyrians were well acquainted with the lever and the roller, and that they ingeniously made use of the former by carrying with them wedges of different dimensions and probably of wood to vary the height of the fulcrum. When moving the winged bulls and lions, now in the British Museum, from the ruins to the banks of the Tigris, I used almost the same means. The Assyrians, like the Egyptians, had made considerable progress in rope twisting, an art now only known in its rudest state in the same part of the East. The cables appear to be of great length and thickness, and ropes of various dimensions are represented in the sculptures. On comparing representations of similar works among the Egyptians, it will be found that they succeeded in removing masses of stone far exceeding in weight any sculpture which has yet been discovered in Assyria. Yet it is a singular fact that whilst the quarries of Egypt bear witness of themselves to the stupendous nature of the works of the ancient inhabitants of the country, and still show on their sides engraved records of those who made them, no traces whatever, notwithstanding the most careful research, have yet been found to indicate from whence the builders of the Assyrian palaces obtained their large slabs of alabaster. That they were in the immediate neighbourhood of Nineveh there's scarcely any reason to doubt, as strata of this material, easily accessible, abound, not only in the hills but in the plains. This very abundance may have rendered any particular quarry unnecessary, and blocks were probably taken as required from convenient spots, which have since been covered by the soil. There can be no doubt, as will hereafter be shown, that the king represented as superintending the building of the mounds and the placing of the colossal bulls is Sennacherib himself, and that the sculptures celebrate the building at Nineveh of the great palace and its adjacent temples, described in the inscriptions as the work of this monarch. Unfortunately, only fragments of the epigraphs have been preserved. From them it would appear that the transport of more than one object was represented on the walls. Besides bulls and sphinxes in stone, are mentioned figures in some kind of wood, perhaps of olive, like the 2 cherubims of olive tree, each 10 cubits high, in the Temple of Solomon. Over the king superintending the removal of one of these colossi is the following short inscription, thus translated by Dr. Hinks. Sennacherib, king of Assyria, the great figures of bulls, which in the land of Bilad were made for his royal palace at Nineveh, he transported thither. The land of Bilad, mentioned in these inscriptions, appears to have been a district in the immediate vicinity of Nineveh, and probably on the Tigris, as these great masses of stone would have been quarried near the river for the greater convenience of moving them to the palace. The district of Bilad may indeed have been that in which the city itself stood. Over the representation of the building of the mound there were 2 epigraphs, both precisely similar, but both unfortunately much mutilated. As far as they can be restored, they have thus been interpreted by Dr. Hinks. Sennacherib, king of Assyria. Hewn stones, which, as the gods willed, were found in the land of Bilad, for the walls, or foundations, the word reads shibri, of my palace, I caused the inhabitants of foreign countries, and the people of the forests, Kershani, the great bulls for the gates of my palace to drag or bring. If this inscription be rightly rendered, we have direct evidence that captives from foreign countries were employed in the great public works undertaken by the Assyrian kings, as we were led to infer from the variety of costume represented in the bas-reliefs and from the fetters on the legs of some of the workmen. The Jews themselves, after their captivity, may have been thus condemned to labour, as their forefathers had been in Egypt, in erecting the monuments of their conquerors, and we may perhaps recognise them amongst the builders portrayed in the sculptures. From the long gallery we have unfortunately only 3 fragments of inscriptions, without the sculptured representations of the events recorded. The most perfect is interesting on more than one account. According to Dr. Hinks, it's to be translated, Sennacherib, king of Assyria, some object, the nature not ascertained, of wood, which from the Tigris I caused to be brought up, or through, the carry, or Khazri, on sledges, or boats, I caused to be carried, or to mount. The name of the river in this inscription very nearly resembles that of the small stream which sweeps round the foot of the great mound of Kuyungjik. In the fragment of another epigraph we have mention of some objects also of wood, brought from Mount Lebanon and taken up to the top of the mound from the Tigris. These may have been beams of cedar, which it will be hereafter seen were extensively used in the Assyrian palaces. It is highly interesting thus to find the inhabitants of Nineveh fetching their rare and precious woods from the same spots that King Solomon had brought the choicest woodwork of the temple of the Lord and of his own palaces. On a third fragment, similar objects are described as coming from or up the same carry or Khazri. I have mentioned that the long gallery containing the bas-relief representing the moving of the great stone led out of a chamber whose walls had been completely uncovered. The sculptures upon them were partly preserved and recorded the conquest of a city standing on a broad river in the midst of mountains and forests. The last bas-relief of the series represented the king seated within a fortified camp on a throne of elaborate workmanship, and having beneath his feet a footstool of equally elegant form. He was receiving the captives, who wore long robes falling to their ankles. Unfortunately, no inscription remained by which we might identify the conquered nation. It will be remembered that excavations had been resumed in a lofty mound in the northwest line of walls forming the enclosure round Kuyenjik. It was apparently the remains of a gate leading into this quarter of the city, and part of a building, with fragments of 2 colossal winged figures had already been discovered in it. By the end of November the whole had been explored, and the results were of considerable interest. As the mound rises nearly 50 feet over the plain, we were obliged to tunnel along the walls of the building within it, through a compact mass of rubbish consisting almost entirely of loose bricks. Following the rows of low limestone slabs from the south side of the mound, and passing through 2 halls or chambers, we came at length to the opposite entrance. This gateway, facing the open country, was formed by a pair of majestic human-headed bulls, 14 feet in length, still entire, though cracked and injured by fire. They were similar in form to those of Khorsabad and Kuyenjik, wearing the lofty headdress, richly ornamented with rosettes and edged with a fringe of feathers peculiar to that period. Their faces were in full, and the relief was high and bold. More knowledge of art was shown in the outline of the limbs and in the delineation of the muscles than in any sculpture I have seen of this period. The naked leg and foot were designed with a spirit and truthfulness worthy of a Greek artist. It is, however, remarkable that the 4 figures were unfinished, none of the details having been put in, and parts being but roughly outlined. The sculptures to the left, on entering from the open country, were in a far more unfinished state than those on the opposite side. The hair and beard were but roughly marked out, square bosses being left for carving the elaborate curls. The horned cap of the human-headed bull was as yet unornamented, and the wings merely outlined. The limbs and features were hard and angular, still requiring to be rounded off, and to have expression given to them by the finishing touch of the artist. The other 2 figures were more perfect. No inscription had yet been carved on either sculpture. The entrance formed by these colossal bulls was 14 feet and a quarter wide. It was paved with large slabs of limestone, still bearing the marks of chariot wheels. The sculptures were buried in a mass of brick and earth, mingled with charcoal and charred wood. For the gates of the land had been set wide open unto the enemy, and the fire had devoured the bars. They were lighted from above by a deep shaft sunk from the top of the mound. It would be difficult to describe the effect produced, or the reflections suggested by these solemn and majestic figures, dimly visible amidst the gloom, when after winding through the dark underground passages, you suddenly came into their presence. Between them Sennacherib and his hosts had gone forth in all their might and glory to the conquest of distant lands, and had returned rich with spoil and captives, amongst whom may have been the handmaidens and wealth of Israel. Through them too the Assyrian monarch had entered his capital in shame, after his last and fatal defeat. Then the lofty walls, now but long lines of low wave-like mounds, had stretched far to the right and to the left, a basement of stone supporting a curtain of solid brick masonry, crowned with battlements and studded with frowning towers. Behind the colossal figures and between the outer and inner face of the gateway were 2 chambers nearly 70 feet in length by 23 in breadth. Of that part of the entrance which was within the walls, only the fragments of winged figures discovered during my previous researches now remained. The whole entrance thus consisted of 2 distinct chambers and 3 gateways, 2 formed by human-headed bulls, and a third between them simply panelled with low limestone slabs like the chambers. Its original height, including the tower, must have been full 100 feet. Most of the baked bricks found amongst the rubbish bore the name of Sennacherib, the builder of the palace of Kuyanjik. A similar gateway, but without any remains of sculptured figures, and panelled with plain alabaster slabs, was subsequently discovered in the inner line of walls forming the eastern side of the quadrangle, where the road to Barshika and Barzani leaves the ruins. At Nimrod, discoveries of very considerable importance were made in the high conical mound at the northwest corner. Desirous of fully exploring that remarkable ruin, I had employed nearly all the workmen in opening a tunnel into its western base. After penetrating for no less than 84 feet through a compact mass of rubbish, composed of loose gravel, earth, burnt bricks, and fragments of stone, the excavators came to a wall of solid stone masonry. I have already observed that the edifice covered by this high mound was originally built upon the natural rock, a bank of hard conglomerate rising about 15 feet above the plain, and washed in days of yore by the waters of the Tigris. Our tunnel was carried for 34 feet on a level with this rock, which appears to have been covered by a kind of flooring of sun-dried bricks, probably once forming a platform in front of the building. It was buried to the distance of 30 feet from the wall by baked bricks, broken and entire, and by fragments of stone, remains of the superstructure once resting upon the basement of still existing stone masonry. This mass of rubbish was about 30 feet high, and in it were found bones, apparently human, and a yellow earthen jar, rudely coloured with simple black designs. The rest of this part of the mound consisted of earth, through which ran 2 thin lines of extraneous deposit, one of pebbles, the other of fragments of brick and pottery. I am totally at a loss to account for their formation. I ordered tunnels to be carried along the basement wall in both directions, hoping to reach some doorway or entrance, but it was found to consist of solid masonry, extending nearly the whole length of the mound. Its height was exactly 20 feet, which, singularly enough, coincides with that assigned by Xenophon to the stone basement of the wall of the city, Larissa. The stones in this structure were carefully fitted together, though not united with mortar, unless the earth which filled the crevices was the remains of mud, used as it still is in the country as a cement. They were bevelled with a slanting bevel, and in the face of the wall were 8 recesses or false windows, 4 on each side of a square projecting block between gradines. The basement, of which this wall proved to be only one face, was not excavated on the northern and eastern side until a later period, but I'll describe all the discoveries connected with this singular building at once. The northern side was of the same height as, and resembled in its masonry, the western. It had a semicircular hollow projection in the centre, 16 feet in diameter, on the east side of which were 2 recesses, and on the west 4, so that the 2 ends of the wall were not uniform. That part of the basement against which the great artificial mound or platform abutted, and which was consequently concealed by it, that is, the eastern and southern side, was of simple stone masonry without recesses or ornament. The upper part of the edifice, resting on the stone substructure, consisted of compact masonry of burnt bricks, which were mostly inscribed with the name of the founder of the centre palace, the obelisk king, the inscription being in many instances turned outward. It was thus evident that the high conical mound forming the northwest corner of the ruins of Nimrod was the remains of a square tower, and not of a pyramid, as had previously been conjectured. The lower part, built of solid stone masonry, had withstood the wreck of ages, but the upper walls of burnt brick and the inner mass of sun-dried brick which they encased, falling outwards, and having been subsequently covered with earth and vegetation, the ruin had taken the pyramidal form that loose materials falling in this manner would naturally assume. It is very probable that this ruin represents the tomb of Sardanapalus, which, according to the Greek geographers, stood at the entrance of the city of Nineveh. It will hereafter be seen that it is not impossible the builder of the northwest palace of Nimrod was a king of that name, although it's doubtful whether he can be identified with the historical Sardanapalus. Subsequent discoveries proved that he must himself have raised the stone substructure, although his son, whose name is found upon the bricks, completed the building. It was, of course, natural to conjecture that some traces of the chamber in which the royal remains were deposited were to be found in the ruin, and I determined to examine it as fully as I was able. Having first ascertained the exact centre of the western stone basement, I there forced a passage through it. This was a work of some difficulty, as the wall was 8 foot 9 inches thick and strongly built of large rough stones. Having, however, accomplished this step, I carried a tunnel completely through the mound, at its very base, and on a level with the natural rock, until we reached the opposite basement wall at a distance of 150 feet. Nothing having been discovered by this cutting, I directed a second to be made at right angles to it, crossing it exactly in the centre, and reaching from the northern to the southern basement, but without any discovery. The next cutting was made in the centre of the mound, on a line with the top of the stone basement wall, which was also the level of the platform of the northwest palace. The workmen soon came to a narrow gallery about 100 feet long, 12 feet high and 6 feet broad, which was blocked up at the two ends without any entrance being left into it. It was vaulted with sun-dried bricks, a further proof of the use of the arch at a very early period, and the vault had, in 1 or 2 places, fallen in. No remains whatever were found in it, neither fragments of sculpture or inscription, nor any smaller relic. There were, however, undoubted traces of its having once been broken into on the western side by digging into the face of the mound after the edifice was in ruins, and consequently, therefore, long after the fall of the Assyrian Empire. The remains which it may have contained, probably the embalmed body of the king, with vessels of precious metals and other objects of value buried with it, had been carried off by those who had opened the tomb at some remote period in search of treasure. They must have had some clue to the precise position of the chamber, or how could they have dug into the mound exactly at the right spot? Had this depository of the dead escaped earlier violation, who can tell with what valuable and important relics of Assyrian art or Assyrian history it might have furnished us? I explored with feelings of great disappointment the empty chamber, and then opened other tunnels without further results in the upper parts of the mound. It was evident that the long gallery or chamber I've described was the place of deposit for the body of the king, if this were really his tomb. The tunnels and cuttings in other parts of the mound only exposed a compact and solid mass of sun-dried brick masonry. I much doubt, for many reasons, whether any sepulchre exists in the rock beneath the foundations of the tower, though of course it is not impossible that such may be the case. From the present state of the ruin, it's difficult to conjecture the exact original form and height of this edifice. There can be no doubt that it was a vast square tower, and it's not improbable that it may have terminated in a series of 3 or more gradines, like the obelisk of black marble from the Centre Palace, now in the British Museum. Like the palaces, too, it was probably painted on the outside with various mythic figures and devices, and its summit may have been crowned by an altar, on which the Assyrian king offered up his great sacrifices, or on which was fed the ever-burning sacred fire. But I will defer any further remarks upon this subject until I treat of the architecture of the Assyrians. As the ruin is 140 feet high, the building could scarcely have been much less than 200, whilst the immense mass of rubbish surrounding and covering the base shows that it might have been considerably more. During the 2 months in which the greater part of the discoveries described in this chapter were made, I was occupied almost entirely with the excavations, my time being spent between Nimrod and Kuyanjik. Wishing to visit Barsheka, Khorsabad, and other ruins at the foot of the range of low hills of the Gebel Maklub, I left Nimrod on the 26th of November with Hormuzd and the Bayraktar. 4 hours' ride brought us to some small artificial mounds near the village of Luk, about 3 miles to the east of the high road to Mosul. Here we found a party of workmen excavating under one of the Christian superintendents. Nothing had been discovered except fragments of pottery and a few bricks bearing the name of the Kuyanjik king. As the ruins, from their size, did not promise other results, I sent the men back to Mosul. We reached Khorsabad after riding for nearly 8 hours over a rich plain, capable of very high cultivation, though wanting in water, and still well stocked with villages, between which we startled large flocks of gazelles and bustards. I had sent one of my overseers there some days before to uncover the platform to the west of the principal edifice, a part of the building I was desirous of examining. Whilst clearing away the rubbish, he had discovered 2 bas-reliefs sculptured in black stone. They represented a hunting scene and were executed with much truth and spirit. They belonged to a small building, believed to be a temple, entirely constructed of black marble and attached to the palace. It stood upon a platform 165 feet in length and 100 in width, raised about 6 feet above the level of the flooring of the chambers, and ascended from the main building by a flight of broad steps. This platform, or stylobate, is remarkable for a cornice in grey limestone carried around the 4 sides, one of the few remains of exterior decoration in Assyrian architecture with which we are acquainted. It is carefully built of separate stones, placed side by side, each forming part of the section of the cornice. Mr. Ferguson observes, with reference to it, at first sight it seems almost purely Egyptian, but there are peculiarities in which it differs from any found in that country, especially in the curve being continued beyond the vertical tangent, and the consequent projection of the torus giving a second shadow. Whether the effect of this would be pleasant or not, in a cornice placed so high that we must look up to it, is not quite clear. But below the level of the eye, or slightly above it, the result must have been more pleasing than any form found in Egypt, and where sculpture is not added, might be used with effect anywhere. Many fragments of bas-reliefs in the same black marble, chiefly parts of winged figures, had been uncovered. But this building has been more completely destroyed than any other part of the palace of Khorsabad, and there is scarcely enough rubbish even to cover the few remains of sculpture which are scattered over the platform. The sculptures in the palace itself had rapidly fallen to decay, and of those which had been left exposed to the air after Monsieur Botter's departure, scarcely any traces remained. Since my former visit to Khorsabad, the French consul at Mosul had sold to Colonel Rawlinson the pair of colossal human-headed bulls and winged figures, now in the Great Hall of the British Museum. They had stood in a propylaeum, about 900 feet to the southeast of the palace, within the quadrangle, but not upon the artificial mound. In form, this small building appears to have been nearly the same as the gateway in the walls of Kuyanjik, and like it, was built of brick and panelled with low limestone slabs. From the number of enamelled bricks discovered in the ruins, it is probable that it was richly decorated in colour. Trenches had also been opened in one of the higher mounds in the line of walls, and in the group of ruins at the southwest corner of the quadrangle, but no discoveries of any interest had been made. The centre of the quadrangle was now occupied by a fever-breeding marsh, formed by the waters of the Causa. We passed the night at Futhlia, a village built at the foot of the Gabal Maklub, about 1.5 miles from Khorsabad. Near Futhlia, and about 2 miles from the palace of Khorsabad, is a lofty conical tell visible from Mosul and from most parts of the surrounding country. It is one of those isolated mounds so numerous in the plains of Assyria, which do not appear to form part of any group of ruins, and the nature of which I have been unable to determine. Its vicinity to Khorsabad led me to believe that it might have been connected with those remains, and might have been raised over a tomb. By my directions, deep trenches were opened into its sides, but only fragments of pottery were discovered. From Futhlia we rode across the plain to the large village of Barzani, chiefly inhabited by Yazidis. There we found Hussein Bey, Sheikh Nasr, and a large party of Kawals assembled at the house of one Abdurrahman Chelibi, a Mussulman gentleman of Mosul, who had farmed the revenues of the place. Near Barzani are a group of artificial mounds of no great size. Having examined them and taken leave of the chiefs, I rode to the neighbouring village of Barsheika, only separated from Barzani by a deep watercourse, dry except during the rains. Both stand at the very foot of the Jebel Maklub. Immediately behind them are craggy ravines worn by winter torrents. In these valleys are quarries of the kind of alabaster used in the Assyrian palaces, but I could find no remains to show that the Assyrians had obtained their great slabs from them, although they appear to be of ancient date. I have mentioned in my former work the Assyrian ruin near Barsheika. It is a vast mound, little inferior in size to Nimrod, irregular in shape, uneven in level, and furrowed by deep ravines worn by the winter rains. Standing, as it does, near abundant quarries of the favourite sculpture material of the Assyrians, and resembling the platforms of Kuyanjik or Khorsabad, there was every probability that it contained the remains of an edifice like those ruins. There are a few low mounds scattered around it, but no distinct line of walls forming an enclosure. During the former excavations, only earthen jars and bricks inscribed with the name of the founder of the centre palace at Nimrod had been discovered. A party of Arabs and Tiyari were now opening trenches and tunnels in various parts of the mound, under the superintendence of Yaqub Rais of Ashitha. The workmen had uncovered, on the west side of the ruin near the surface, some large blocks of yellowish limestone, apparently forming a flight of steps. The only other antiquities of any interest found during the excavations were a few bricks bearing the name of the early Nimrod king and numerous fragments of earthenware. It is remarkable that no remains of more interest have been discovered in this mound, which must contain a monument of considerable size and antiquity. Although the trenches opened in it were numerous and deep, yet the ruin has not yet probably been sufficiently examined. It can scarcely be doubted that on the artificial platform, as on others of the same nature, stood a royal palace or some monument of equal importance. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Bennett. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 6. Discovery of grand entrance to the palace of Kuyanjik, of the name of Sennacherib in the inscriptions, the records of that king in the inscriptions on the bulls, an abridged translation of them, name of Hezekiah, account of Sennacherib's wars with the Jews, Dr. Hinks and Colonel Rawlinson, the names of Sargon and Shalmaneser, discovery of sculptures at Kuyanjik representing the siege of Lachish, description of the sculptures, discovery of clay seals, of signets of Egyptian and Assyrian kings, cartouche of Sabaco, name of Esarhaddon, confirmation of historical records of the Bible, royal cylinder of Sennacherib. During the month of December, several discoveries of the greatest interest and importance were made, both at Kuyanjik and Nimrod. I will first describe the results of the excavations in the ruins opposite Mosul. I must remind the reader that shortly before my departure for Europe in 1848, the forepart of a human-headed bull of colossal dimensions had been uncovered on the east side of the Kuyanjik palace. This sculpture then appeared to form one side of an entrance or doorway, and it is so placed in the plan of the ruins accompanying my former work. The excavations had, however, been abandoned before any attempt could be made to ascertain the fact. On my return, I had directed the workmen to dig out the opposite sculpture. A tunnel, nearly 100 feet in length, was accordingly opened at right angles to the bull first discovered, but without coming upon any other remains than a pavement of square limestone slabs, which stretched without interruption as far as the excavation was carried. I consequently discontinued the cutting, as it was evident that no entrance could be of so great a width, and as there were not even traces of building in that direction. The workmen having been then ordered to uncover the bull, which was still partly buried in the rubbish, it was found that adjoining it were other sculptures, and that it formed part of an exterior facade. The upper half of the next slab had been destroyed, but the lower still remained, and enabled me to restore the figure of the Assyrian Hercules strangling the lion, similar to that discovered between the bulls in the Propylaea of Khorsabad, and now in the Louvre. The hinder part of the animal was still preserved. Its claws grasped the huge limbs of the giant, who lashed it with the serpent-headed scourge. The legs, feet, and drapery of the god were in the boldest relief, and designed with great truth and vigour. Beyond this figure, in the same line, was a second bull. The facade then opened into a wide portal, guarded by a pair of winged bulls 20 feet long, and probably, when entire, more than 20 feet high. Forming the angle between them and the outer bulls were gigantic winged figures in low relief, and flanking them were 2 smaller figures, one above the other. Beyond this entrance was a group similar to and corresponding with that on the opposite side, also leading to a smaller entrance into the palace and to a wall of sculptured slabs. But here all traces of building and sculpture ceased, and we found ourselves near the edge of the water-worn ravine. Thus a facade of the southeast side of the palace forming apparently the grand entrance to the edifice, had been discovered. 10 colossal bulls with 6 human figures of gigantic proportions were here grouped together, and the length of the whole, without including the sculpture walls continued beyond the smaller entrances, was 180 feet. They had represented the conquest of a district, probably part of Babylonia, watered by a broad river and wooded with palms, spearmen on foot in combat with Assyrian horsemen, castles besieged, long lines of prisoners, and beasts of burden carrying away the spoil. Among various animals brought as tribute to the conquerors could be distinguished a lion led by a chain. The bulls, as I have already observed, were all more or less injured. The same convulsion of nature, for I can scarcely attribute to any human violence the overthrow of these great masses, had shattered some of them into pieces and scattered the fragments amongst the ruins. Fortunately, however, the lower parts of all, and consequently the inscriptions, had been more or less preserved. To this fact we owe the recovery of some of the most precious records with which the monuments of the ancient world have rewarded the labours of the antiquary. On the great bulls forming the centre portal of the grand entrance was one continuous inscription, injured in parts, but still so far preserved as to be legible almost throughout. It contained 152 lines. On the 4 bulls of the facade were 2 inscriptions, one inscription being carried over each pair, and the 2 being of precisely the same import. These 2 distinct records contain the annals of 6 years of the reign of Sennacherib, besides numerous particulars connected with the religion of the Assyrians, their gods, their temples, and the erection of their palaces, all of the highest interest and importance. In my first work, I pointed out the evidence, irrespective of the inscriptions, which led me to identify the builder of the great palace of Kuyanjik with Sennacherib. Dr. Hinks, in a memoir on the inscriptions of Khorsabad, read in June 1849, but published in the Transactions of the Royal Irish Academy in 1850, was the first to detect the name of this king in the group of arrow-headed characters at the commencement of nearly all the inscriptions, and occurring on all the inscribed bricks from the ruins of this edifice. Subsequent discoveries confirmed this identification, but it was not until August 1851 that the mention of any actual event recorded in the Bible and in ancient profane history was detected on the monuments, thus removing all further doubt as to the king who had raised them. Shortly after my return to England, my copies of these inscriptions having been seen by Colonel Rawlinson, he announced in the Athenaeum of the 23rd of August 1851 that he had found in them notices of the reign of Sennacherib, which placed beyond the reach of dispute his historic identity, and he gave a recapitulation of the principal events recorded on the monuments, the greater part of which are known to us through history, either sacred or profane. These inscriptions have since been examined by Dr. Hinks and translated by him independently of Colonel Rawlinson. He has kindly assisted me in giving the following abridgment of their contents. The inscriptions begin with the name and titles of Sennacherib. It is to be remarked that he does not style himself king, or rather high priest of Babylon, as his father had done in the latter part of his reign, from which it may be inferred that at the time of engraving the record he was not the immediate sovereign of that city, although its chief may have paid tribute to him, and no doubt acknowledged his supremacy. He calls himself the subduer of kings from the upper sea of the setting sun, the Mediterranean, to the lower sea of the rising sun, the Persian Gulf. In the first year of his reign, he defeated Merodach Baladan, a name with which we are familiar, for it is this king who is mentioned in the Old Testament as sending letters and a present to Hezekiah, when the Jewish monarch in his pride showed the ambassadors the house of his precious things, the silver and the gold, and the spices, and the precious ointment, and all the houses of his armour, and all that was found in his treasures. There was nothing in his house, nor in all his dominions, that Hezekiah showed them not. An act of vain boasting which led to the reproof of the prophet Isaiah, and to his foretelling that all its wealth, together with the descendants of its owner, should be carried away as spoil to the very city from which these ambassadors came. Merodach-Baladan is called king of Kardunias, a city and country frequently mentioned in the Assyrian inscriptions, and comprising the southernmost part of Mesopotamia, near the confluence of the Tigris and Euphrates, together with the districts watered by those two rivers, to the borders of Susiana. This king, with the help of his Susianian allies, had recently recovered Babylon, from which Sargon, Sennacherib's father, had expelled him in the 12th year of his reign. The battle appears to have been fought considerably to the north of that city. The result was that Sennacherib totally defeated Merodach-Baladan, who fled to save his life, leaving behind him his chariots, wagons, horses, mares, asses, camels, and riding horses with their trappings for war. The victorious king then advanced to Babylon, where he plundered the palace, carrying off a vast treasure of gold, silver, vessels of gold and silver, precious stones, men and women servants, and a variety of objects which cannot yet be satisfactorily determined. No less than 79 cities, or fortresses, all the castles of the Chaldeans, and 820 small towns, or villages, dependent upon them, were taken and spoiled by the Assyrian army, and the great wandering tribes that dwelt around the cities of Mesopotamia. The Syrians, Aramaeans, and Chaldeans, and etc., were brought under subjection. Sennacherib, having made Baleb, one of his own officers, sovereign of the conquered provinces, proceeded to subdue the powerful tribes who border on the Euphrates and Tigris, and amongst them the Hagarenes and the Nabatheans. From these wandering people he declares that he carried off to Assyria, probably colonizing with them, as was the custom, new-built towns and villages, 208,000 men, women, and children, together with 7,200 horses and mares, 11,063 asses, 5,230 camels, 120,100 oxen, and 800,500 sheep. It is remarkable that the camels should bear so small a proportion to the oxen and asses in this enumeration of the spoil. Amongst the Bedouin tribes, who now inhabit the same country, the camels would be far more numerous. It is interesting to find that in those days, as at a later period, there was both a nomad and stationary population in northern Arabia. In the same year, Sennacherib received a great tribute from the conquered Karara and subdued the people of Kerimi, whom he declares to have been long rebellious, neither people can as yet be identified, rebuilding or consecrating the city of the latter, and sacrificing on the occasion, for its dedication to the gods of Assyria, 1 ox, 10 sheep, 10 goats or lambs, and 20 other animals. In the 2nd year of his reign, Sennacherib appears to have turned his arms to the north of Nineveh, having reduced in his 1st year the southern country to obedience. By the help of Ashur, he says, he went to Bishi and Yashu-Birablai, both names of doubtful reading and not identified, who had long been rebellious to the kings his fathers. He took Beth-Kilimzak, their principal city, and carried away their men, small and great, horses, mares, asses, oxen, and sheep. The people of Bishi and Yasubirablai, who had fled from his servants, he brought down from the mountains and placed them under one of his eunuchs, the governor of the city of Arapaka. He made tablets and wrote on them the laws, or tribute, imposed upon the conquered and set them up in the city. He took permanent possession of the country of Ilabai, Luristan, and Isbabara. Its king, after being defeated, fled, leaving the cities of Marabishti and Akudu, the royal residences, with 34 principal towns and villages not to be counted, to be destroyed by the Assyrians, who carried away a large amount of captives and cattle. Beth Barua, the city itself and its dependencies, Sennacherib separated from Ilibai and added to his immediate dominions. The city of Ilbinzash he appointed to be the chief city in this district. He abolished its former name, called it Ka Sanakirba, i.e. the city of Sennacherib, and placed in it a new people, annexing it to the government of Karka, which must have been in the neighbourhood of Holwan, commanding the pass through Mount Zagros. In the 3rd year of his reign, Sennacherib appears to have overrun with his enemies the whole of Syria. He probably crossed the Euphrates above Carchemish, at or near the ford of Thapsacus, and marched to the sea-coast, over the northern spur of Mount Lebanon. The Syrians are called by their familiar biblical name of Hittites, the Kati, or Keta, by which they were also known to the Egyptians. The first opposition he appears to have received was from Luli, or Luliya, king of Sidon, who had withheld his homage, but who was soon compelled to fly from Tyre to Yavan in the middle of the sea. Dr. Hinks identifies this country with the island of Crete, or some part of the southern coast of Asia Minor, and with the Yavan of the Old Testament, the country of the Ionians or Greeks, an identification which I believe to be correct. This very Phoenician king is mentioned by Josephus, quoting from Menander, under the name of Elulaeus, as warring with Shalmaneser, a predecessor of Sennacherib. He appears not to have been completely subdued before this, but only to have paid homage or tribute to the Assyrian monarchs. Sennacherib placed a person whose name is doubtful, Colonel Rawlinson reads it Tubal, upon the throne of Luli, and appointed his annual tribute. All the kings of the seacoast then submitted to him, except Zidkaha, compare Zedekiah, or Zidkabal, king of Ascalon. This chief was, however, soon subdued and was sent with his household and wealth to Assyria, name destroyed, the son of Rukipti, a former king being placed on the throne in his stead. The cities dependent upon Ascalon, which had not been obedient to his authority, he captured and plundered. A passage of great importance, which now occurs, is unfortunately so much injured that it has not yet been satisfactorily restored. It appears to state that the chief priests and people of Ekron had dethroned their king Padilla, who was dependent upon Assyria, and had delivered him up to Hezekiah, king of Judea. The kings of Egypt sent an army, the main part of which is said to have belonged to the king of Melukhkar, Mero or Ethiopia, to Judea, probably to help their Jewish allies. Sennacherib joined battle with the Egyptians, totally defeated them near the city of Al-something-Ku, capturing the charioteers of the king of Melukhkar and placing them in confinement. This battle between the armies of the Assyrians and Egyptians appears to be hinted at in Isaiah and in the Book of Kings. Padilla, having been brought back from Jerusalem, was replaced by Sennacherib on his throne. Hezekiah, king of Judah, says the Assyrian king, who had not submitted to my authority, 46 of his principal cities and fortresses and villages depending upon them, of which I took no account, I captured and carried away their spoil. I shut up himself within Jerusalem, his capital city. The fortified towns and the rest of his towns, which I spoiled, I severed from his country and gave to the kings of Askelon, Ekron, and Gaza, so as to make his country small. In addition to the former tribute imposed upon their countries, I added a tribute, the nature of which I fixed. The next passage is somewhat defaced, but the substance of it appears to be that he took from Hezekiah the treasure he had collected in Jerusalem, 30 talents of gold and 800 talents of silver, the treasures of his palace, besides his sons and his daughters, and his male and female servants or slaves, and brought them all to Nineveh. The city itself, however, he does not pretend to have taken. There can be little doubt that the campaign against the cities of Palestine recorded in the inscriptions of Sennacherib at Kuyanjik is that described in the Old Testament. The events agree with considerable accuracy. We are told in the Book of Kings that the king of Assyria, in the 14th year of the reign of Hezekiah, came up against all the fenced cities of Judah and took them, as he declared himself to have done in his annals. And what is most important, and perhaps one of the most remarkable coincidences of historic testimony on record, the amount of the treasure in gold taken from Hezekiah, 30 talents, agrees in the two perfectly independent accounts. Too much stress cannot be laid on this singular fact, as it tends to prove the general accuracy of the historical details contained in the Assyrian inscriptions. There is a difference of 500 talents, as it will be observed, in the amount of silver. It is probable that Hezekiah was much pressed by Sennacherib and compelled to give him all the wealth that he could collect, as we find him actually taking the silver from the house of the Lord, as well as from his own treasury, and cutting off the gold from the doors and pillars of the temple to satisfy the demands of the Assyrian king. The Bible may therefore only include the actual amount of money in the 300 talents of silver, whilst the Assyrian records comprise all the precious metal taken away. There are some chronological discrepancies which cannot at present be satisfactorily reconciled, and which I won't attempt to explain. It is natural to suppose that Sennacherib would not perpetuate the memory of his own overthrow, and that having been unsuccessful in an attempt upon Jerusalem, his army being visited by the plague described in Scripture, he should gloss over his defeat by describing the tribute he had previously received from Hezekiah as the general result of his campaign. There is no reason to believe from the biblical account that Sennacherib was slain by his sons immediately after his return to Nineveh. On the contrary, the expression "he returned and dwelt at Nineveh" infers that he continued to reign for some time over Assyria. We have, accordingly, his further annals on the monuments he erected. In his 4th year he went southward and subdued the country of Beth-Yakin, defeating Susubira, the Chaldean, who dwelt in the city of Bitut on the river, Agami, according to Rawlinson. Further mention is made of Merodach Baladan. This king, whom I had defeated in a former campaign, escaped from my principal servants and fled to an island, whose name is lost. His brothers, the seed of his father's house, whom he left behind him on the coast, with the rest of the men of his country from Beth-Yakin, near the Salt River, the Shat el-Arab, or united waters of the Tigris and Euphrates, I carried away, and several of his towns I threw down and burnt. As-Surnadin, according to Rawlinson, my son, I placed on the throne of his kingdom. He appears then to have made a large government, of which Babylon was the chief place. In the 5th year he defeated the Bekere, capturing their principal stronghold, or Nippur, detached hill fort, and others of their castles. He also attacked Maniak, king of Oku, or Wuku, a country to which no previous Assyrian king had penetrated. This chief deserted his capital and fled to a distance. Sennacherib carried off the spoil of his palace and plundered his cities. This expedition seems to have been to the north of Assyria, in Armenia or Asia Minor. In the following year, Sennacherib again marched to the mouths of the Euphrates and Tigris and attacked the two cities of Nagid and Nagid-Debina. Both cities belonged to the king of Elam, Elamti, or Nuvaki, the two names being used indifferently for the same country. The Assyrian king, in order to reach them, was compelled to build ships and to employ the mariners of Tyre, Sidon, and Javan as navigators. He brought these vessels down the Tigris and crossed on them to the Susianian side of the river, after having first, it would seem, taken the city Nagit, which stood on the western bank. He offered precious sacrifices to a god, maybe Neptune, name doubtful, on the bank of the Salt River, and dedicated to him a ship of gold and two other golden objects, the nature of which has not been determined. Mention is then made of his having captured Nagid-Debina, together with three other cities whose names cannot be well ascertained, and of his crossing the river Ula, the Ulai of Daniel, the Ulias of the Greeks, and the modern Karun. Unfortunately, the whole of the passage which contains the record of the expedition against these cities is much defaced, and has not yet been satisfactorily restored. It appears to give interesting details of the building of the ships on the Tigris by the men of Tyre and Sidon, and of the navigation of that river. Such are the principal historical facts recorded on the bulls placed by Sennacherib in his palace at Nineveh. I have given them fully, in order that we may endeavour to identify the sculptured representations of these events on the walls of the chambers and halls of that magnificent building described in the course of this work. As the name of Sennacherib, as well as those of many kings, countries, and cities, are not written phonetically, that is, by letters having a certain alphabetic value, but by monograms, and the deciphering of them is a peculiar process, which may sometimes appear suspicious to those not acquainted with the subject, a few words of explanation may be acceptable to my readers. The greater number of Assyrian proper names with which we are acquainted, whether royal or not, appear to have been made up of the name, epithet, or title of one of the national deities, and of a second word, such as slave of, servant of, beloved of, protected by, like the Theodosius, Theodorus, and etc. of the Greeks, and the Abdullah and Abdurrahman of Mohammedan nations. The names of the gods being commonly written with a monogram, the first step in deciphering is to know which god this particular sign denotes. Thus, in the name of Sennacherib, we have first the determinative of God, to which no phonetic value is attached, while the second character denotes an Assyrian god, whose name was Sun. The first component part of the name of Esar-Haddon is the monogram for the god Assur. It is this fact which renders it so difficult to determine with any degree of confidence most of the Assyrian names, and which leads me to warn my readers that, with the exception of such as can with certainty be identified with well-known historic kings, as Sargon, Sennacherib, and Esar-Haddon, the interpretation of all those which are found on the monuments of Nineveh is liable to very considerable doubt. In speaking of them, I shall, therefore, not use any of the readings which have been suggested by different writers. Although no question can reasonably exist as to the identification of the king who built the palace of Kuyanjik with the Sennacherib of Scripture, it may still be desirable to place before my readers all the corroborative evidence connected with the subject. In so doing, however, I shall have to refer to the discoveries made at a subsequent period, and which ought consequently to be described, if the order of the narrative be strictly preserved, in a subsequent part of this work. In the first place, it must be remembered that the Kuyunjik king was undoubtedly the son of the founder of the palace at Khorsabad. He is so called in the inscriptions behind the bulls in the southwest palace at Nimrod, and in numerous detached inscriptions on bricks and on other remains from those ruins and from Kuyunjik. Now the name of the Khorsabad king was generally admitted to be Sargon, even before his relationship to the Kuyunjik king was known, although here again we are obliged to attach phonetic powers to characters used as monograms, which, when occurring as simple letters, appear to have totally different values. Colonel Rawlinson states that this king bears, in other inscriptions, the name of Shalmaneser, by which he was better known to the Jews. Dr. Hinks denies that the two names belong to the same person. Unfortunately, the upper parts of nearly all the bas-reliefs at Kuyunjik having been destroyed, the epigraphs are wanting, and we are unable as yet to identify with certainty the subject represented with any known event in the reign of Sennacherib. There is, however, one remarkable exception. During the latter part of my residence at Mosul, a chamber was discovered in which the sculptures were in better preservation than any before found at Kuyunjik. Some of the slabs indeed were almost entire, though cracked and otherwise injured by fire, and the epigraph, which fortunately explained the event portrayed, was complete. These bas-reliefs represented the siege and capture by the Assyrians of a city evidently of great extent and importance. It appears to have been defended by double walls, with battlements and towers, and by fortified outworks. The country around it was hilly and wooded, producing the fig and the vine. The whole power of the great kings seems to have been called forth to take this stronghold. In no other sculptures were so many armed warriors seen drawn up in array before a besieged city. The besieged defended themselves with great determination. Spearmen, archers, and slingers thronged the battlements and towers, showering arrows, javelins, stones, and blazing torches upon the assailants. Part of the city had, however, been taken. Beneath its walls were seen Assyrian warriors impaling their prisoners, and from the gateway of an advanced tower or fort issued a procession of captives, reaching to the presence of the king, who, gorgeously arrayed, received them seated on his throne. The vanquished people were distinguished from the conquerors by their dress. Those who defended the battlements wore a pointed helmet, differing from that of the Assyrian warriors in having a fringed lappet falling over the ears. Some of the captives had a kind of turban with one end hanging down to the shoulder, not unlike that worn by the modern Arabs of the Hejaz. Others had no headdress and short hair and beards. Their garments consisted either of a robe reaching to the ankles, or of a tunic, scarcely falling lower than the thigh and confined at the waist by a girdle. The women wore long shirts with an outer cloak thrown, like the veil of modern Eastern ladies, over the back of the head and falling to the feet. Several prisoners were already in the hands of the torturers. 2 were stretched naked upon the ground to be flayed alive. Others were being slain by the sword before the throne of the king. The haughty monarch was receiving the chiefs of the conquered nation, who crouched and knelt humbly before him. They were brought into the royal presence by the Tartan of the Assyrian forces, probably the Rabshakeh himself, followed by his principal officers. The general was clothed in embroidered robes, and wore on his head a fillet, adorned with rosettes and long tasselled bands. The throne of the king stood upon an elevated platform, probably an artificial mound in the hill country. Its arms and sides were supported by 3 rows of figures, one above the other. The wood was richly carved or encased in embossed metal, and the legs ended in pine-shaped ornaments, probably of bronze. The throne indeed appears to have resembled, in every respect, one discovered in the northwest palace at Nimrod, which I shall hereafter describe. Over the high back was thrown an embroidered cloth, doubtless of some rare and beautiful material. The royal feet rested upon a high footstool of elegant form, fashioned like the throne and cased with embossed metal. The legs ended in lion's paws. Behind the king were 2 attendant eunuchs, raising fans above his head and holding the embroidered napkins. The monarch himself was attired in long loose robes, richly ornamented, and edged with tassels and fringes. In his right hand he raised 2 arrows, and his left rested upon a bow, an attitude probably denoting triumph over his enemies, and in which he is usually portrayed when receiving prisoners after a victory. Behind the king was the royal tent or pavilion, and beneath him were his led horses, and an attendant on foot carrying the parasol, the emblem of royalty. His 2 chariots with their charioteers were waiting for him. The trappings of the horses were handsomely decorated, and an embroidered cloth hung with tassels fell on their chests. 2 quivers holding a bow, a hatchet, and arrows were fixed to the side of the chariot. This fine series of bas-reliefs, occupying 13 slabs, was finished by the ground plan of a castle or of a fortified camp containing tents and houses. Within the walls was also seen a fire altar with 2 beardless priests, wearing high conical caps standing before it. In front of the altar on which burned the sacred flame was a table bearing various sacrificial objects, and beyond it 2 sacred chariots, such as accompanied the Persian kings in their wars. The horses had been taken out, and the yokes rested upon stands. Each chariot carried a lofty pole surmounted by a globe, and long tassels or streamers. Similar standards were introduced into scenes representing sacrifices in the sculptures of Khorsabat. Above the head of the king was an inscription which may be translated, "Sennacherib, the mighty king, king of the country of Assyria, sitting on the throne of judgment, before, or at the entrance of, the city of Lachish, Lachish. I give permission for its slaughter." Here, therefore, was the actual picture of the taking of Lachish, the city, as we know from the Bible, besieged by Sennacherib when he sent his generals to demand tribute of Hezekiah, and which he had captured before their return. Evidence of the most remarkable character to confirm the interpretation of the inscriptions, and to identify the king who caused them to be engraved with the Sennacherib of Scripture. This highly interesting series of bas-reliefs contained, moreover, an undoubted representation of a king, a city, and a people, with whose names we are acquainted, and of an event described in Holy Writ. They furnish us, therefore, with illustrations of the Bible of very great importance. The captives were undoubtedly Jews. Their physiognomy was strikingly indicated in the sculptures, but they had been stripped of their ornaments and their fine raiment, and were left barefooted and half-clothed. From the women, too, had been removed the splendour of the foot ornaments and the caps of network and the crescents, the ear pendants and the bracelets and the thin veils, the headdress and the ornaments of the legs and the girdles, and the perfume boxes and the amulets, the rings and the jewels of the nose, the embroidered robes and the tunics, and the cloaks and the satchels, the transparent garments and the fine linen vests, and the turbans and the mantles, for they wore instead of a girdle, a rope, and instead of a stomacher, a girdling of sackcloth. Other corroborative evidence as to the identity of the king who built the palace of Kujanjik with Sennacherib is scarcely less remarkable. In a chamber or passage in the southwest corner of this edifice were found a large number of pieces of fine clay, bearing the impressions of seals which, there is no doubt, had been affixed like modern official seals of wax to documents written on leather, papyrus, or parchment. Such documents, with seals in clay still attached, have been discovered in Egypt, and specimens are preserved in the British Museum. The writings themselves had been consumed by the fire which destroyed the building, or had perished from decay. In the stamped clay, however, may still be seen the holes for the string or strips of skin by which the seal was fastened. In some instances, the ashes of the string itself remain, with the marks of the fingers and thumb. The greater part of these seals are Assyrian, but with them are others bearing Egyptian, Phoenician, and doubtful symbols and characters. Sometimes the same seal is impressed more than once on the same piece of clay. The Assyrian devices are of various kinds. The most common is that of a king plunging a dagger into the body of a rampant lion. This appears to have been the royal, and indeed the national, seal or signet. It is frequently encircled by a short inscription, which has not yet been deciphered, or by a simple guilloche border. The same group, emblematic of the superior power and wisdom of the king, as well as of his sacred character, is found on Assyrian cylinders, gems, and monuments. Other devices found among these impressions of seals are 1. A king attended by a priest, in act of adoration before a deity standing on a lion, and surrounded by 7 stars. Above the god's head on one seal is a scorpion. 2. The king, followed by an attendant bearing a parasol, and preceded by a rampant horse. 3. A god, or the king, probably the former, rising from a crescent. There appears to be a fish in front of the figure. 4. The king with a eunuch or priest before him, a flower or ornamented staff between them. 5. A scorpion surrounded by a guilloche border, a device of very frequent occurrence and probably astronomical. 6. A priest worshipping before a god. Behind him are a bull and the sacred astronomical emblems. 8. An ear of corn surrounded by a fancy border. 9. An object resembling a dagger with flowers attached to the handle, perhaps a sacrificial knife. 10. The head of a bull and a trident, 2 sacred symbols of frequent occurrence on Assyrian monuments. 11. A crescent in the midst of a many-rayed star. 12. Several rudely cut seals representing priests and various sacred animals, stars, etc. The seals, most remarkable for beauty of design and skilful execution, represent horsemen, one at full speed raising a spear, the other hunting a stag. The impressions show that they were little inferior to Greek intaglios. No Assyrian or Babylonian relics yet discovered equal them in delicacy of workmanship, and the best examples of the art of engraving on gems, an art which appears to have reached great perfection amongst the Assyrians, are unknown to us except through these impressions. There are 3 seals apparently Phoenician, 2 of them bearing Phoenician characters for which I cannot suggest any interpretation. A few have doubtful symbols upon them which I will not attempt to explain, perhaps hieroglyphical signs. Of the purely Egyptian seals there are 4. One has 2 cartouches placed on the symbol of gold and each surmounted by a tall plume. They probably contained the praenomen and name of a king, but not the slightest trace remains of the hieroglyphs. The impression is concave, having been made from a convex surface. the back of some of the Egyptian ovals, the rudest form of the scarabaeus, are of this shape. On the second seal is the figure of the Egyptian god Harpocrates, seated on a lotus flower with his finger placed upon his mouth, an attitude in which he is represented on an ivory from Nimrod. The hieroglyph before him does not appear to be Egyptian. But the most remarkable and important of the Egyptian seals are two impressions of a royal signet, which, though imperfect, retain the cartouche with the name of the king so as to be perfectly legible. It is one well known to Egyptian scholars as that of the second Sabaco, the Ethiopian of the 25th dynasty. On the same piece of clay is impressed an Assyrian seal, with a device representing a priest ministering before the king, probably a royal signet. There can be no doubt whatever as to the identity of the cartouche. Sabaco reigned in Egypt at the end of the 7th century before Christ, the exact time at which Sennacherib came to the throne. He is probably the So mentioned in the second book of Kings, 7:4, as having received ambassadors from Hoshea, the king of Israel, who by entering into a league with the Egyptians called down the vengeance of Shalmaneser, whose tributary he was, which led to the first great captivity of the people of Samaria. Shalmaneser we know to have been an immediate predecessor of Sennacherib, and Tirachah, the Egyptian king, who was defeated by the Assyrians near Lachish, was the immediate successor of Sabaco II. It would seem that a peace having been concluded between the Egyptians and one of the Assyrian monarchs, probably Sennacherib, the royal signets of the two kings thus found together were attached to the treaty, which was deposited amongst the archives of the kingdom. While the document itself, written upon parchment or papyrus, has completely perished, this singular proof of the alliance, if not actual meeting, of the two monarchs is still preserved amidst the remains of the state papers of the Assyrian Empire, furnishing one of the most remarkable instances of confirmatory evidence on record, whether we regard it as verifying the correctness of the interpretation of the cuneiform character or as an illustration of sculpture history. Little doubt, I trust, can now exist in the minds of my readers as to the identification of the builder of the palace of Kuyanjik with the Sennacherib of Scripture. Had the name stood alone, we might reasonably have questioned the correctness of the reading, especially as the signs or monograms with which it is written are admitted to have no phonetic power. But when characters whose alphabetic values have been determined from a perfectly distinct source, such as the Babylonian column of the trilingual inscriptions, furnish us with names in the records attributed to Sennacherib, written almost identically as in the Hebrew version of the Bible, such as Hezekiah, Jerusalem, Judah, Sidon, and others, and all occurring in one and the same paragraph, their reading, moreover, confirmed by synchronisms and illustrated by sculptured representations of the events, the identification must be admitted to be complete. The palace of Khorsabad, as I have already observed, was built by the father of Sennacherib. The edifice in the southwest corner of Nimrod was raised by the son, as we learn from the inscription on the back of the bulls discovered in that building. The name of the king is admitted to be Esarhaddon, and there are events, as it will hereafter be seen, mentioned in his records which further tend to identify him with the Esarhaddon of Scripture, who, after the murder of his father Sennacherib, succeeded to the throne. I may mention in conclusion, as connected with the bulls forming the grand entrance, that in the rubbish at the foot of one of them were found 4 cylinders and several beads, with a scorpion in lapis lazuli, all apparently once strung together. On one cylinder of translucent green felspar, called Amazon stone, which I believe to have been the signet or amulet of Sennacherib himself, is engraved the king, standing in an arched frame as on the rock tablets at Bavian and at the Nar el-Kelb in Syria. The intaglio of this beautiful gem is not deep, but sharp and distinct, and the details are so minute that a magnifying glass is almost required to perceive them. On a smaller cylinder in the same green felspar is a cuneiform inscription which has not yet been deciphered, but which does not appear to contain any royal name. On 2 cylinders of onyx, also found at Kuyingjik and now in the British Museum, are, however, the names and titles of Sennacherib. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Discoveries among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Bennett, Melbourne, Australia. Discoveries among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 7. Road opened for removal of winged lions. Discovery of vaulted drain. Of other arches. Of painted bricks. Attack of the Ty on the village of Nimrod. Visit to the Hawar. Description of the encampment of the Ty. The plain of Shomamok. Sheikh Faras. Wali Bey. Return to Nimrod. The gigantic human-headed lions, first discovered in the northwest palace at Nimrod, were still standing in their original position. Having been carefully covered up with earth previous to my departure in 1848, they had been preserved from exposure to the effects of the weather and to wanton injury on the part of the Arabs. The trustees of the British Museum, wishing to add these fine sculptures to the national collection, I was directed to remove them entire. A road through the ruins for their transport to the edge of the mount was in the first place necessary, and it was commenced early in December. They would thus be ready for embarkation as soon as the waters of the river were sufficiently high to bear a raft so heavily laden over the rapids and shallows between Nimrod and Baghdad. This road was dug to the level of the pavement or artificial platform, and was not finished till the end of February, as a large mass of earth and rubbish had to be taken away to the depth of 15 or 20 feet. During the progress of the work, we found some carved fragments of ivory, similar to those already placed in the British Museum, and 2 massive sockets in bronze, in which turned the hinges of a gate of the palace. No remains of the doorposts or other parts of the gate were discovered in the ruins, and it is uncertain whether these rings were fixed in stone or wood. In the southeastern corner of the mound, tunnels carried beneath the ruined edifice, which is of the 7th century BC, showed the remains of an earlier building. A vaulted drain about 5 feet in width was also discovered. The arch was turned with large kiln-burnt bricks and rested upon side walls of the same material. The bricks being square and not expressly made for vaulting, a space was left above the centre of the arch, which was filled up by bricks laid longitudinally. Although this may not be a perfect arch, we have seen from the vaulted chamber discovered in the very centre of the high mound at the northwest corner that the Assyrians were well acquainted at an early period with its true principle. Other examples were not wanting in the ruins. The earth falling away from the sides of the deep trench opened in the northwest palace for the removal of the bull and lion during the former excavations left uncovered the entrance to a vaulted drain or passage built of sun-dried bricks. Beneath was a small watercourse, enclosed by square pieces of alabaster. A third arch, equally perfect in character, was found beneath the ruins of the southeast edifice. A tunnel had been opened almost on a level with the plain, and carried far into the southern face of the mound, but without the discovery of any other remains of building than this solitary brick arch. In the southeast corner of the quadrangle, formed by the low mounds marking the walls once surrounding this quarter of the city of Nineveh, or the park attached to the royal residence, the level of the soil is considerably higher than in any other part of the enclosed space. This sudden inequality evidently indicates the site of some ancient edifice. Connected with it, rising abruptly and almost perpendicularly from the plain, and forming one of the corners of the walls, is a lofty, irregular mound, which is known to the Arabs by the name of the Tell of Athur, the lieutenant of Nimrod. Tunnels and trenches opened in it showed nothing but earth, unmingled even with bricks or fragments of stone. Remains of walls and a pavement of baked bricks were, however, discovered in the lower part of the platform. The bricks had evidently been taken from some other building, for upon them were traces of coloured figures and patterns, of the same character as those on the sculptured walls of the palaces. Their painted faces were placed downwards, as if purposely to conceal them, and the designs upon them were in most instances injured or destroyed. A few fragments were collected, and are now in the British Museum. The colours have faded, but were probably once as bright as the enamels of Khorsabad. The outlines are white, and the ground a pale blue and olive green. The only other colour used is a dull yellow. The most interesting specimens are 1. 4 captives tied together by their necks, the end of the rope being held by the foremost prisoner, whose hands are free, whilst the others have their arms bound behind. They probably formed part of a line of captives led by an Assyrian warrior. They are beardless and have bald heads, to which is attached a single feather. 2 of them have white cloths round their loins, the others long white shirts open in front, like the shirt of the modern Arab. The figures on this fragment are yellow on a blue ground. 2. Similar captives, followed by an Assyrian soldier. The armour of the warrior is that of the later period. The scales and greaves are painted blue and yellow, and the tunic blue, the ground blue. 3. Parts of 2 horses, of a man holding a dagger and of an Assyrian warrior. The horses are blue. The man appears to have been wounded or slain in battle and is naked, with the exception of a twisted blue cloth round the loins. Ground an olive green. 4. Fragment with Assyrian warriors on horses. Horses yellow with blue trappings. Ground olive green. 5. Part of a chariot and horse, yellow on a blue ground. 6. A man with a white cloth round his loins, pierced by 2 arrows. A fish, blue, with the scales marked in white, and part of a horse's head, yellow. Ground yellow. 7. Part of a walled tower or fort with square battlements, white on a blue ground. 8. Fragment of a very spirited design representing a chariot and horses passing over a naked figure pierced through the neck by an arrow. Under this group are the heads and parts of the shields of 2 Assyrian warriors. The wounded man wears a fillet round his head to which is attached a feather. The horses are blue and their trappings white, the wheels of the chariot yellow. The shields of the warriors are blue, edged by a band of alternate squares of blue and yellow. Their helmets are yellow, but the faces appear to be merely outlined in white on the olive-green ground. 9. The lower part of an Assyrian warrior, his armour and greaves blue, yellow and white. The naked hand is of a pale brown colour. Ground olive-green. 10. A castle with angular battlements, white with yellow bands on a blue ground. A square door is painted blue. All these fragments evidently belong to the same period, and probably to the same general subject. I should conjecture that they had been taken from the same building as the detached bas-reliefs in the southwest palace, and that consequently they may be attributed to the same king. The outlines are spirited, in character and treatment, resembling the sculptures. A fragment of painted brick found in the ruins of the northwest palace is undoubtedly of a different and of an earlier period. The outline is in black and not in white. The upper robe is blue, the under yellow, and the fringes white. The ground is yellow. But the most perfect and interesting specimen of painting is that on a brick, 12 inches by 9, discovered in the centre of the mound of Nimrod, and now in the British Museum. It represents the king followed by his attendant eunuch, receiving his general or vizier, a group very similar to those seen in the sculptures from the northwest palace. Above his head is a kind of fringed pavilion and part of an inscription which appears to have contained his name. Beneath him is the Assyrian guilloche border. The outline is in black upon a pale yellow ground, the colours having probably faded. From the costume of the king, I believe him to be either the builder of the northwest or centre palace. This is a unique specimen of an entire Assyrian painting. During the greater part of the month of December I resided at Nimrod. One morning I was suddenly disturbed by the reports of firearms, mingled with the shouts of men and the shrieks of women. Issuing immediately from the house, I found the open space behind it a scene of wild excitement and confusion. Horsemen galloping in all directions and singing their war song were driving before them with their long spears the cattle and sheep of the village. The men were firing at the invaders. The women, armed with tent poles and pitchforks, and filling the air with their shrill screams, were trying to rescue the animals. The horsemen of the Arab tribe of Tai had taken advantage of a thick mist hanging over the Jaif to cross the Zab early in the morning and to fall upon us before we were aware of their approach. No time was to be lost to prevent bloodshed and all its disagreeable consequences. A horse was soon ready, and I rode towards the one who appeared to be the chief of the attacking party. Although his features were concealed by the keffir, closely drawn over the lower part of his face after the Bedouin fashion in war, he had been recognised as Saleh, the brother of the Hawar, the sheikh of the Tay. At my urgent solicitation, Saleh consented to restore all that had been stolen, and each one was accordingly invited to claim his own property. In the midst of the crowd of wranglers about lost cloaks, handkerchiefs, and the like, a hare suddenly sprang from her form and darted over the plain. My greyhounds, who had followed me from the house, immediately pursued her. This was too much for the Arabs. Their love of the chase overcame even their propensity for appropriating other people's property. Cattle, cloaks, swords, and kaffirs were abandoned to their respective claimants, and the whole band of marauders joined wildly in the pursuit. Before we had reached the game, we were far distant from Nimrod. I seized the opportunity to conclude the truce, and Saleh with his followers rode slowly back towards the ford of the Zab to seek his brother's tents. I promised to visit the Hawar in 2 or 3 days, and we parted with mutual assurances of friendship. I spent Christmas Day at Nimrod, and on the 28th set out to visit the Hawar. Schloss again accompanied me, Mr. Roland, a traveller who had recently joined us, Hormazd and Avad being of the party. Leaving the Kuther Elias to the left, we passed the ruined village of Kini Harem, taking the direct track to the Zab. The river, winding through a rich alluvial plain, divides itself into 4 branches before entering a range of low conglomerate hills, between which it sweeps in its narrowed bed with great velocity. The 4 channels are each fordable, except during floods, and the Arabs generally cross at this spot. The water reached above the bellies of our horses, but we found no difficulty in stemming the current. The islands and the banks were clothed with trees and brushwood. In the mud and sand near the jungle were innumerable deep, sharp prints of the hoof of the wild boar. The tents of the Hawa were still higher up the Zab. Sending a horseman to apprise the chief of our approach, we rode leisurely towards them. As we passed by a small village named Hadley, the women came out with their children, and pointing to me exclaimed, "Look, look! This is the beg who is come from the other end of the world to dig up the bones of our grandfathers and grandmothers," a sacrilege which they seemed inclined to resent. Saleh, at the head of 50 or 60 horsemen, met us beyond the village and conducted us to the encampment of his brother. The tents were pitched in long parallel lines. That of the chief held the foremost place, and was distinguished by its size, the upright spears tufted with ostrich feathers at its entrance, and the many hybrid mares tethered before it. As we approached, a tall, commanding figure of erect and noble carriage issued from beneath the black canvas and advanced to receive me. I had never seen amongst the Arabs a man of such lofty stature. His features were regular and handsome, but his beard, having been fresh dyed with henna alone, was of a bright brick-red hue, ill-suited to the gravity and dignity of his countenance. His head was encircled by a rich cashmere shawl, one end falling over his shoulder, as is the custom amongst the Arabs of the Hejaz. He wore a crimson satin robe and a black cloak, elegantly embroidered down the back and on one of the wide sleeves with gold thread and many-coloured silks. This was Sheikh Hawa. As I dismounted, the sheikh advanced to embrace me, and when his arms were round my neck, my head scarcely reached to his shoulder. He led me into that part of the tent which is set aside for guests. It had been prepared for my reception, and was not ill furnished, with cushions of silk and soft Kurdish carpets. The tent itself was more capacious than those usually found amongst Arabs. The black goat hair canvas alone was the load of 3 camels, and was supported by 6 poles down the centre, with the same number on either side. Around a bright fire was an array of highly burnished metal coffee pots, the largest containing several quarts, and the smallest scarcely big enough to fill the diminutive cup reserved for the solitary stranger. Coffee was, of course, the first business. It was highly spiced as drunk by the Bedouins. The Hawa, after some general conversation, spoke of the politics of the Thai and their differences with the Turkish government. The same ruinous system which has turned some of the richest districts of Asia into a desert and has driven every Arab clan into open rebellion against the Sultan, had been pursued toward himself and his tribe. Owing to the extortionate demands of the Turkish governors and intestine dissensions and broils between the Arab themselves, the country had rapidly been reduced to a state of anarchy. The Arabs, having no one responsible chief, took, of course, to plundering. The villages on the Mosul side of the Zab, as well as in the populous district of Arbil, were laid waste. The Kurds, who came down into the plains during the winter, were encouraged to follow the example of the Thai, and from the rapaciousness and misconduct of 1 or 2 officers of the Turkish government, evils had ensued whose consequences will be felt for years, and which will end in adding another rich district to the desert. Such is the history of almost every tribe in Turkey, and such the causes of the desolation that has spread over her finest provinces. The Thai is a remnant of one of the most ancient and renowned tribes of Arabia. The Hawa himself traces his descent from Hadley, a sheikh of the tribe who lived in the 7th century, and who, as the impersonation of all the virtues of Bedouin life, is the theme to this day of the Arab muse. His hospitality, his generosity, his courage, and his skill as a horseman were alike unequalled, and there is no name more honoured amongst the wild inhabitants of the desert than that of Hatem Tai. The Hawar is proud of his heroic ancestor, and the Bedouins acknowledge and respect his descent. We dined with the Sheikh and sat until the night was far spent, listening to tales of Arab life and to the traditions of his tribe. On the following morning the tents were struck at sunrise, and the chief moved with his followers to new pastures. The crowd of camels, flocks, cattle, laden beasts of burden, horsemen, footmen, women and children darkened the plain for some miles. We passed through the midst of them with the Sheikh, and leaving him to fix the spot for his encampment, we turned from the river and rode inland towards the tents of his rival and cousin, Faras. Saleh, with a few horsemen, accompanied me, one of my special objects being to bring about a reconciliation between the two chiefs. The plain, bounded by the Tigris, the Great and Lesser Zab, and the Kurdish hills, is renowned for its fertility. It is the granary of Baghdad, and it is a common saying amongst the Arabs that if there were a famine over the rest of the earth, Shomamok, for so the principal part of the plain is called, would still have its harvest. This district belongs chiefly to the Thai Arabs, who wander from pasture to pasture and leave the cultivation of the soil to small sedentary tribes of Arabs, Turkomans and Kurds, who dwell in villages and pay an annual tribute in money or in kind. As we rode along, we passed many peasants industriously driving the plough through the rich soil. Large flocks of gazelles grazed in the cultivated patches. Scarcely fearing the husbandman, though speedily bounding away over the plain as horsemen approached, artificial mounds rose on all sides of us, and near one of the largest, called Abu Jerda, we found the black tents of Sheikh Faras. The rain began to fall in torrents before we reached the encampment. The chief had ridden out to a neighbouring village to make arrangements for our better protection against the weather. He soon returned, urging his mare to the top of her speed. In person, he was a strange contrast to the elder member of his family. He was short, squat, and fat, and his coarse features were buried in a frame of hair dyed bright red. He was, however, profuse in assurances of friendship, talked incessantly, agreed to all I proposed with regard to a reconciliation with the other branch of the tribe, and received Saleh with every outward sign of cordiality. His son had more of the dignity of his race, but the expression of his countenance was forbidding and sinister. The two young men, as they sat, cast looks of defiance at each other, and I had some difficulty in restraining Saleh from breaking out in invectives, which probably would have ended in an appeal to the sword. As the rain increased in violence and the tent offered but an imperfect shelter, we moved to the village, where a house had been prepared for us by its honest, kind-hearted Turkoman chief, Wali Bey. With unaffected hospitality, he insisted that we should become his guests, and had already slain the sheep for our entertainment. I have met few men who exceed, in honesty and fidelity, the descendants of the pure Turkoman race, scattered over Asia Minor and the districts watered by the Tigris. On the following morning, Wali Bey provided an ample breakfast in which all the luxuries of the village were set before us. On reaching the Zab, we found it rising rapidly from the rains of the previous day. Our servants had already crossed, but the river was now impassable. We sought a ford higher up and above the junction of the Gazir. Having struggled in vain against the swollen stream, we were compelled to give up the attempt. Nothing remained but to seek the ferry on the high road between Arbil and Mosul. We didn't reach the small village where a raft is kept for the use of travellers and caravans until nearly 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was sunset before we had crossed the river. We hurried along the direct track to Nimrod, hoping to cross the Gazier before nightfall. But fresh difficulties awaited us. That small river, collecting the torrents of the Missouri hills, had overflown its bed, and its waters were rushing tumultuously onwards with a breadth of stream almost equalling the Tigris. We rode along its banks, hoping to find an encampment where we could pass the night. At length, in the twilight, we spied some Arabs, who immediately took refuge behind the walls of a ruined village, and, believing us to be marauders from the desert, prepared to defend themselves and their cattle. Directing the rest of the party to stop, I rode forward with the Bayraktar, and was in time to prevent a discharge of firearms pointed against us. The nearest inhabited village was Tel Aswat, or Kara Tapa, still far distant. As we rode towards it in the dusk, 1 or 2 wolves lazily stole from the brushwood, and jackals and other beasts of prey occasionally crossed our path. We found the Kiaya seated with some travellers round a blazing fire. The miserable hut was soon cleared of its occupants, and we prepared to pass the night as we best could. Towards dawn, the Kiaya brought us word that the Gazier had subsided sufficiently to allow us to ford. We started under his guidance and found that the stream, although divided into 3 branches, reached in some places almost to the backs of the horses. Safe over, we struck across the country towards Nimrod, and reached the ruins as a thick morning mist was gradually withdrawn from the lofty mound. During our absence, a new chamber had been opened in the northwest palace, to the south of the great centre wall. The walls were of plain sun-dried brick, and there were no remains of sculptured slabs, but in the earth and rubbish which had filled it were discovered some of the most interesting relics obtained from the ruins of Assyria. A description of its contents alone will occupy a chapter. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 8 Contents of a Newly Discovered Chamber. A Well. Large copper cauldrons. Bells, rings, and other objects in metal. Tripods. Cauldrons and large vessels. Bronze bowls, cups, and dishes. Description of the embossing upon them. Arms and armor. Shields. Iron instruments. Ivory remains. Bronze cubes inlaid with gold. Glass bowls. Lenses. The royal throne. The newly discovered chamber was part of the northwest palace, and adjoining a room previously explored. Its only entrance was to the west, and almost on the edge of the mound. It must, consequently, have opened upon a gallery or terrace running along the river front of the building. The walls were of sun-dried brick, panelled round the bottom with large burnt bricks about 3 feet high, placed one against the other. They were coated with bitumen, and, like those forming the pavement, were inscribed with the name and usual titles of the royal founder of the building. In one corner, and partly in a kind of recess, was a well, the mouth of which was formed by brickwork about 3 feet high. Its sides were also bricked down to the conglomerate rock, and holes had been left at regular intervals for descent. When first discovered, it was choked with earth. The workmen emptied it until they came, at the depth of nearly 60 feet, to brackish water. The first objects found in this chamber were 2 plain copper vessels or cauldrons, about 2½ feet in diameter and 3 feet deep, resting upon a stand of brickwork, with their mouths closed by large tiles. Near them was a copper jar, which fell to pieces almost as soon as uncovered. Several vases of the same metal, though smaller in size, had been dug out of other parts of the ruins, but they were empty, whilst those I am describing were filled with curious relics. I first took out a number of small bronze bells with iron tongues, and various small copper ornaments, some suspended to wires. With them were a quantity of tapering bronze rods bent into a hook and ending in a kind of lip. Beneath were several bronze cups and dishes, which I succeeded in removing entire. Scattered in the earth amongst these objects were several hundred studs and buttons in mother of pearl and ivory, with many small rosettes in metal. All the objects contained in these cauldrons, with the exception of the cups and dishes, were probably ornaments of horse and chariot furniture. Beneath the cauldrons were heaped lions' and bulls' feet of bronze, and the remains of iron rings and bars, probably parts of tripods or stands for supporting vessels and bowls, which, as the iron had rusted away, had fallen to pieces, leaving such pieces entire as were in the more durable metal. Two other cauldrons, found further within the chamber, contained, besides several plates and dishes, 4 crown-shaped bronze ornaments, perhaps belonging to a throne or couch, 2 long ornamented bands of copper, rounded at both ends, apparently belts, such as those worn by warriors in armor, a grotesque head in bronze, probably the top of a mace, a metal wine strainer of elegant shape, various metal vessels of peculiar form, and a bronze ornament, probably the handle of a dish or vase. 8 more cauldrons and jars were found in other parts of the chamber. One contained ashes and bones, the rest were empty. Some of the larger vessels were crushed almost flat, probably by the falling in of the upper part of the building. With the cauldrons were discovered 2 circular flat vessels, nearly 6 feet in diameter, and about 2 feet deep, which I can only compare with the brazen sea that stood in the Temple of Solomon. Cauldrons are frequently represented as part of the spoil and tribute in the sculptures of Nimrod and Kuyunjik. They were so much valued by the ancients that, it appears from the Homeric poems, they were given as prizes at public games, and were considered amongst the most precious objects that could be carried away from a captured city. They were frequently embossed with flowers and other ornaments. Homer declares one so adorned to be worth an ox. Behind the cauldrons was a heap of curious and interesting objects. In one place were piled without order, one above the other, bronze cups, bowls, and dishes of various sizes and shapes. The upper vessels, having been most exposed to damp, the metal had been eaten away by rust, and was crumbling into fragments, or into a green powder. As they were cleared away, more perfect specimens were taken out, until, near the pavement of the chamber, some were found almost entire. Many of the bowls and plates fitted so closely, one within the other, that they have only been detached in England. It required the greatest care and patience to separate them from the tenacious soil in which they were embedded. Although a green crystalline deposit, arising from the decomposition of the metal, encrusted all the vessels, I could distinguish upon many of them traces of embossed and engraved ornaments. Since they have been in England, they have been carefully and skilfully cleaned, and the very beautiful and elaborate designs upon them brought to light. The bronze objects thus discovered may be classed under 4 heads: dishes with handles, plates, deep bowls, and cups. Some are plain, others have a simple rosette, scarab, or star in the center, and many are most elaborately ornamented with the figures of men and animals, and with elegant fancy designs, either embossed or incised. The inside, and not the outside, of these vessels is ornamented. The embossed figures have been raised in the metal by a blunt instrument, 3 or 4 strokes of which in many instances very ingeniously produce the image of an animal. Even those ornaments which are not embossed but incised appear to have been formed by a similar process, except that the punch was applied on the inside. The tool of the engraver has been sparingly used. The most interesting dishes in the collection brought to England are: 1. With moving circular handle, the handle wanting, secured by 3 bosses, diameter 10 3/4 inches, depth 2 1/4 inches, divided into 2 friezes surrounding a circular medallion containing a male deity with bull's ears, and hair in ample curls, wearing bracelets and a necklace of an Egyptian character, and a short tunic, the arms crossed, and the hands held by 2 Egyptians, who place their other hands on the head of the center figure. The inner frieze contains horsemen draped as Egyptians, galloping around in pairs, the outer figures also wearing the Egyptian shenty or tunic, hunting lions on horseback, on foot, and in chariots. The hair of these figures is dressed after a fashion which prevailed in Egypt from the 9th to the 8th century B.C. Each frieze is separated by a band of galochi ornament. Number 2, diameter 10½ inches, having a low rim, partly destroyed, ornamented with an embossed rosette of elegant shape, surrounded by 3 friezes of animals in high relief, divided by a guilloche band. The outer frieze contains 12 walking bulls, designed with considerable spirit. Between each is a dwarf shrub or tree. The second frieze has a bull, a winged griffin, an ibex, and a gazelle, walking one behind the other, and the same animals seized by leopards or lions in all 14 figures. The inner frieze contains 12 gazelles. The handle is formed by a plain movable ring. The ornaments on this dish, as well as the design, are of an Assyrian character. Number 3, diameter 10¾ inches and 1½ inch deep, with a raised star in the center. The handle formed by 2 rings, working in sockets fashioned to a rim, running about 1/3 round the margin, and secured by 5 nails or bosses. 4 bands of embossed ornaments in low relief round the center, the outer band consisting of alternate standing bulls and crouching lions, Assyrian in character and treatment. The others, of an elegant pattern, slightly varied from the usual Assyrian border by the introduction of a fan-like flower in the place of a tulip. Other dishes were found still better preserved than those just described, but perfectly plain, or having only a star, more or less elaborate, embossed or engraved in the center. Many fragments were also discovered with elegant handles, some formed by the figures of rams and bulls. Of the plates, the most remarkable are, number 1, shallow, and 8 3/4 inches in diameter, the center slightly raised and incised with a star and 5 bands of tulip-shaped ornaments, the rest occupied by 4 groups, each consisting of 2 winged hawk-headed sphinxes, wearing the feshent or crown of the upper and lower country of Egypt, one paw raised and resting upon the head of a man kneeling on one knee, and lifting his hands in the act of adoration. Between the sphinxes, on a column in the form of a papyrus scepter, is the bust of a figure wearing on his head the sun's disk, with uri serpents, a collar round the neck, and 4 feathers. Above are 2 winged globes with the asps, and a row of birds. Each group is enclosed by 2 columns with capitals in the form of the Assyrian tulip ornament, and is separated from that adjoining by a scarab with outspread wings, raising the globe with its 4 feet, and resting with its hind on a papyrus scepter pillar. This plate is in good preservation, having been found at the very bottom of a heap of similar relics. Number 2, depth 1 3/4 inch, diameter 9 1/8 inch, with a broad raised rim like that of a soup plate, embossed with figures of greyhounds pursuing a hare. The center contains a frieze in high relief, representing combats between men and lions, and a smaller border of gazelles between guilloche bands, encircling an embossed star. In this very fine specimen, although the costumes of the figures are Egyptian in character, the treatment and design are Assyrian. Number 3, shallow, 9 1/2 inches diameter, an oval in the center, covered with dotted lozenges, and set with 9 silver bosses, probably intended to represent a lake or valley, surrounded by 4 groups of hills, each with 3 crests in high relief, on which are incised in outline trees and stags, wild goats, bears, and leopards. On the sides of the hills, in relief, are similar figures of animals. The outer rim is incised with trees and deer. The workmanship of this specimen is Assyrian, and very minute and curious. Number 4, diameter 7 1/4 inches, the center raised, and containing an 8-rayed star, with smaller stars between each ray, encircled by a guilloche band. The remainder of the plate is divided into 8 compartments, by 8 double-faced figures of Egyptian character in high relief. Between each figure are 5 rows of animals, enclosed in guilloche bands, the first 3 consisting of stags and hinds, the 4th of lions, and the 5th of hares, each compartment containing 13 figures. A very beautiful specimen, unfortunately much injured. Number 5, diameter 8 3/4 inches, depth 1 1/4 inch. The embossings and ornaments on this plate are of an Egyptian character. The center consists of 4 heads of the cow-eared goddess Atur, forming, with lines of bosses, an 8-rayed star, surrounded by hills, indicated as in plate number 3, but filled in with rosettes and other ornaments. Between the hills are incised animals and trees. A border of figures, almost purely Egyptian, but unfortunately only in part preserved, encircles the plate. The first remaining group is that of a man seated on a throne, beneath an ornamented arch, with the Egyptian Baal, represented as on the coins of Kosora, standing full face. To the right of this figure is a square ornament with pendants, resembling a sealed document, and beneath it the crux ansata, or Egyptian symbol of life. The next group is that of a warrior in Egyptian attire, holding a mace in his right hand, and in his left a bow and arrow, with the hair of a captive of smaller proportions who crouches before him. The next group represents the Egyptian Baal, with a lion's skin round his body and plumes on his head, having on each side an Egyptian figure wearing the shent or short tunic, carrying a bow, and plucking the plumes from the head of the god, perhaps symbolic of the victory of Horus over Typhoon. The Egyptian god Ammon, bearing a bird in one hand and a falchion in the other, with female figures similar to that last described, appears to form the next group. But unfortunately this part of the plate has been nearly destroyed. The whole border, however, appears to have represented a mixture of religious and historical scenes. Number 6, diameter 6 inches, depth 1½ inch. A projecting rim, ornamented with figures of vultures with outspread wings, an embossed rosette, encircled by 2 rows of fan-shaped flowers and guilloche bands, occupies a raised center, which is surrounded by a frieze consisting of groups of 2 vultures devouring a hare. A highly finished and very beautiful specimen. On the back of this plate are 5 letters, either in the Phoenician or Assyrian cursive character. Numbers 7 and 8, covered with groups of small stags, surrounding an elaborate star, one plate containing above 600 figures. The animals are formed by 3 blows from a blunt instrument or punch. These plates are ornamented with small bosses of silver and gold let into the copper. Number 9, diameter 7 5/8 inches, depth 1½ inch. Of fine workmanship, the center formed by an incised star, surrounded by guilloche and tulip bands. 4 groups on the sides representing a lion, lurking among papyri or reeds, and about to spring on a bull. Number 10, diameter 7½ inches. In the center, a winged scarab raising the disk of the sun, surrounded by guilloche and tulip bands, and by a double frieze, the inner consisting of trees, deer, winged ori, sphinxes, and papyrus plants, the outer of winged scarabs, flying serpents, deer, and trees, all incised. The plates above described are the most interesting specimens brought to this country. There are others, indeed, scarcely less remarkable for beauty of workmanship, or, when plain or ornamented with a simple star in the center, for elegance of form. Of the 17 deep bowls discovered, only 3 have embossings, sufficiently well preserved to be described. The greater part appear to be perfectly plain. The most remarkable is 8½ inches in diameter and 3 3/4 inches deep, and has at the bottom, in the center, an embossed star surrounded by a rosette, and on the sides a hunting scene in bold relief. A second, 7½ inches in diameter and 3 3/4 inches deep, has in the center a medallion similar to that in the one last described, and on the sides, in very high relief, 2 lions and 2 sphinxes of Egyptian character, wearing a collar, feathers, and housings, and a headdress formed by a disc with 2 ori. Both bowls are remarkable for the boldness of the relief and the archaic treatment of the figures, in this respect resembling the ivories previously discovered at Nimrod. They forcibly call to mind the early remains of Greece, and especially the metalwork and painted pottery found in very ancient tubes in Etruria, which they so closely resemble not only in design but in subject, the same mythic animals and the same ornaments being introduced, that we cannot but attribute to both the same origin. The third, 7 3/4 inches in diameter and 2½ inches deep, has in the center a star formed by the Egyptian hawk of the sun, bearing the disk, and having at its side a whip between 2 rays ending in lotus flowers. On the sides are embossed figures of wild goats, lotus-shaped shrubs, and dwarf trees of peculiar form. Of the cups, the most remarkable are number 1, diameter 5 5/8 inches and 2 1/4 inches deep, very elaborately ornamented with figures of animals, interlaced and grouped together in singular confusion, covering the whole inner surface, apparently representing a combat between griffins and lions. A very curious and interesting specimen, not unlike some of the Italian chasings of the Cinquecento. Number 2, a fragment embossed with the figures of lions and bulls, of very fine workmanship. Of the remaining cups, many are plain but of elegant shape. 1 or 2 are ribbed, and some have simply an embossed star in the center. About 150 bronze vessels discovered in this chamber are now in the British Museum, without including numerous fragments, which, although showing traces of ornament, are too far destroyed by decomposition to be cleaned. The metal of the dishes, bowls, and rings has been carefully analyzed, and has been found to contain 1 part of tin to 10 of copper, being exactly the relative proportions of the best ancient and modern bronze. The bells, however, have 14% of tin, showing that the Assyrians were well aware of the effect produced by changing the proportions of the metals. These 2 facts show the advance made by them in the metallurgic art. The effect of age and decay has been to cover the surface of all these bronze objects with a coating of beautiful crystals of malachite, beneath which the component substances have been converted into suboxide of copper and peroxide of tin, leaving in many instances no traces whatever of the metals. It would appear that the Assyrians were unable to give elegant forms or a pleasing appearance to objects in iron alone, and that consequently they frequently overlaid that metal with bronze, either entirely or partially by way of ornament. The feet of the ring tripods previously described furnish highly interesting specimens of this process, and prove the progress made by the Assyrians in it. The iron enclosed within the copper has not been exposed to the same decay as that detached from it, and will still take a polish. The tin was probably obtained from Phoenicia, and consequently that used in the bronzes of the British Museum may actually have been exported nearly 3,000 years ago from the British Isles. We find the Assyrians and Babylonians making an extensive use of this metal, which was probably one of the chief articles of trade supplied by the cities of the Syrian coast, whose seamen sought for it on the distant shores of the Atlantic. The embossed and engraved vessels from Nimrod afford many interesting illustrations of the progress made by the ancients in metallurgy. From the Egyptian character of the designs, and especially of the drapery of the figures, in several of the specimens it may be inferred that some of them were not Assyrian, but had been brought from a foreign people. As in the ivories, however, the workmanship, subjects, and mode of treatment are more Assyrian than Egyptian, and seem to show that the artist either copied from Egyptian models or was a native of a country under the influence of the arts and tastes of Egypt. The Sidonians and other inhabitants of the Phoenician coast were the most renowned workers in metal of the ancient world. In the Homeric poems they are frequently mentioned as the artificers who fashioned and embossed metal cups and bowls, and Solomon sought cunning men from Tyre to make the gold and brazen utensils for his temple and palaces. It is, therefore, not impossible that the vessels discovered at Nimrod were the work of Phoenician artists, brought expressly from Tyre, or carried away amongst the captives when their cities were taken by the Assyrians, who, we know from many passages in the Bible, always secured the smiths and artisans, and placed them in their own immediate dominions. They may have been used for sacrificial purposes, at royal banquets, or when the king performed certain religious ceremonies, for in the bas-reliefs he is frequently presented on such occasions with a cup or bowl in his hand. Or they may have formed part of the spoil of some Syrian nation, placed in a temple at Nineveh, as the holy utensils of the Jews, after the destruction of the sanctuary, were kept in the temple of Babylon. It is not, indeed, impossible that some of them may have been actually brought from the cities round Jerusalem by Sennacherib himself, or from Samaria by Salmaneser or Sargon, who, we find, inhabited the palace at Nimrod, and of whom several relics have already been discovered in the ruins. Around the vessels I have described were heaped arms, remains of armor, iron instruments, glass bowls, and various objects in ivory and bronze. The arms consisted of swords, daggers, shields, and the heads of spears and arrows, which, being chiefly of iron, fell to pieces almost as soon as exposed to the air. The shields are of bronze and circular, the rim bending inwards and forming a deep groove round the edge. The handles are of iron, and fastened by 6 bosses or nails, the heads of which form an ornament on the outer face of the shield. The diameter of the largest and most perfect is 2 feet 6 inches. Although their weight must have impeded the movements of an armed warrior, the Assyrian spearmen are constantly represented in the bas-reliefs with them. Such, too, were probably the bucklers that Solomon hung on his towers. A number of thin iron rods, adhering together in bundles, were found amongst the arms. They may have been the shafts of arrows, which, it has been conjectured from several passages in the Old Testament, were sometimes of burnished metal. To make bright the arrows may, however, only allude to the head fastened to a reed, or shaft of some light wood. The armor consists of parts of breastplates and of other fragments embossed with figures and ornaments. Amongst the iron instruments were the head of a pick, a double-handed saw, about 3 feet 6 inches in length, several objects representing the heads of sledgehammers, and a large blunt spearhead, such as we find from the sculptures, were used during sieges to force stones from the walls of besieged cities. The most interesting of the ivory relics were a carved staff, perhaps a royal scepter, part of which has been preserved, although in the last stage of decay, and several entire elephant tusks, the largest being about 2 feet 5 inches long. The ivory could, with difficulty, be detached from the earth in which it was embedded. It fell to small fragments and even to dust almost as soon as exposed to the air. I have described elsewhere the frequent use of ivory for the adornment of ancient Eastern palaces and temples, as well as for thrones and furniture. Ezekiel includes horns of ivory amongst the objects brought to Tyre from Dedan, and the Assyrians may have obtained their supplies from the same country, which some believe to have been in the Persian Gulf. Amongst various small objects in bronze were 2 cubes, each having on one face the figure of a scarab with outstretched wings, inlaid in gold. Very interesting specimens, and probably amongst the earliest known of an art carried in modern times to great perfection in the East. 2 entire glass bowls, with fragments of others, were also found in this chamber. The glass, like all that from the ruins, is covered with pearly scales, which, on being removed, leave prismatic opal-like colors of the greatest brilliancy, showing, under different lights, the most varied and beautiful tints. On this highly interesting relic is the name of Sargon, with his title of King of Assyria, in cuneiform characters, and the figure of a lion. We are therefore able to fix its date to the latter part of the 7th century B.C. It is, consequently, the most ancient known specimen of transparent glass, none from Egypt being, it is believed, earlier than the time of the Samachedi, the end of the 6th or the beginning of the 5th century B.C. Opaque colored glass was, however, manufactured at a much earlier period, and some exist in the 15th century B.C. The Sargon vase was blown in one solid piece, and then shaped and hollowed out by a turning machine, of which the marks are still plainly visible. Within it were found, it will be remembered, 2 larger vases in white alabaster, inscribed with the name of the same king. They were all probably used for holding some ointment or cosmetic. With the glass bowls was discovered a rock crystal lens, with opposite convex and plane faces. Its properties could scarcely have been unknown to the Assyrians, and we have consequently the earliest specimen of a magnifying and burning glass. It was buried beneath a heap of fragments of beautiful blue opaque glass, apparently the enamel of some object in ivory or wood, which had perished. In the further corner of the chamber, to the left hand, stood the royal throne. Although it was utterly impossible, from the complete state of decay of the materials, to preserve any part of it entire, I was able, by carefully removing the earth, to ascertain that it resembled, in shape, the chair of state of the king, as seen in the sculptures of Koyunjik and Khorsabad, and particularly the represented in the bas-relief already described, of Sennacherib receiving the captives in spoil after the conquest of the city of Lachish. With the exception of the legs, which appear to have been of ivory, it was of wood, cased or overlaid with bronze, as the throne of Solomon was of ivory, overlaid with gold. The metal was most elaborately engraved and embossed with symbolic figures and ornaments, like those embroidered on the robes of the early Nimrod king, such as winged deities struggling with griffins, mythic animals, men before the sacred tree, and the winged lion and bull. As the woodwork over which the bronze was fastened by means of small nails of the same material had rotted away, the throne fell to pieces, but the metal casing was partly preserved. The legs were adorned with lion's paws resting on a pine-shaped ornament, like the thrones of the later Assyrian sculptures, and stood on a bronze base. A rod with loose rings, to which was once hung embroidered drapery or some rich stuff, appears to have belonged to the back of the chair, or to a framework raised above or behind it. In front of the throne was the footstool, also of wood overlaid with embossed metal, and adorned with the heads of rams or bulls. The feet ended in lion's paws and pine cones, like those of the throne. The 2 pieces of furniture may have been placed together in a temple as an offering to the gods, as Midas placed his throne in the temple of Delphi. The ornaments on them were so purely Assyrian that there can be little doubt of their having been expressly made for the Assyrian king, and not having been the spoil of some foreign nations. Such, with an alabaster jar and a few other objects in metal, were the relics found in the newly opened room. After the examination I made of the building during my former excavation, this accidental discovery proves that other treasures may still exist in the mound of Nimrod, and increases my regret that means were not at my command to remove the rubbish from the center of the other chambers in the palace. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Todd.
Chapter 9 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Bennett, Melbourne, Australia. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 9. Visit to the Winged Lions by Night. The Bitumen Springs. Removal of the winged lions to the river. Floods at Nimrod. Yazidi Marriage Festival. Barzani. Visit to Barfian. Site of the Battle of Arbela. Description of rook sculptures. Inscriptions. The Shabbaks. By the 28th of January, the colossal lions forming the portal to the great hall in the northwest palace of Nimrod were ready to be dragged to the river bank. The walls and their sculptured panelling had been removed from both sides of them, and they stood isolated in the midst of the ruins. We rode one calm, cloudless night to the mound to look on them for the last time, before they were taken from their old resting places. The moon was at her full, and as we drew nigh to the edge of the deep wall of earth rising round them, her soft light was creeping over the stern features of the human heads, and driving before it the dark shadows which still clothed the lion forms. One by one the limbs of the gigantic sphinxes emerged from the gloom, until the monsters were unveiled before us. I shall never forget that night, or the emotions which those venerable figures caused within me. A few hours more, and they were to stand no longer where they had stood unscathed amidst the wreck of man and his works for ages. It seemed almost sacrilege to tear them from their old haunts, to make them a mere wonder-stock to the busy crowd of a new world. They were better suited to the desolation around them, for they had guarded the palace in its glory, and it was for them to watch over it in its ruin. Sheikh Abdurrahman, who had ridden with us to the mound, was troubled with no such reflections. He gazed listlessly at the grim images, wondered at the folly of the Franks, thought the night cold, and turned his mare towards his tents. We scarcely heeded his going, but stood speechless in the deserted portal, until the shadows again began to creep over its hoary guardians. Beyond the ruined palaces, a scene scarcely less solemn awaited us. I had sent a party of jabours to the Bitumen Springs, outside the walls to the east of the enclosure. The Arabs, having lighted a small fire with brushwood, awaited our coming to throw the burning sticks upon the pitchy pools. A thick, heavy smoke rolled upwards in curling volumes, hiding the light of the moon and spreading wide over the sky. Tongues of flame and jets of gas, driven from the burning pit, shot through the murky canopy. As the fire brightened, 1,000 fantastic forms of light played amidst the smoke. To break the cindered crust and to bring fresh slime to the surface, the Arabs threw large stones into the springs. A new volume of fire then burst forth, throwing a deep red glare upon the figures and upon the landscape. The jabours danced round the burning pools like demons in some midnight orgy, shouting their war cry and brandishing their glittering arms. In an hour, the bitumen was exhausted for the time, the dense smoke gradually died away, and the pale light of the moon again shone over the black slime pits. The colossal lions were moved by still simpler and ruder means than those adopted on my first expedition. They were tilted over upon loose earth heaped behind them, their too rapid descent being checked by a hawser, which was afterwards replaced by props of wood and stone. They were then lowered by levers and jackscrews upon the cart brought under them. A road paved with flat stones had been made to the edge of the mound, and the sculpture was, without difficulty, dragged from the trenches. Owing to recent heavy rains, which had left in many places deep swamps, we experienced much difficulty in dragging the cart over the plain to the riverside. 3 days were spent in transporting each lion. The unwieldy mass was propelled from behind by enormous levers of poplar wood, and in the costumes of those who worked, as well as in the means adopted to move the colossal sculptures, except that we used a wheeled cart instead of a sledge, the procession closely resembled that which in days of yore transported the same great figures, and which we see so graphically represented on the walls of Kuyenjik. As they had been brought, so were they taken away. It was necessary to humour and excite the Arabs to induce them to persevere in the arduous work of dragging the cart through the soft, deep soil into which it continually sank. At one time, after many vain efforts to move the buried wheels, it was unanimously declared that Mr. Cooper, the artist, brought ill luck, and no one would work until he retired. The cumbrous machine crept onwards for a few more yards, but again all exertions were fruitless. Then the frank lady would bring good fortune if she sat on the sculpture. The wheels rolled heavily along, but were soon clogged once more in the yielding soil. An evil eye surely lurked among the workmen or the bystanders. Search was quickly made, and one having been detected upon whom this curse had alighted, he was ignominiously driven away with shouts and execrations. This impediment having been removed, the cart drew nearer to the village, but soon again came to a standstill. All the sheikhs were now summarily degraded from their rank and honours, and a weak, ragged boy, having been dressed up in tawdry kerchiefs and invested with a cloak, was pronounced by Hormuzd to be the only fit chief for such puny men. The cart moved forwards until the ropes gave way, under the new excitement caused by this reflection upon the character of the Arabs. When that had subsided and the presence of the youthful sheikh no longer encouraged his subjects, he was as summarily deposed as he had been elected, and a greybeard of 90 was raised to the dignity in his stead. He had his turn. Then the most unpopular of the sheikhs were compelled to lie down on the ground, that the groaning wheels might pass over them, like the car of Juggernaut over its votaries. With yells, shrieks, and wild antics, the cart was drawn within a few inches of the prostrate men. As a last resource, I seized a rope myself, and with shouts of defiance between the different tribes, who were divided into separate parties and pulled against each other, and amidst the deafening tahlil of the women, the lion was at length fairly brought to the water's edge. The winter rains had not yet swelled the waters of the river so as to enable a raft bearing a very heavy cargo to float with safety to Baghdad. It was not until the month of April, after I had left Mosul on my journey to the Kahboa, that the floods, from the melting of the snows in the higher mountains of Kurdistan, swept down the valley of the Tigris. I was consequently obliged to confide the task of embarking the sculptures to Bennett, my principal overseer, a Mausolean stonecutter of considerable skill and experience, Mr. Vice-Consul Rassam kindly undertaking to superintend the operation. Owing to extraordinary storms in the hills, the river rose suddenly and with unexampled rapidity. The Jaf was one vast sea, and a furious wind drove the waves against the foot of the mound. The Arabs had never seen a similar inundation, and before they could escape to the high land, many persons were overwhelmed in the waters. When the flood had subsided, the lions on the river bank, though covered with mud and silt, were found uninjured. They were speedily placed on the rafts prepared for them, but unfortunately during the operation, one of them, which had previously been cracked nearly across, separated into two parts. Both sculptures were doomed to misfortune. Some person, uncovering the other during the night, broke the nose. I was unable to discover the author of this wanton mischief. He was probably a stranger who had some feud with the Arabs working in the excavations. The rafts reached Baghdad in safety. After receiving the necessary repairs, they floated onwards to Busra, and although they encountered several serious dangers and mishaps, they finally reached England. During my hasty visit in the autumn to Bavian, I had been unable either to examine the rock tablets with sufficient care or to copy the inscriptions. The lions having been moved, I seized the first leisure moment to return to those remarkable monuments. Kawal Yusuf having invited me to the marriage of his niece at Bashika, we left Nimrod early in the morning for that village. The Kawal, followed by the principal inhabitants on horseback and by a large concourse of people on foot, accompanied by music and by children bringing lambs as offerings, met us not far from the village. It was already the second day of the marriage. On the previous day, the parties had entered into the contract before the usual witnesses, amidst rejoicing and dances. After our arrival, the bride was led to the house of the bridegroom, surrounded by the inhabitants, dressed in their gayest robes, and by the Kawals playing on their instruments of music. She was covered from head to foot by a thick veil, and was kept behind a curtain in the corner of a darkened room. Here she remained until the guests had feasted 3 days, after which the bridegroom was allowed to approach her. The courtyard of the house was filled with dancers, and during the day and the greater part of the night nothing was heard but the loud signs of rejoicing of the women and the noise of the drum and the pipe. On the 3rd day, the bridegroom was sought early in the morning and led in triumph by his friends from house to house, receiving at each a trifling present. He was then placed within a circle of dancers, and the guests and bystanders, wetting small coins, stuck them on his forehead. The money was collected as it fell, in an open kerchief, held by his companions under his chin. After this ceremony, a party of young men, who had attached themselves to the bridegroom, rushed into the crowd, and carrying off the most wealthy of the guests, locked them up in a dark room until they consented to pay a ransom for their release. The money thus collected was added to the dowry of the newly married couple. Leaving the revellers, I rode to Bazani with Kawal Yusuf, Sheikh Jindi, the stern leader of the religious ceremonies at Sheikh Adi, and a few Yazidi notables to examine the rocky valleys behind the village. I once more searched in vain for some traces of ancient quarries, from whence the Assyrians might have obtained the slabs used in their buildings. At the entrance of one of the deep ravines, which runs into the Gebel Maklub, a clear spring gushes from a grotto in the hillside. Tradition says that this is the cave of the 7 sleepers and their dog, and the Yazidis have made the spot a ziyarah, or place of pilgrimage. A ride of 7 hours brought us to the foot of the higher limestone range and to the mouth of the ravine containing the rock sculptures. Bavian is a mere Kurdish hamlet of 5 or 6 miserable huts on the left bank of the Gazir. We stopped at the larger village of Kinis. The two being scarcely half a mile apart, the place is usually called Kinis Bavian. The Arab population ceases with the plains, the villages in the hills being inhabited by Kurds and included in the district of Missouri. Adjoining is the Yazidi district of Shekan. The rock sculptures of Bavian are the most important that have yet been discovered in Assyria. They are carved in relief on the side of a narrow rocky ravine on the right bank of the Gomel, a brawling mountain torrent issuing from the Missouri hills, and one of the principal feeders of the small river Gazir, the ancient Bumidus. The Gomel or Gomela may perhaps be traced in the ancient name of Gorgamela, celebrated for that great victory which gave to the Macedonian conqueror the dominion of the eastern world. Although the battlefield was called after Arbela, a neighbouring city, we know that the river Zab intervened between them, and that the battle was fought near the village of Gorgamela, on the banks of the Bumidus, or Gazir, the Gomela of the Kurds. It is remarkable that tradition has not preserved any record of the precise scene of an event which so materially affected the destinies of the East. The history of this great battle is unknown to the present inhabitants of the country, nor does any local name, except perhaps that which I have pointed out, serve to connect it with these plains. The battlefield was probably in the neighbourhood of Tel Aswad, or between it and the junction of the Gazir with the Zab, on the direct line of march to the fords of that river. We had undoubtedly crossed the very spot during our ride to Bavian. The whole of the country between the Marklub range and the Tigris is equally well suited to the operations of mighty armies, but from the scanty topographical details given by the historians of Alexander, we are unable to identify the exact place of his victory. It is curious that hitherto no remains or relics have been turned up by the plough which would serve to mark the precise site of so great a battle as that of Arbela. The principal rock tablet at Bavian contains 4 figures, sculptured in relief upon the smoothed face of a limestone cliff, rising perpendicularly from the bed of the torrent. They are enclosed by a kind of frame, 28 feet high by 30 feet wide, and are protected by an overhanging cornice from the water which trickles down the face of the precipice. 2 deities, facing each other, are represented, as they frequently are on monuments and relics of the same period, standing on mythic animals resembling dogs. They wear the high, square headdress, with horns uniting in front, peculiar to the human-headed bulls of the later Assyrian palaces. One holds in the left hand a kind of staff, surmounted by the sacred tree. To the centre of this staff is attached a ring encircling a figure, probably that of the king. The other hand is stretched forth towards the opposite god, who carries a similar staff and grasps in the right hand an object which is too much injured to be accurately described. These 2 figures may represent but one and the same great tutelary deity of the Assyrians, as the 2 kings who stand in active adoration before them are undoubtedly but one and the same king. The monarch thus doubly portrayed is behind the god. He raises one hand and holds in the other the sacred mace, ending in a ball. His dress resembles that of the builder of the Kuyanjik palace, Sennacherib, with whom the inscriptions I shall presently describe identify him. This bas-relief has suffered greatly from the effects of the atmosphere, and in many parts the details can no longer be distinguished, but they have been still more injured by those who occupied the country after the fall of the Assyrian Empire. Strangers, having no reverence for the records or sacred monuments of those who went before them, excavated in the ready scarped rocks the sepulchral chambers of their dead. In this great tablet there are 4 such tombs. I entered them by means of a rope lowered from above by a party of Kurds. They were empty, their contents having of course been long before carried away or destroyed. To the left of this great bas-relief and nearer the mouth of the ravine is a second tablet containing a horseman at full speed and the remains of other figures. Both horse and rider are of colossal proportions and remarkable for the spirit of the outline. The warrior wears the Assyrian pointed helmet and couches a long, ponderous spear, as in the act of charging the enemy. Before him is a colossal figure of the king, and behind him a deity with a horned cap. Above his head, a row of smaller figures of gods standing on animals of various forms, as in the rock sculptures of Malthaiya. This fine bas-relief has unfortunately suffered even more than the other monuments from the effects of the atmosphere, and would easily escape notice without an acquaintance with its position. Scattered over the cliff on each side of the principal bas-reliefs are 11 small tablets, some easily accessible, others so high up on the face of the precipice that they are scarcely seen from below. One is on a level with the bed of the stream, and was indeed almost covered by the mud deposit of the floods. Each arched recess, for they are cut into the rock, contains a figure of the king, as at the Nar el-Kelb, near Beirut in Syria, 5 foot 6 inches high. Above his head are the sacred symbols, arranged in 4 distinct groups. The first group consists of 3 tiaras, like those worn by the gods and human-headed bulls, and of a kind of altar on which stands a staff ending in the head of a ram, the second of a crescent, and of the winged disc or globe, the third of a pedestal, on which are a trident and 3 staffs, one topped by a cone, another without ornament, and the last ending in 2 bulls' heads turned in opposite directions, and the fourth of a Maltese cross, perhaps symbolical of the sun, and the 7 stars. Some of these symbols have reference, it would seem, to the astral worship of the Assyrians, whilst others probably represent instruments used during sacrifices or sacred ceremonies. Across 3 of these royal tablets are inscriptions. One can be reached from the foot of the cliff, the others, being on the higher sculptures, cannot be seen from below. They are all more or less injured, but being very nearly word for word the same, they can to some extent be restored. I was lowered by ropes to those on the face of the precipice, which are not otherwise accessible. Standing on a ledge scarcely 6 inches wide, overlooking a giddy depth, and in a constrained and painful position, I had some difficulty in copying them. The stupidity and clumsiness, moreover, of the Kurds, who had never aided in such proceedings before, rendered my attempts to reach the sculptures somewhat dangerous. The inscriptions, the longest of which contained 63 lines, are in many respects of considerable importance, and have been partly translated by Dr. Hinks. They commence with an invocation to Ashur and the great deities of Assyria, the names of only 11 of whom are legible, although probably the whole 13 are enumerated as on the monuments from Nimrod. Then follow the names and titles of Sennacherib. Next, there is an account of various great works for irrigation undertaken by this king. From 18 districts or villages, he declares he dug 18 canals to the Assur, or Kusur, in which he collected their waters. He also dug a canal from the borders of the town, or district of Kisri, to Nineveh, and brought these waters through it. He called it the Canal of Sennacherib. A long, obscure passage precedes a very detailed account of the expedition to Babylon and Kardunias against Merodach-Baladan, recorded under the first year of the annals on the Kuyanjik bulls. After mentioning some canals which he had made in the south of Assyria, Sennacherib speaks of the army which defended the workmen being attacked by the king of Elam and the king of Babylon, with many kings of the hills and the plains who were their allies. He defeated them in the neighbourhood of Kalul, site undetermined. Many of the great people of the king of Elam and the son of the king of Kardunias were either killed or taken prisoners, while the kings themselves fled to their respective countries. Sennacherib then mentions his advance to Babylon, his conquest and plunder of it, and concludes with saying that he brought back from that city the images of the gods which had been taken by Merodach-Adake, the king of Mesopotamia, from Assyria 418 years before, and put them in their places. Now, the importance of this inscription, presuming it to be correctly interpreted, will at once be perceived, for it proves almost beyond a doubt that at that remote period the Assyrians kept an exact computation of time. We may consequently hope that sooner or later chronological tables may be discovered, which will furnish us with minute and accurate information as to the precise epoch of the occurrence of various important events in Assyrian history. It is indeed remarkable that Sennacherib should mark so exactly the year of the carrying away of the Assyrian gods. This very date enables us, as will hereafter be seen, to restore much of the chronology and to place almost with certainty in the dynastic lists a king whose position was before unknown. We find also that the greater part, if not the whole, of the rock sculptures were executed either at the end of the first or at the beginning of the second year of the reign of Sennacherib. As he particularly describes 6 tablets, it's probable that the others were added at some future period and after some fresh victory. When the whole inscription is restored, we shall probably obtain many other important details which are wanting in the annals of Kuyanjik and in the records of the same period. Beneath the sculptured tablets and in the bed of the Gomel are 2 enormous fragments of rock, which appear to have been torn from the overhanging cliff and to have been hurled by some mighty convulsion of nature into the torrent below. The pent-up waters eddy round them in deep and dangerous whirlpools, and when swollen by the winter rains, sweep completely over them. They still bear the remains of sculpture. One has been broken by the fall into 2 pieces. On them is the Assyrian Hercules, strangling the lion between 2 winged, human-headed bulls back to back, as at the grand entrances of the palaces of Kuyanjik and Khosebat. Above this group is the king, worshipping between 2 deities who stand on mythic animals, having the heads of eagles, the bodies and forefeet of lions, and hind legs armed with the talons of a bird of prey. The height of the whole sculpture is 24 feet, that of the winged bull 8 foot 6 inches. Near the entrance to the ravine, the face of the cliff has been scraped for some yards to the level of the bed of the torrent. A party of Kurds were hired to excavate at this spot, as well as in other parts of the narrow valley. Remains and foundations of buildings in well-hewn stone were discovered under the thick mud deposited by the Gamel when swollen by rains. Higher up the gorge, on removing the earth, I found a series of basins cut in the rock and descending in steps to the stream. The water had originally been led from one to the other through small conduits, the lowest of which was ornamented at its mouth with 2 rampant lions in relief. These outlets were choked up, but we cleared them, and by pouring water into the upper basin, restored the fountain as it had been in the time of the Assyrians. From the nature and number of the monuments at Bavian, it would seem that this ravine was a sacred spot, devoted to religious ceremonies and to national sacrifices. When the buildings, whose remains still exist, were used for these purposes, the waters must have been pent up between quays or embankments. They now occasionally spread over the bottom of the valley, leaving no pathway at the foot of the lofty cliffs. The remains of a well-built raised causeway of stone, leading to Bavian from the city of Nineveh, may still be traced across the plain to the east of the Gebel Maklub. The place, from its picturesque beauty and its cool, refreshing shade, even in the hottest day of summer, is a grateful retreat, well suited to devotion and to holy rites. The brawling stream almost fills the bed of the narrow ravine with its clear and limpid waters. The beetling cliffs rise abruptly on each side, and above them tower the wooded declivities of the Kurdish hills. As the valley opens into the plain, the sides of the limestone mountains are broken into a series of distinct strata, and resemble a vast flight of steps leading up to the highlands of Central Asia. The banks of the torrent are clothed with shrubs and dwarf trees, amongst which are the green myrtle and the gay oleander, bending under the weight of its rosy blossoms. I remained 2 days at Bavian to copy the inscriptions and to explore the Assyrian remains. Wishing to visit the Yazidi chiefs, I took the road to Ainsworth, passing through 2 large Kurdish villages, Atrush and Omes-us-Sukra, and leaving the entrance to the valley of Sheikh Adi to the right. The district to the northwest of Kinis is partly inhabited by a tribe professing peculiar religious tenets, and known by the name of Shabak. Although strange and mysterious rites are, as usual, attributed to them, I suspect they are simply the descendants of Kurds who emigrated at some distant period from the Persian slopes of the mountains, and who still profess Shiite doctrines. We passed the night in the village of Essia, where Sheikh Nasr had recently built a dwelling house. I occupied the same room with the Sheikh Hussein Bey and a large body of Yazidi Kawals, and was lulled to sleep by an interminable tale about the Prophet Muhammad and a stork, which, when we had all lain down to rest, a Yazidi priest related, with the same soporific effect upon the whole party. On the following day I hunted gazelles with Hussein Bey, returning next morning to Mosul. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Bennett, Melbourne, Australia. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 10. Visit to Kala Shergat prevented. Visit to Shomamok. Keshaf. The Hawar. A Bedouin. His mission. Descent of Arab horses. Their pedigree. Ruins of Mokamur. The Mound of the Khazr. Plain of Shomamok. The Glar or Kala. Xenophon and the 10,000. A wolf, return to Nimrod and Mosul, discoveries at Kuyangjik, description of the bas-reliefs. The mound of Kalar Shergat having been very imperfectly examined during my former residence in Assyria, I had made arrangements to return to the ruins. All my preparations were complete by the 22nd of February, and I floated down the Tigris on a raft laden with provisions and tools necessary for at least a month's residence and work in the desert. I had expected to find Muhammad Sayyid, one of my Jabur sheikhs, with a party of the Ajel, his own particular tribe, ready to accompany me. The Bedouins, however, were moving to the north, and their horsemen had already been seen in the neighbourhood of Kalar Shergat. Nothing would consequently induce the Ajel, who were not on the best terms with the Shamar Arabs, to leave their tents, and after much useless discussion I was obliged to give up the journey. Awad, with a party of Jahesh, had been for nearly 6 weeks exploring the mounds in the plain of Shomamok, country of the Thai Arabs, and had sent to tell me that he had found remains of buildings, vases, and inscribed bricks. I determined, therefore, to spend a few days in inspecting his excavations, and in carefully examining those ruins which I had only hastily visited on my previous journey. I accordingly started from Nimrod on the 2nd of March, accompanied by Hormuzd, the doctor, and Mr. Rolland. We descended the Tigris to its junction with the Zab, whose waters, swollen by the melting of the snows in the Kurdish mountains, were no longer fordable. Near the confluence of the streams and on the southern bank of the Zab is the lofty mound of Keshaf, where are the remains of a deserted fort commanding the 2 rivers. It was garrisoned a few years ago by an officer and a company of irregular troops from Baghdad, who were able from this stronghold to check the inroads of the Bedouins, as well as of the Thai and other tribes who plundered the Mosul villages. Since it has been abandoned, the country has again been exposed to the incursions of these marauders, who now cross the rivers unmolested and lay waste the cultivated districts. The tents of the Hawa were about 5 miles from Keshaf. Since my last visit, he had become once more the acknowledged chief of the Thai. Faras had, however, withdrawn from his rival, and, followed by his own adherents, had moved to the banks of the Lesser Zab. The Shamar Bedouins, encouraged by the division in the tribe, had only 3 days before our visit crossed the Tigris and fallen suddenly upon the Koshers, or Kurdish wanderers, of the Herki clans. These nomads descend annually from the highest mountain regions to winter in the rich meadows of Shomamok. They pay a small tribute to the Thai for permission to pasture their flocks, and for protection against the desert Arabs. The Hawa was consequently bound to defend them, but in endeavouring to do so had been beaten, with the loss of 40 of their finest mares. We found the Hawa much cast down and vexed by his recent misfortunes. The chiefs of the tribe were with him, in gloomy consultation over their losses. A Bedouin, wrapped in his ragged cloak, was seated listlessly in the tent. He had been my guest the previous evening at Nimrod, and had announced himself on a mission from the Shamar to the Thai, to learn the breed of the mares which had been taken in the late conflict. His message might appear, to those ignorant of the customs of the Arabs, one of insult and defiance. But he was on a common errand, and although there was blood between the tribes, his person was as sacred as that of an ambassador in any civilized community. After a battle or a foray, the tribes who have taken horses from the enemy will send an envoy to ask their breed, and a person so chosen passes from tent to tent unharmed, hearing from each man, as he eats his bread, the descent and qualities of the animal he may have lost. Amongst men who attach the highest value to the pure blood of their horses, and who have no written pedigree, for amongst the Bedouins documents of this kind don't exist, such customs are necessary. The descent of a horse is preserved by tradition, and the birth of a colt is an event known to the whole tribe. It would be considered disgraceful to the character of a true Bedouin to give false testimony on such a point, and his word is usually received with implicit confidence. The morning following, though the Hawa and the Arabs refused to accompany me, I set off for the ruins, which are in the deserted district between the Karachok range and the river Tigris. The plains in which they are situated are celebrated for the richness of their pastures, and are sought in spring by the Thai and the Kurdish koches. We kept as much as possible in the broken country at the foot of the mountain to escape observation. The wooded banks of the Tigris and the white dome of the tomb of Sultan Abdallah were faintly visible in the distance, and a few artificial mounds rose in the plains. The pastures were already fit for the flocks, and luxuriant grass furnished food for our horses amidst the ruins. The principal mound of Mokamur is of considerable height, and ends in a cone. It is apparently the remains of a platform built of earth and sun-dried bricks, originally divided into several distinct stages or terraces. On one side are the traces of an inclined ascent, or of a flight of steps, once leading to the summit. It stands in the centre of a quadrangle of lower mounds, about 480 paces square. I could find no remains of masonry, nor any fragments of inscribed bricks, pottery, or sculptured alabaster. The ruins are near the southern spur of Karachok, where that mountain, after falling suddenly into low broken hills, again rises into a solitary ridge called Bismar, stretching to the lesser Zab, Mokamur being between the two rivers. These detached limestone ridges, running parallel to the great range of Kurdistan, such as the Maklub, Sinjar, Karachok, and Hamrin, are a peculiar feature in the geological structure of the country lying between the ancient province of Cilicia and the Persian Gulf. Having examined the ruins, taken bearings of the principal landmarks, and allowed our horses to refresh themselves in the high grass, I returned to the encampment of the Thai. A ride of 3 hours next morning across the spurs of the Karachok brought us to the ruins of Abu Jerda, near which we had found the tents of Faras on our last visit. The mound is of considerable size, and on its summit are traces of foundations in stone masonry, but I could find no remains to connect it with the Assyrian period. We breakfasted with our old host, Wali Beg, and then continued our journey to one of the principal artificial mounds of Shomamok, called the Khazr, or Palace. The pastures were covered with the flocks of the Arabs, the Kochers, and the Distei Kurds. We crossed a broad and deep valley called the Kordera, and encamped for the night at the foot of the Khazr, on the banks of a rivulet called Az-Sureji, which joins the Kordera below Abu Jerda, near a village named Salam Alaik, or Peace be with you. The mound is both large and lofty, and is surrounded by the remains of an earthen embankment. It is divided almost into two distinct equal parts by a ravine or watercourse. Where an ascent probably once led from the plain to the edifice on the summit of the platform. Awad had opened several deep trenches and tunnels in the mound, and had discovered chambers, some with walls of plain sun-dried bricks, others panelled round the lower part with slabs of reddish limestone, about 3.5 or 4 feet high. He had also found inscribed bricks, with inscriptions declaring that Sennacherib had here built a city, or rather palace, for the name of which, as written in the cuneiform characters, I am not able to suggest a reading. I observed a thin deposit or layer of pebbles and rubble above the remains of the Assyrian building and about 8 feet beneath the surface, as at Kuyungjik. From the summit of the Kasra of Shomamok, I took bearings of 25 considerable mounds, the remains of ancient Assyrian population, the largest being in the direction of the Lesser Zab. Wishing to examine several ruins in the neighbourhood, I left our tents early on the following morning, and rode to the mound of Abdul Aziz, about 8 or 9 miles distant, and on the road between Baghdad and Arbil. The latter town, with its castle perched upon a lofty artificial mound, all that remains of the ancient city of Arbela, which gave its name to one of the greatest battles the world ever saw, was visible during the greater part of our day's ride. The plain abounds in villages and canals for irrigation, supplied by the Az-Sareji. The soil, thus irrigated, produces cotton, rice, tobacco, millet, melons, cucumbers, and a few vegetables. Blah, blah. The jurisdiction of the Taishake ends at the Kasra. The villages beyond are under the immediate control of the governor of Arbil, to whom they pay their taxes. The inhabitants complained loudly of oppression, and appeared to be an active, industrious race. Upon the banks of the Lesser Zab, below Altun Kupri, or Guntara, the bridge as the Arabs call the place, encamped the Arab tribe of Abu Hamdan, renowned for the beauty of its women. The mounds I examined, and particularly that of Abdul Aziz, abound in sepulchral urns and in pottery, apparently not Assyrian. The most remarkable spot in the district of Shomamok is the Glar, an Arab corruption of Kala, or the castle, about 2 miles distant from the Kasra. It is a natural elevation left by the stream of the Cordera, which has worn a deep channel in the soil, and dividing itself at this place into 2 branches, forms an island, whose summit, but little increased by artificial means, is therefore nearly on a level with the top of the opposite precipices. The valley may be in some places about 1 mile wide, in others only 400 or 500 yards. The Glar is consequently a natural stronghold, above 100 feet high, furnished on all sides with outworks, resembling the artificial embankments of a modern citadel. A few isolated mounds near it have the appearance of detached forts, and nature seems to have formed a complete system of fortification. I have rarely seen a more curious place. There are no remains of modern habitations on the summit of the Glar, which can only be ascended without difficulty from one side. Howard excavated by my directions in the mound and discovered traces of Assyrian buildings, and several inscribed bricks, bearing the name of Sennacherib and of a castle or palace, which, like that on the bricks from the Kasra, I am unable to interpret. From the Glar I crossed the plain to the mound of Abu Shita, in which Howard had excavated for some time without making any discovery of interest. Near this ruin, perhaps at its very foot, must have taken place an event which led to one of the most celebrated episodes of ancient history. Here were treacherously seized Clearchus, Proxenus, Menon, Archias, and Socrates, and Xenophon, elected to the command of the Greek auxiliaries, commenced the ever-memorable retreat of the 10,000. The camp of Tissaphernes, dappled with its many-coloured tents and glittering with golden arms and silken standards, the gorgeous display of Persian pomp, probably stood on the Cordera between Abu Shitha and the Kasra. The Greeks, having taken the lower road to the west of the Karachok range, through a plain even then as now a desert, turned to the east and crossed the spur of the mountain where we had recently seen the tents of the Hawar, in order to reach the fords of the Zab. I have already pointed out the probability of their having forded that river above the junction of the Gazir, and to this day the ford to the east of Abu Shitha is the best, and that usually frequented by the Arabs. Still not openly molested by the Persians, the Greeks halted for 3 days on the banks of the stream, and Clearchus, to put an end to the jealousies which had broken out between the two armies, sought an interview with the Persian chief. The crafty Easton, knowing no policy but that to which the descendants of his race are still true, inveigled the Greek commanders into his power, and having seized them, sent them in chains to the Persian monarch. He then put to death many of their bravest companions and soldiers who had accompanied their chiefs. The effect which this perfidious act had on the Greek troops, surrounded by powerful enemies, wandering in the midst of an unknown and hostile country, betrayed by those they had come so far to serve, and separated from their native land by impassable rivers, waterless deserts, and inaccessible mountains, without even a guide to direct their steps, is touchingly described by the great leader and historian of their retreat. Few ate anything that evening, few made fires, and many that night never came to their quarters, but laid themselves down, every man in the place where he happened to be, unable to sleep, through sorrow and longing for their country, their parents, their wives and children, whom they never expected to see again. But there was one in the army who was equal to the difficulties which encompassed them, and who had resolved to encourage his hopeless countrymen to make one great effort for their liberty and their lives. Before the break of day, Xenophon had formed his plans. Dressed in the most beautiful armour he could find, for he thought if the gods granted him victory, these ornaments would become a conqueror, and if he were to die, they would decorate his fall. He harangued the desponding Greeks and showed them how alone they could again see their homes. His eloquence and courage gave them new life, and after fording the river Zab, they commenced that series of marches, directed with a skill and energy unequalled, which led them through difficulties almost insurmountable to their native shores. Near Abu Shitha, too, Darius, a fugitive, urged his flying horses through the Zab. Followed by the scattered remnants of an army which numbered in its ranks men of almost every race and clime of Asia. A few hours after, the Macedonian plunged into the ford in pursuit of the fallen monarch. At the head of those invincible legions which he was to lead, without almost a second check, to the banks of the Indus. The plains which stretch from the Zab below Abu Shitha have since been more than once the battlefield of Europe and Asia. I gazed with deep interest upon the scene of such great events. a plain where nothing remains to tell of the vast armies which once moved across it, of European valour or of Eastern magnificence. Whilst riding through the jungle towards Negoob, a wolf rose before me from its lair and ran towards the plain. Following the animal, I wounded it with one barrel of my pistol, and was about to discharge the second, when my horse slipped on some wet straw left by a recent encampment, and we fell together upon the wolf. It struggled and freed itself, leaving me besmeared with its blood. The cock of the pistol fortunately broke in going off whilst the muzzle was close to my head, and I escaped without other injury than a bruised hand, the complete use of which I did not recover for some months. On my return to Nimrod, I remained there a few days to give directions to the overseers for continuing the work during a prolonged absence which I meditated in the desert. At Kuyungjik, several new chambers had been opened. The western portal of the great hall, whose 4 sides were now completely uncovered, led into a long, narrow chamber, 82 feet by 26, the walls of which had unfortunately been almost entirely destroyed. In the chamber beyond, a few slabs were still standing in their original places. In length, this room was the same as that parallel to it, but in breadth it was only 18 feet. The bas-reliefs represented the siege and sack of one of the many cities taken by the great king, and the transfer of its captives to some distant province of Assyria. The Assyrians, as was their custom, carried away in triumph the images of the gods of the conquered nation, which were placed on poles and borne in procession on men's shoulders. "Hath any god of the nations delivered his land out of the hand of the king of Assyria?" exclaimed the Assyrian general to the Jews. "Where are the gods of Hamath and Arphad? Where are the gods of Sepharvaim?" They had been carried away with the captives, and the very idols that were represented in this bas-relief may be amongst those to which Rabshakeh made this boasting allusion. The captured gods were 3, a human figure with outstretched arms, a lion-headed man carrying a long staff in one hand, and an image enclosed by a square frame. On the northern side of the great hall, the portal formed by the winged bulls, and the 2 smaller doorways guarded by colossal winged figures, led into a chamber 100 feet by 24, which opened into a further room of somewhat smaller dimensions. In the first, a few slabs were still standing, to show that on the walls had been represented some warlike expedition of the Assyrian king. And, as usual, the triumphant issue of the campaign. The monarch, in his chariot and surrounded by his bodyguards, was seen receiving the captives and the spoil in a hilly country, whilst his warriors were dragging their horses up a steep mountain near a fortified town, driving their chariots along the banks of a river, and slaying with the spear the flying enemy. The bas-reliefs which had once ornamented the second chamber had been still more completely destroyed. A few fragments proved that they had recorded the wars of the Assyrians with a maritime people, whose overthrow was represented on more than one sculptured wall in the palace, and who may probably be identified with some nation on the Phoenician coast conquered by Sennacherib and mentioned in his great inscriptions. Their galleys, rowed by double banks of oarsmen, and the high conical headdress of their women have already been described. On the best preserved slab was the blah blah blah. On the best preserved slab was the interior of a fortified camp amidst mountains. Within the walls were tents, whose owners were engaged in various domestic occupations, cooking in pots placed on stones over the fire, receiving the blood of a slaughtered sheep in a jar, and making ready the couches. Warriors were seated before a table, with their shields hung to the tent pole above them. To the south of the palace, but part of the same great building, though somewhat removed from the new excavations and adjoining those formerly carried on, an additional chamber had been opened, in which several bas-reliefs of considerable interest had been discovered. Its principal entrance, facing the west, was formed by a pair of colossal human-headed lions, carved in coarse limestone, so much injured that even the inscriptions on the lower part of them were nearly illegible. Unfortunately, the bas-reliefs were equally mutilated, only 4 slabs retaining any traces of sculpture. One of them represented Assyrian warriors leading captives, who differed in costume from any other conquered people hitherto found on the walls of their palaces. Their headdress consisted of high feathers, forming a kind of tiara like that of an Indian chief, and they wore a robe confined at the waist by an ornamented girdle. Some of them carried an object resembling a torch. Amongst the enemies of the Egyptians represented on their monuments is a tribe similarly attired. Their name has been read Tokhari, and they have been identified with an Asiatic nation. We have seen that in the inscriptions on the bulls, the Tokhari are mentioned amongst the people conquered by Sennacherib, and it is highly probable that the captives in the bas-reliefs I'm describing belonged to them. Unfortunately, no epigraph or vestige of an inscription remained on the sculptures themselves to enable us to identify them. On a second slab, preserved in this chamber, was represented a double-walled city with arched gateways and inclined approaches leading to them from the outer walls. Within were warriors with horses. Outside the fortifications was a narrow stream or canal, planted on both sides with trees and flowing into a broad river, on which were large boats, holding several persons and a raft of and flowing into a broad river, on which were large boats holding several persons, and a raft of skins bearing a man fishing, and 2 others seated before a pot or cauldron. Along the banks, and apparently washed by the stream, was a wall with equidistant towers and battlements. On another part of the same river were men ferrying horses across the river in boats, while others were swimming over on inflated skins. The water swarmed with fish and crabs. Gardens and orchards with various kinds of trees appeared to be watered by canals, similar to those which once spread fertility over the plains of Babylonia, and of which the choked-up beds still remain. A man, suspended by a rope, was being lowered into the water. Upon the corner of a slab, almost destroyed, was a hanging garden, supported upon columns, whose capitals were not unlike those of the Corinthian order. This representation of ornamental gardens was highly curious. It is much to be regretted that the bas-reliefs had sustained too much injury to be restored or removed. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Bennett, Melbourne, Australia. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 11, Part 1. Preparations for a journey to the Habur. Sculptures discovered there. Sheikh Sutum. His Redif. Departure from Mosul. First encampment. Abu Khamira. A storm. Tel Erma. A stranger. Tel Jamal. The chief of Tel Afer. A sunset in the desert. A Jabur encampment. The Beld Sinjar. The Sinjar Hill. Merkan. Bukra. The dress of the Yazidis. The Shomal. Osafa. Aldina. Return to the Beld. A snake charmer. Journey continued in the desert. Rishwan. Encampment of the Barrage. Dress of Arab women. Rathaya. A deputation from the Yazidis. Arab encampments. The Habur. Muhammad Emin. Arrival at Arban. I had long wished to visit the banks of the Habur. This river, the Chaboris of the Greek geographers, and the Habur or Chebar of the Samaritan captivity, rises in the north of Mesopotamia and flowing to the west of the Sinjar Hill, falls into the Euphrates near the site of the ancient city of Carchemish, or Circasium, still known to the Bedouins by the name of Carcassia. As it winds through the midst of the desert, and its rich pastures are the resort of wandering tribes of Arabs, it is always difficult of access to the traveller. It was examined for a short distance from its mouth by the expedition under Colonel Chesney, but the general course of the river was imperfectly known, and several geographical questions of interest connected with it were undetermined previous to my visit. With the Bedouins, who were occasionally my guests at Mosul or Nimrod, as well as with the Jaburs, whose encamping grounds were originally on its banks, the Habur was a constant theme of exaggerated praise. The richness of its pastures, the beauty of its flowers, its jungles teeming with game of all kinds, and the leafy thickness of its trees, yielding an agreeable shade during the hottest days of summer, formed a terrestrial paradise to which the wandering Arab eagerly turned his steps when he could lead his flocks thither in safety. My old friend Sheikh Muhammad Emin, who had pitched his tents on the river, having invited me to visit him and sent me word that two colossal idols, similar to those of Nimrod, had suddenly appeared in a mound by the riverside, I did not hesitate, but determined to start at once for the Habur. As the Shamar Bedouins were scattered over the desert between Mosul and the Habur, and their horsemen continually scoured the plains in search of plunder, it was necessary that we should be protected and accompanied by an influential chief of the tribe. I accordingly made arrangements with Sutum, a sheikh of the Barrage, one of the principal branches of the Shamar, whose tents were at that time pitched between the river and the ruins of El-Hadar, and, punctual to his appointment, he brought his camels to Mosul on the 19th of March. He was accompanied by Kharaif, his Redif, as the person who sits on the dromedary behind the principal rider is called by the Bedouins. Amongst the two great nomad tribes of the Shamar and Anesa, the word Redif frequently infers a more intimate connection than a mere companionship on a camel. It is customary with them for a warrior to swear a kind of brotherhood with a person not only not related to him by blood, but frequently even of a different tribe. Two men connected by this tie are inseparable. They go together to war, they live in the same tent, and are allowed to see each other's wives. They become, indeed, more than brothers. Choraiff was of the tribe of the Anasa, who have a deadly feud with the Shammar, and was consequently able to render equal services to any of his old or new friends who might fall into each other's hands. It is on this account that a warrior generally chooses his rediff from a warlike tribe with which he is at enmity, for if taken in war, he would then be dachil, that he is protected, by the family, or rather particular, set of his companion. On the other hand, should one of the rediff's friends become the prisoner of the sub-tribe into which his kinsman has been adopted, he would be under its protection and could not be molested. He rides when travelling on the naked back of the animal, clinging to the hinder part of the saddle, his legs crouched up almost to his chin, a very uncomfortable position for one not accustomed from childhood to a hard seat and a rough motion. As our desert trip would probably last for more than 2 months, during which time we should meet with no villages or permanent settlements, we were obliged to take with us supplies of all kinds, both for ourselves and the workmen. Consequently, flour, rice, burgle, prepared wheat to be used as a substitute for rice, and biscuits formed a large portion of our baggage. Various luxuries such as sugar, coffee, tea and spices, with robes of silk and cotton, and red and yellow boots, together with baskets, tools for excavating, tents and working utensils formed the rest of our baggage. As it was my intention to explore any ruins of importance that we might see on our way, I chose about 50 of my best Arab excavators, and 12 Tiari or Nestorians to accompany us. They were to follow on foot, but 1 or 2 extra camels were provided, in case any were unable from fatigue to keep up with the caravan. After the usual noise and confusion in settling the loads on the camels and such matters, about midday the caravan got ready to set out. I did not leave the town until nearly an hour and a half after the caravan, to give time for the loads to be finally adjusted and the line of march to be formed. When we had all assembled outside the Sinjar gate, our party had swollen into a little army. The doctor, Mr. Cooper, and Mr. Hormazd Razam, of course, with other friends, accompanied me. 13 or 14 Bedouins had charge of the camels, so that with the workmen and servants, our caravan consisted of nearly 100 well-armed men, a force sufficient to defy almost any hostile party with which we were likely to fall in during our journey. Hussein Bey, the Yezidi chief, and many of our friends, as it is customary in the East, rode with us during part of our first stage, and my excellent friend, the Reverend Mr. Ford, an American missionary then resident in Mosul, passed the first evening under our tents in the desert. Sutton, with his rediff, rode a light fleet dromedary, which had been taken in a plundering expedition from the Anasa. Its name was Dwala. Its high and picturesque saddle was profusely ornamented with brass bosses and nails. Over the seat was thrown the Baghdad double bags, adorned with long tassels and fringes of many-coloured wools, so much coveted by the Bedouin. The Sheikh had the general direction and superintendence of our march. The Mesopotamian desert had been his home from his birth, and he knew every spring and pasture. He was of the Sadi, one of the most illustrious families of the Shammar, and he possessed great personal influence in the tribe. His intelligence was of a very high order, and he was as well known for his skill in Bedouin intrigue as for his courage and daring in war. In person he was of middle height, of spare habit but well made, and of noble and dignified carriage, although a musket wound in the thigh from which the ball had not been extracted gave him a slight lameness in his gait. His features were regular and well proportioned, and of that delicate character so frequently found amongst the nomads of the desert. A restless and sparkling eye of the deepest black spoke the inner man, and seemed to scan and penetrate everything within its ken. His dark hair was plaited into many long tails. His beard, like that of the Arabs in general, was scanty. He wore the usual Arab shirt, and over it a cloak of blue cloth, trimmed with red silk and lined with fur, a present from some pasha, as he pretended, but more probably a part of some great man's wardrobe that had been appropriated without its owner's consent. He was the very picture of a true Bedouin sheikh, and his liveliness, his wit, and his singular powers of conversation, which made him the most agreeable of companions, did not belie his race. The Bayraktar had the general management of the caravan, superintending with untiring zeal and activity the loading and unloading of the animals, the pitching of the tents, and the night watches, which are highly necessary in the desert. As we wound slowly over the low rocky hills to the west of the town of Mosul in a long straggling line, our caravan had a strange and motley appearance. Europeans, Turks, Bedouins, town Arabs, Tayari, and Yazidis were mingled in singular confusion, each adding, by difference of costume and a profusion of bright colours, to the general picturesqueness and gaiety of the scene. The Tigris, from its entrance into the low country at the foot of the Kurdish mountains near Jazira to the ruined town of Tikrit, is separated from the Mesopotamian plains by a range of low limestone hills. We rode over this undulating ground for about an hour and a half, and then descended into the plain of Zerga, encamping for the night near the ruins of a small village. There is now scarcely one permanent settlement on the banks of the Tigris from Jazira to the immediate vicinity of Baghdad, with the exception of Mosul and Tikrit. One of the most fertile countries in the world, watered by a river navigable for nearly 600 miles, has been turned into a desert and a wilderness by continued misgovernment, oppression, and neglect. The loads had not yet been fairly divided amongst the camels, and the sun had risen above the horizon before the Bedouins had arranged them to their satisfaction and were ready to depart. The plain of Zerga was carpeted with tender grass, scarcely yet forward enough to afford pasture for our animals. Scattered here and there were tulips of a bright scarlet hue, the earliest flower of the spring. A ride of 3 hours and a quarter brought us to a second line of limestone hills, the continuation of the Tel Afar and Sinjar range, dividing the small plain of Zerga from the true Mesopotamian desert. From a peak which I ascended to take bearings, the vast level country stretching to the Euphrates lay a map beneath me, dotted with mounds, but otherwise unbroken by a single eminence. The nearest and most remarkable group of ruins was called Abu Khamira, and consisted of a lofty, conical mound, surrounded by a square enclosure or ridge of earth, marking, as at Kuyunjik and Nimrod, the remains of ancient walls. 8 or 10 of my workmen, under a Christian superintendent, had for some days been excavating in the ruins of Abu Khamira. I therefore ordered the tents to be pitched near the reedy stream, and galloped to the mounds, which were rather more than a mile distant. In general plan, the ruins closely resemble those of Mokamur in the Thai country. The workmen had opened deep trenches and tunnels in several parts of the principal ruin, and had found walls of sun-dried brick, unsculptured alabaster slabs, and some circular stone sockets for the hinges of gates, similar to those discovered at Nimrod. The baked bricks and the pieces of gypsum and pottery scattered amongst the rubbish bore no inscriptions, and nor could I, after the most careful search, find the smallest fragment of sculpture. I have no hesitation, however, in assigning the ruins to the Assyrian period. One of those furious and sudden storms which frequently sweep over the plains of Mesopotamia during the spring season burst over us in the night. While incessant lightnings broke the gloom, a raging wind almost drowned the deep roll of the thunder. The united strength of the Arabs could scarcely hold the flapping canvas of the tents. Rain descended in torrents, sparing us no place of shelter. Towards dawn, the hurricane had passed away, leaving a still and cloudless sky. When the round, clear sun rose from the broad expanse of the desert, a delightful calm and freshness pervaded the air, producing mingled sensations of pleasure and repose. The vegetation was far more forward in that part of the desert traversed during the day's journey than in the plain of Zerga. We trod on a carpet of the brightest verdure, mingled with gaudy flowers. On all sides of us rose lofty Assyrian mounds, now covered with soft herbage. These, seen from a great distance, and the best of landmarks in a vast plain, guide the Bedouin in his yearly wanderings. Tel Erma, the mound of the spears, had been visible from our tents, rising far above the surrounding ruins. As it was a little out of the direct line of march, Sutton mounted one of our led horses, and leaving Koraif to protect the caravan, rode with me to the spot. The mound is precisely similar in character to Abu Khamira and Mokhamor, and like them stands within a quadrangle of earthen walls. I was unable to find any inscribed fragments of stone or brick. While I was examining the ruins, Sutton, from the highest mound, had been scanning the plain with his eagle eye. At length it rested upon a distant moving object. Although with a telescope I could scarcely distinguish that to which he pointed, the sheikh saw that it was a rider on a dromedary. He now, therefore, began to watch the stranger with that eager curiosity and suspicion always shown by a Bedouin when the solitude of the desert is broken by a human being of whose condition and business he is ignorant. Sutton soon satisfied himself as to the character of the solitary wanderer. He declared him to be a messenger from his own tribe, who had been sent to lead us to his father's tents. Mounting his horse, he galloped towards him. The Arab soon perceived the approaching horseman, and then commenced on both sides a series of manoeuvres practised by those who meet in the desert, and are as yet distrustful of each other. I marked them from the ruin as they cautiously approached, now halting, now drawing nigh, and then pretending to ride away in an opposite direction. At length, recognizing one another, they met, and having first dismounted to embrace, came together towards us. As Sutton had conjectured, a messenger had been sent to him from his father's tribe to say that their tents would be pitched in 3 or 4 days beneath the Sinjar hill. From this spot the old castle of Tel Afer, standing boldly on an eminence about 10 miles distant, was plainly visible. Continuing our march, we reached towards evening a group of mounds known as Tel Jamal, and pitched in the midst of them on a green lawn enamelled with flowers that furnished a carpet for our tents unequalled in softness of texture or in richness of colour by the looms of cashmere. The tents had scarcely been raised when a party of horsemen were seen coming towards us. As they approached our encampment, they played the jerit with their long spears, galloping to and fro on their well-trained mares. They were the principal inhabitants of Tel Afer, with Ozer Agha, their chief, who brought us a present of lamb's flour and fresh vegetables. The Aga rode on a light chestnut mare of beautiful proportions and rare breed. His dress, as well as that of his followers, was singularly picturesque. His people are Turkomans, a solitary colony in the midst of the desert, and although their connection with the Bedouins has taught them the tongue and the habits of the wandering tribes, yet they still wear the turban of many folds and the gay flowing robes of their ancestors. They allow their hair to grow long and to fall in curls on their shoulders. As the evening crept on, I watched from the highest mound the sun as it gradually sank in unclouded splendour below the sea-like expanse before me. On all sides, as far as the eye could reach, rose the grass-covered heaps marking the site of ancient habitations. The great tide of civilization had long since ebbed, leaving these scattered wrecks on the solitary shore. Are those waters to flow again, bearing back the seeds of knowledge and of wealth that they have wafted to the west? We wanderers were seeking what they had left behind, as children gather up the coloured shells on the deserted sands. At my feet there was a busy scene, making more lonely the unbroken solitude which reigned in the vast plain around, where the only thing having life or motion were the shadows of the lofty mounds as they lengthened before the declining sun. Above 3 years before, when watching the approach of night from the old castle of Tel Afer, I had counted nearly 100 ruins. Now, when in the midst of them, no less than double that number were seen from Tel Jamal. Our tents crowning the lip of a natural amphitheatre, bright with flowers, Ozer Arka and his Turkomans seated on the greensward in earnest talk with the Arab chief, the horses picketed in the long grass, the Bedouins driving home their camels for the night's rest, the servants and grooms busied with their various labours. Such was the foreground to a picture of perfect calm and stillness. In the distance was the long range of the Sinjar hills, furrowed with countless ravines, each marked by a dark purple shadow, gradually melting into the evening haze. We had a long day's march before us to the village of Sinjar. The wilderness appeared still more beautiful than it had done the day before. The recent storm had given new life to a vegetation, which, concealed beneath a crust of apparently fruitful earth, only waits for a spring shower to burst as if by enchantment through the thirsty soil. Here and there grew patches of a shrub-like plant with an edible root, having a sharp, pungent taste like mustard, eaten raw and much relished by the Bedouins. Among them lurked game of various kinds. Troops of gazelles sprang from the low cover and bounded over the plain. The greyhounds coursed hares. The horsemen followed a wild boar of enormous size and nearly white from age. And the doctor, who was the sportsman of the party, shot a bustard, with a beautiful speckled plumage and a ruff of long feathers around its neck. We rode in a direct line to the Beld Sinjar, the residence of the governor of the district. There was no beaten track, and the camels wandered along as they listed, cropping as they went the young grass. The horsemen and footmen, too, scattered themselves over the plain in search of game. War songs were chanted, and general hilarity prevailed. The more sedate Bedouins smiled in contempt at these noisy effusions of joy, only worthy of tribes who have touched the plough. But they indulged in no less keen, though more suppressed, emotions of delight. Even the Tiari caught the general enthusiasm, and sung their mountain songs as they walked along. End of Chapter 11, Part 1.
Chapter 11.2 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne Hadley. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 11.2. As we drew near to the foot of the hills, we found a large encampment, formed partly by Jabours, belonging to Sheikh Abdulaziz, and partly by the Sinjar tribe called Mendka, under a chief known as the Effendi, who enjoys considerable influence in this district. I dismounted a short distance from the encampment to avoid a breach of good manners, as to refuse to eat bread or to spend the night after alighting near a tent would be thought a grave slight upon its owner. The caravan continued its journey toward the village. I was soon surrounded by the principal people of the camp. Amongst them was one of my old workmen, Cuthar, who now cultivated a small plot of ground in the desert. It was with difficulty that I resisted the entreaties of the Effendi to partake of his hospitality, and we did not reach the Beled until after the sun had gone down, the caravan having been 10 hours in unceasing march. I had scarcely entered my tent when the governor of the district, who resides in a small modern castle built on the hillside, came to see me. He was a Turkish officer belonging to the household of Kemal Pasha, and complained bitterly of his solitude, of difficulties of collecting the taxes, and of dealing with the Bedouins who haunted the plains. He was almost shut up within the walls of his wretched fort, in company with the garrison of a score of half-starved Albanians. This state of things was chiefly owing to the misconduct of his predecessor, who, when the inhabitants of the Sinjar were quiet and obedient, had treacherously seized 2 of their principal chiefs, Mahmud and Murad, and had carried them in chains to Mosul, where they had been thrown into prison. A deputation having been sent to obtain their release, I had been able to intercede with Kemal Pasha on their behalf, and now bore to their followers the welcome news of their speedy return to their homes. Early on the following morning, I returned the visit of the governor, and from the tower of the small castle took the bearings of the principal objects in the plain. The 3 remarkable peaks rising on the low range of Kebritiya behind Abu Kamira were still visible in the extreme distance, and enabled me to fix with some accuracy the position of many ruins. About 4 or 5 miles distant from the Beled is another large group of mounds, resembling that of Abu Kamira, called by the Bedouins simply the Hosh, the courtyard or enclosure. The ruins of the ancient town, known to the Arabs as El Beled or the city, are divided into 2 distinct parts by a range of rocky hills, which, however, are cleft in the center by the bed of a torrent, forming a narrow ravine between them. The ruins are undoubtedly those of the town of Sinjar, the capital of an Arab principality in the time of the caliphs. Its princes frequently asserted their independence, coined money, and ruled from the Kabur and Euphrates to the neighborhood of Mosul. The province was included within the dominions of the celebrated Saleh ed-Din, the Saladin of the Crusades, and was more than once visited by him. The ruins of Sinjar are also believed to represent the Singara of the Romans. On coins struck under the Emperor Gordian, and bearing his effigy with that of the Empress Tranquillina, this city is represented by a female wearing a mural crown, surmounted by a centaur, seated on a hill with the river at her feet. According to the Arab geographers, the Sinjar was celebrated for its palms. This tree is no longer found there, nor does it bear fruit, I believe, anywhere to the north of Tikrit in Mesopotamia. Wishing to visit the villages of the Shomal, or northern side of the mountain, and at the same time to put an end, if possible, to the bloodshed between their inhabitants, and to induce them to submit to the governor, I quitted the Beled in the afternoon, accompanied by Kawal Yusuf and his Yazidi companions, Mr. and Mrs. R., the doctor, and Mr. Cooper. We followed a precipitous pathway along the hillside to Mirkan, the village destroyed by Tayyar Pasha on my first visit to the Sinjar. Mirkan was in open rebellion and had refused both to pay taxes and to receive the officer of the Pasha of Mosul. I was at first somewhat doubtful of our reception. Esau, the chief, came out, however, to meet me and led us to his house. We were soon surrounded by the principal men of the village. They were also at war with the tribes of the Shomal. Sounded by Kawal Yusuf, I endeavored to make them feel that peace and union amongst themselves was essential to their welfare, and after a lengthened discussion, the chief consented to accompany me to the neighboring village of Bukra, with whose inhabitants his people had been for some time at war. Mirkan had been partly rebuilt since its destruction 3 years before, but the ruins and charred timbers of houses still occupied much of its former site. There are 2 pathways from Mirkan to the Shumal, one winding through narrow valleys, the other crossing the shoulder of the mountain. I chose the latter, as it enabled me to obtain an extensive view of the surrounding country, and to take bearings of many points of interest. Near the crest of the hill, we passed a white conical building, shaded by a grove of trees. It was the tomb of the father of Murad, one of Yusuf's companions, a Kawal of note, who had died near the spot of the plague some years before. The walls were hung with the horns of sheep slain in sacrifice by occasional pilgrims. I had little anticipated the beauty and extent of the view which opened round us on the top of the pass. The Sinjar Hill is a solitary ridge rising abruptly in the midst of the desert. From its summit, therefore, the eye ranges on one side over the vast level wilderness stretching to the Euphrates, and on the other over the plain bounded by the Tigris and the lofty mountains of Kurdistan. Nisibin and Mardin were both visible in the distance. I could distinguish the hills of Badri and Sheikh Adi and many well-known peaks of the Kurdish Alps. Behind the lower ranges, each distinctly marked by its sharp, serrated outline, were the snowy-covered heights of Tiari and Botan, whilst to the south of the Sinjar, artificial mounds appeared to abound. To the north, I could distinguish but few such remains. We dismounted to gaze upon this truly magnificent scene lighted up by the setting sun. I have rarely seen any prospect more impressive than these boundless plains viewed from a considerable elevation. Besides the idea of vastness they convey, the light and shade of passing clouds flitting over the face of the land, and the shadows as they lengthen toward the close of day, produce constantly changing effects of singular variety and beauty. It was night before we reached Bukra, where we were welcomed with great hospitality. The best house in the village had been made ready for us, and was scrupulously neat and clean, as the houses of the Yazidis usually are. The elders of Bukra came to me after we had dined, and seated themselves respectfully and decorously around the room. They were not averse to the reconciliation I proposed, received the hostile chief without hesitation, and promised to accompany me on the morrow to the adjoining village of Asufa, with which they were also at war. In the morning we visited several houses in the village. They were all neat and clean. The women received us without concealing their faces, which are, however, far from pleasing, their features being irregular and their complexions sallow. Those who are married dress entirely in white, with a white kerchief under their chins and another over their heads, held by the agal, or woolen cord, of the Bedouins. The girls wear white shirts and drawers, but over them colored zaboons, or long silk dresses, open at the front, and confined at the waist by a girdle ornamented with pieces of silver. They twist gay kerchiefs round their heads, and adorn themselves with coins and glass and amber beads, when their parents are able to procure them. But the Yazidis of the Sinjar are now very poor, and nearly all of the trinkets of the women have long since fallen into the hands of the Turkish soldiery, or have been sold to pay taxes and arbitrary fines. The men have a dark complexion, black and piercing eyes, and frequently a fierce and forbidding countenance. They are of small stature, but have well-proportioned limbs strongly knit together, and are muscular, active, and capable of bearing great fatigue. Their dress consists of a shirt, loose trousers, and cloak, all white, and a black turban, from beneath which their hair falls in ringlets. The Yazidis are, by one of their religious laws, forbidden to wear the common Eastern shirt open in front, and this article of their dress is always closed up to the neck. This is a distinctive mark of the sect, by which its members may be recognized at a glance. The language of the people of Sinjar is Kurdish, and few speak Arabic. As the people of Osofa or Usifa were at war with their neighbors, and as this was one of the principal seats of rebellion and discontent, I was anxious to have an interview with its chief. The position of Osofa is very picturesque. It stands on the edge of a deep ravine. Behind it are lofty crags and narrow gorges, whose sides are filled with natural caverns. On overhanging rocks, towering above the village, were two ziyaras, or holy places, of the Yazidis, distinguished from afar by their white-fluted spires. Pulo, the chief, met us at the head of the principal inhabitants, and led me to his house, where a large assembly was soon collected to discuss the principal object of my visit. Chiefs of Merkan and Bukra were induced to make offers of peace, which were accepted, and after much discussion the terms of an amicable agreement were agreed to and ratified by general consent. Sheep were slain to celebrate the event. We passed the night at Aldina, in the house of Murad, one of the imprisoned chiefs, whose release I had obtained before leaving Mosul. I was able to announce the good tidings of his approaching return to his wife, to whom he had been lately married, and who had given birth to a child during his absence. Below Aldina stands a remarkable ziyara, enclosed by a wall of cyclopean dimensions. In the plain beneath, in the midst of a grove of trees, is the tomb of Kawal Hussein, the father of Kawal Yusuf, who died in the Sinjar during one of his periodical visitations. He was a priest of sanctity and influence, and his grave is still visited as a place of pilgrimage. Sacrifices of sheep are made there, but they are merely in remembrance of the deceased, and have no particular religious meaning attached to them. The flesh is distributed amongst the poor, and a sum of money is frequently added. Approving the ceremony as one tending to promote charity and kindly feeling, I gave a sheep to be sacrificed at the tomb of the Kawal, and one of my fellow travelers added a second, the carcasses being afterwards divided among the needy. A messenger brought me word during the night that Sutum had returned from his tribe, and was waiting with a party of horsemen to escort us to his tents. I determined, therefore, to cross at once to the Beled by a direct though difficult pass. We visited Nogre and Amira before entering the gorge leading to the pass. Only two other villages of any importance, Simoka and Jaffrey, were left unseen. The ascent of the mountain was extremely precipitous, and we were nearly 2 hours in reaching the summit. We then found ourselves on a broad green platform, thickly wooded with dwarf oak. I was surprised to see snow still lying in the sheltered nooks. On both sides of us stretched the great Mesopotamian plains. To the south, glittering in the sun, was a small salt lake about 15 miles distant from the Sinjar, called by the Arabs Munayf. From it the Bedouins, when in their northern pastures, obtained their supplies of salt. We descended to the Beled through a narrow valley, thick with oak and various shrubs, and were nearly 5 hours in crossing the mountain. Sutum and his Bedouin companions were waiting for us, but were not anxious to start before the following morning. A Yazidi snake charmer, with his son, a boy of 7 or 8 years old, came to my tents in the afternoon, and exhibited his tricks in the midst of a circle of astonished beholders. He first pulled from a bag a number of snakes knotted together, which the bystanders declared to be of the most venomous kind. The child took the reptiles fearlessly from his father, and placing them in his bosom, allowed them to twine themselves round his neck and arms. The Bedouins gazed in mute wonder at these proceedings, but when the sheikh, feigning rage against one of the snakes, which had drawn blood from his son, seized it and, biting off its head with his teeth, threw the writhing body amongst them, they could no longer restrain their horror and indignation. They uttered loud curses on the infidel snake charmer and his kindred to the remotest generations. Sutum did not regain his composure during the whole evening, frequently relapsing into profound thought, then suddenly breaking out in a fresh curse upon the sheikh, who, he declared, had a very close and unholy connection with the evil one. Many days passed before he had completely got over the horror the poor Yazidi's feats had caused him. Sutum had changed his Dalul for a white mare of great beauty, named Atheba. She was of the race of Kohela, of exquisite symmetry, in temper docile as a lamb, yet with an eye of fire and of a proud and noble carriage when excited in war or in the chase. His saddle was the simple stuff pad generally used by the Bedouins, without stirrups. A halter alone served to guide the gentle animal. We followed a pathway over the broken ground at the foot of the Sinjar, crossing deep watercourses worn by the small streams, which lose themselves in the desert. The villages, as on the opposite slope, or shomal, are high up on the hillside. We encamped after a short ride upon a pleasant stream beneath the village of Jedela. We remained there a whole day in order to visit Sutum's tribe, which was now migrating toward the Sinjar. Early in the morning, a vast crowd of moving objects could be faintly perceived on the horizon. These were the camels and sheep of the Boraj, followed by the usual crowd of men, women, children, and beasts of burden. We watched them as they scattered themselves over the plain and gradually settled in different pastures. By midday, the encampment had been formed and all the stragglers collected. We could scarcely distinguish the black tents, and their sight was only marked by curling wreaths of white smoke. In the afternoon, Sutum's father, Rishwan, came to us, accompanied by several sheikhs of the Boraj. He rode on a white dalul, celebrated for her beauty and swiftness. His saddle and the neck of his animal were profusely adorned with woolen tassels of many colors, glass beads, and small shells, after the manner of the Arabs of Najd. The well-trained dromedary having knelt at the door of my tent, the old man alighted, and throwing his arms around my neck, kissed me on both shoulders. He was tall and of noble carriage. His beard was white with age, but his form was still erect, and his footsteps firm. Rishwan was one of the bravest warriors of the Shamar. He was a noble specimen of the true Bedouin, both in character and appearance. With the skill and daring of the Arab warrior, he united the hospitality, generosity, and good faith of a hero of Arab romance. The Yazidi chiefs of Karaniya or Sekaniya, the village is known by both names, came to our encampment soon after Rishwan's arrival. As they had a feud with the Bedouins, I took advantage of their visit to effect a reconciliation, both parties swearing on my hospitality to abstain from plundering one another hereafter. Being anxious to reach the end of our journey, I declined Sutum's invitation to sleep in his tent, but sending the caravan to the place appointed for our night's encampment, I made a detour to visit his father, accompanied by Mr. and Mrs. R., the doctor, Mr. C., and Hormuzd. Although the Baraj were above 6 miles from the small rivulet of Judela, they were obliged to send to it for water. As we rode towards their tents, we passed their camels and sheep slowly wandering towards the stream. In the throng we met Sahiman, the elder brother of Sutum. He was riding on a bay horse, whose fame had spread far and wide amongst the tribes, and whose exploits were a constant theme of praise and wonder with the Shamar. He was of the race of Obeyan Sharak, a breed now almost extinct, and perhaps more highly prized than any other of the desert. He had established his fame when but 2 years old. Ferran, with the principal warriors of the Korusa, had crossed the Euphrates to plunder the Aneza. They were met by a superior force and were completely defeated. The best mares of the tribe fell into the hands of the enemy, and the bay colt alone, although followed by the fleetest horses of the Aneza, distanced his pursuers. Such noble qualities, united with the purest blood, rendered him worthy to be looked upon as the public property of the Shamar, and no sum of money would induce his owner to part with him. Near the encampment of the barrage was a group of mounds, resembling in every respect those that I have already described. The Bedouins call them Abu Kema. Are these singular ruins those of towns or of temples? Their similarity of form, a center mound divided into a series of terraces, ascended by an inclined way or steps, and surrounded by equilateral walls, would lead to the conjecture that they were fire temples, or vast altars, destined for astral worship. It will be seen hereafter that the well-known ruin of the Birs Nimrud, on or near the site of ancient Babylon, is very nearly the same in shape. When I come to describe those remarkable remains, I will add some further observations upon their original form. The Bedouins who accompanied us galloped to and fro, engaging in mimic war with their long quivering spears, until we reached the encampment of the barrage. Rishwan, Sutum, Mijwel, his younger brother, and the elders of the tribe were standing before the tent ready to receive us. All the old carpets and coverlets of the family, and ragged enough they were, had been spread out for their guests. As we seated ourselves, 2 sheep were slain before us for the feast, a ceremony it would not have been considered sufficiently hospitable to perform previous to our arrival, as it might have been doubtful whether the animals had been slain wholly for us. The chief men of the encampment collected round us, crouching in a wide circle on the grass. We talked of Arab politics and Arab war, gazous, or party for plundering, and Anyeza mare stolen or carried off in battle by the Shamar. Huge wooden platters, heavy with the steaming messes of rice and boiled meat, were soon brought in and placed on the ground before us. Immense lumps of fresh butter were then heaped upon them and allowed to melt, the chief occasionally mixing and kneading the whole up together with his hands. When the dishes had cooled, the venerable Rishwan stood up in the center of the tent and called in a loud voice upon each person by name, and in his turn to come to the feast. We fared first with a few of the principal sheikhs. The most influential men were next summoned, each, however, resisting the honor and allowing himself to be dragged by Sutum and Mijwel to his place. The children, as is usual, were admitted last, and wound up the entertainment by a general scramble for the fragments and the bones. Neither Rishwan nor his sons would eat any of the repast they had prepared, the laws of hospitality requiring that it should be left entirely to their guests. After we had eaten, I accompanied Mrs. R. to the harem, where we found the wives and daughters of Rishwan, of his sons, and of the elders of the tribe, who had met together to see the Frank lady. Amongst them were several of considerable beauty. The wife of Sahiman, the eldest of the 3 brothers, was most distinguished for her good looks. They were all dressed in the usual long blue shirt and striped or black abba, with a black headkerchief or keffia, confined by a band of spun camel's wool. Massive rings of silver, adorned with gems and coral, hung from their noses, and bracelets in the same metal, also set with precious stones, encircled their wrists and ankles. Their eyes are large, almond-shaped, expressive, and of extraordinary brilliancy and fire. They suffer their black and luxuriant hair to fall in clusters of curls. Their carriage in youth is erect and graceful. They are able to bear much fatigue and show great courage and spirit in moments of difficulty and danger. But their beauty is only the companion of extreme youth. With few exceptions, soon after 20 and the birth of 1 or 2 children, they rapidly change into the most hideous of old hags, the lightning-like brightness of the eye alone surviving the general wreck. When young, the daughters and wives of the chiefs are well cared for. They move with the tribe in the covered camel saddle, shaded by carpets from the rays of the sun. Daughters are looked upon in the desert as a source of strength and advantage, from the alliances they enable the father to make with powerful and influential chiefs, being frequently the means of healing feuds which have existed for many years. Before we left the encampment, Satum led before me as a present a handsome grey colt, which was, as usual, returned with a request to take care of it until it was required, the polite way to decline a gift of this nature. Satum, having saddled his delul, was ready to accompany us on our journey. As he was to be for some time absent from his tents, he asked to take his wife with him, and I willingly consented. Rathea was the sister of Satum el-Meek, the chief of the powerful tribe of the Abdi, one of the principal divisions of the Shamar. She was a lady of a very haughty and imperious temper, as poor Satum had found to his cost, for she carried matters with so high a hand that he had been compelled almost immediately after his marriage to send back a young and beautiful wife to her father's tent. She rode on the dromedary behind her lord, a comfortable seat having been made for her with a rug and a coverlet. The true Sinjar mountain ends about 9 miles from Jadela, the high ridge suddenly subsiding into low broken hills. From all parts of the plain it is a very beautiful object. Its limestone rocks, wooded here and there with dwarf oak, are of a rich golden color, and the numberless ravines which furrow its side form ribs of deep purple shadow. The western part of the Sinjar is inhabited by the Yazidi tribe of Karania. We rode over the plain in a parallel line to the mountain, and about 7 or 8 miles from it. Towards nightfall we skirted a ridge of very low hills riding to our left, but night set in before we could see the tents. No sound except the mournful note of the small desert owl, which has often misled the weary wanderer, broke the deep silence, nor could we distinguish the distant fires, usually marking the site of an encampment. Satum, however, well knew where the Bedouins would halt, and about an hour after dark we heard the well-known voice of Dervish and others of my workmen who, anxious at our delay, had come out to seek us. Our encampment was full of Yazidis of the Karania tribe who had ridden from the tents to see me, bringing presents of sheep, flour, and figs. They were at war, both with the Bedouins and the inhabitants of the northern side of the mountain. My large tent was soon crowded with guests. They squatted down on the ground in double ranks. For the last time I spoke on the advantage of peace and union amongst themselves, and I exacted from them a solemn promise that they would meet the assembled tribes at the next great festival in the valley of Sheikh Adi, referring their differences in future to the decision of Hussein Bey, Sheikh Nasr, and the Kewals, instead of appealing to arms. I also reconciled them with the Bedouins, Satum entering into an engagement for his tribe, and both parties agreeing to abstain from lifting each other's flocks when they should again meet in the pastures at the foot of the hills. The inhabitants of the Sinjar, too powerful and independent to pay Kawi, or blackmail, to the Shamar, who indeed stand in much awe of their Yazidi enemies. The Yazidis returned to their encampment late at night, but about 100 of their horsemen were again with me before the tents were struck in the morning. They promised to fulfill the engagements entered into on the previous evening, and accompanied me for some miles on our day's journey. Kawal Yusuf returned with them on his way back to Mosul. It was agreed that he should buy, at the annual auction, the Mokata, or revenues of the Sinjar, and save the inhabitants from the tyranny and exactions of the Turkish tax-gatherer. I wrote letters for him to the authorities of Mosul, recommending such an agreement, equally beneficial to the tranquility of the mountain and of the treasury of the Pasha. After leaving al-Diban, we entered an undulating country crossed by deep ravines, worn by the winter torrents. 4 hours' ride brought us to a scanty spring. Half an hour beyond we passed a second, and in 5.5 hours pitched the tents for the rest of the day near a small stream. All these springs are called Malaga, and rising in the gypsum or Mosul marble, have a brackish and disagreeable taste. The Bedouins declare that, although unpalatable, they are exceedingly wholesome, and that even their mares fatten on the waters of Jareba. Satum came to me before nightfall, somewhat downcast in look, as if a heavy weight were on his mind. At length, after various circumlocutions, he said that his wife would not sleep under the white tent which I had lent her, such luxuries being, as she declared, only worthy of city ladies, and altogether unbecoming of the wife and daughter of a Bedouin. So determined is she, said Satum, in the matter, that Bala, she deserted my bed last night and slept on the grass in the open air. And now she swears she will leave me and return on foot to her kindred, unless I save her from the indignity of sleeping under a white tent. It was inconvenient to humor the fancies of the Arab lady, but as she was inexorable, I gave her a black Arab tent used by the servants for a kitchen. Under the sheet of goat-hair canvas, open on all sides to the air, she said she could breathe freely and feel again that she was a Bedouin. We crossed, during the following evening, a beautiful plain covered with sweet-smelling flowers and aromatic herbs, and abounding in gazelles, hares, and bustards. We reached in about 2 hours the encampments, whose smoke we had seen during the preceding evening. They belonged to the Bedouins of the Hamoud branch of the Shamar, and had recently been plundering a government and slaughtering the soldiers guarding it. They are notorious for treachery and cruelty, and certainly the looks of those who gathered around us, many of them grotesquely attired in the plundered garments of the slaughtered Turkish soldiery, did not belie their reputation. They fingered every article of dress we had on to learn its texture and value. Leaving their encampments, we rode through vast herds of camels and flocks of sheep belonging to the tribe, and at length came in sight of the river. The Kabur flows through the richest pastures and meadows. Its banks were now covered in flowers of every hue, and its windings through the green plain were like the coils of a mighty serpent. I never beheld a more lovely scene. An uncontrollable emotion of joy seized all our party when they saw the end of their journey before them. The horsemen urged their horses to full speed. The Jabours, dancing in a circle, raised their colored kerchiefs on their spears and shouted their war cry, Hormuzd leading the chorus. The Tiari sang their mountain songs and fired their muskets into the air. The tents of Muhammad Emin, the Jabour sheikh, were pitched under the ruins of Arban, and on the right or northern bank of the river, which was not at this time fordable. As we drew near to them, after a ride of nearly 2 hours, the sheik pointed in triumph to the sculptures, which were the principal objects of my visit. They stood a little above the water's edge, at the base of a mound of considerable size. We had passed several tells and the double banks of ancient canals, showing that we were still among the remains of ancient civilization. At length we stopped opposite to the encampment of the Jabor Sheikh, but it was too late to cross the river, some time being required to make ready the rafts. We raised our tents, therefore, for the night on the southern bank. They were soon filled by a motley group of Boraj, Hamoud, Asaya, and Jabor Arabs. Mogamis, Sutum's uncle, came shortly after our arrival, bringing me as a present a well-trained hawk and some bustards, the fruits of his morning sport. The falcon was duly placed on his stand in the center of the spacious tent, and remained during the rest of my sojourn in the East, a member of my establishment. His name was Fawaz, and he was a native of the hills of Makul, near Tikrit, celebrated for their breed of hawks. He was of the species called chark, and had been given by Sadun el-Mustafa, the chief of the great tribe of Obeid, to Ferhan, the sheikh of the Shamar, who had bestowed him in token of friendship on Mogamis. A sheikh of the Hamoud also brought us a wild ass colt, scarcely 2 months old, which had been caught whilst following its dam, and had been since fed upon camel's milk. Indeed, nearly all those who came to my tent had some offering, either sheep, milk, curds, or butter. Even the Arab boys had caught for us the elegant jerboa, which burrows in vast numbers on the banks of the river. Suitable presents were made in return. Dinner was cooked for all our guests, and we celebrated our first night on the Kabur by general festivities. End of chapter 11.